Hello, this is Ashun. Welcome to part 2 of What if Naruto destroyed the Otsutsuki clan and entered the Dragon World? If you haven't watched part 1 yet, make sure to check it out first. The link is in the description below. In the first part, Naruto destroyed the Otsutsuki clan, survived a battle against their goddess, and escaped into a completely new world filled with dragons. Now, the story continues as Naruto tries to recover his lost strength, understand this new world, and discover what kind of future awaits him alongside dragons like Drake and Tiamat. Interesting? Well then, sit back, relax, and enjoy listening.
The sound of the woman's phone rang, causing Issei to snap back to reality. He looked at the woman, saw the message for a few moments, then nodded and stood up. "I'm sorry, Hyodo-kun. I apologize if I don't speak or use everything correctly, I'm not used to it," the woman sighed before leaving. Issei stood with his hand raised in a farewell gesture, watching the woman leave. He did notice her somewhat rough accent, but said nothing. If what Rias said was true, then he wouldn't have any problems with the language. But it didn't matter now, he had other things to think about. "Hey, Didrag, why were you fighting before you were imprisoned?" Issei asked the dragon on his arm. A raucous laugh reached the chestnut-haired man's ears from his head. "I have no idea, I've lived for thousands of years, I can't remember the reason why Blanco and I were fighting in the first place, but what I do remember is that woman's face. It's strange to me, she looks like someone you have to avoid, but at the same time I don't feel anything for her." Issei raised an eyebrow at what the dragon said. "Who should I avoid?" "The Dragon Queen of Karma, Tiamat. I can't remember why she hates me so much, but it doesn't matter. Her face and that woman's face are so similar, but at the same time." Silence fell upon the dragon out of nowhere. "It doesn't matter now. Don't go looking for trouble with that director. I've had one or two wielders who encountered that fellow, wielders of the sage, and believe me, you don't want the sage to take control of that fellow's body, even if he's on the verge of death." Issei nodded at Didrag's words. Based on what he'd mentioned earlier, perhaps in terms of raw strength and power, he could defeat those who possessed the sage's mind. There was no reality in which that kind of confrontation wouldn't take its toll. It was amusing, as no being had ever existed who could unleash the full potential of the director's sacred gear. Issei stood still mid-thought, then opened his eyes and slowly looked at his arm. "Didrag, what do you mean? So he's on the verge of death?" Issei felt his voice tremble. "Why? There was no reason, he wasn't supposed to be a good person." Midlet. Well, I suppose you can't feel the flow of energy like someone like me, but the force circulating through the man's body and the force he can withstand is very, very different. It's almost a time bomb. I'm surprised he's acting like nothing's wrong. That sacred gear is really terrifying, it's about to break that director's body." Didrag's outrageous laughter rang out as he finished saying that. Issei could only stand still, staring at his arm in horror. He couldn't understand the reason or why, but he felt it. He felt as if something was wrong with the headmaster leaving or dying. It wasn't right, but at the same time, it was. Midlet. How was she? He didn't see her anymore, he didn't hang out with her anymore, she didn't answer any of his messages even though she always sends him messages. Even today, after 3 weeks, she was still wishing him a good day. Issei glanced at the spot where the light blue-haired teacher sat before smiling and banishing his negative thoughts. The woman had an excellent backside, but her chest was truly beautiful. Happiness. Issei's thoughts drifted to a calmer place before he resumed walking towards his class, then headed to the club to prepare for today's fight. "Are we invited to today's game?" Tiamat looked at Naruto, who nodded. "Sarafal got the tickets, but to protect your anonymity you can't go, so I won't go either," Naruto said, then walked over to where the woman was. There were 3 people in the room, which was the blonde man's office. Naruto walked over and put his arms around Tiamat and Graphia's shoulders. "And this?" Graphia asked, looking at the blonde man who was just smiling. "You're getting more and more alone, you know you can count on us," Naruto said, hoping to earn a positive response from Tiamat. "You overthink things, just relax, okay?" Tiamat said, resting her head on Graphia's shoulder. They were sitting side by side, so the white-haired woman felt Tiamat's head rest in the crook of her shoulder and neck. That is, until the blonde man put his head between theirs and laughed loudly. "They're just too adorable, you know." Graphia felt a small pang in her chest at that. She hadn't heard that in a while, but she couldn't deny that Serzek complimented her often. "Of course, I'm the most adorable dragon you'll ever meet," a smile spread across the woman's face. Besides, we have the most adorable demon you could ever meet. All that's missing is the rabbit here, and you'll have the 3 most adorable entities you could ever know. Naruto chuckled a little before getting up and walking around the sofa to stand in front of the women. He then slumped to the floor, sat down, and rested his head on one of each woman's thighs. Quite daring. What's happening? First Tiamat mocked, then Graphia asked uncertainly. Oh, nothing, I just wanted to be like this for a moment, really, I like being able to be with you like this, you're the only people I can trust here. The meaning of here was unclear, but both women had an idea that heightened the man's paranoia. Everything he once believed in didn't exist for him, everything he had strived for couldn't be his, he only had a couple of loved ones left who represented his everything. You look like a big baby when you get like that. Can't you stop wearing orange, by the way? That shirt is terrible, Tiamat teased, making the blonde boy chuckle softly. I don't want to hear that from someone who doesn't know how to wear underwear, the woman said, tapping the blonde man's forehead with her finger. Don't judge me, Kaguya gave me those clothes, but I swear I couldn't wear them, they were super tight and I felt like they were sticking to me too much. Are you wearing Azure-sama underwear right now? Graphia asked, regaining some of her composure. A huge smile spread across Naruto's face. Could it be that our empress is a pervert who goes around without underwear? Or is she? Silence. They are unbearable. Are you going to attend? I'm surprised, I didn't want to go myself, but Tiamat convinced me. There were no sounds of footsteps or response, nothing, only after a few seconds the sound of boots hitting the ground breaking the silence. Didn't you invite me? I don't think they'll say no anyway, Kaguya replied to Naruto, who was standing in front of her. Without flying and without that enormous kimono, it was possible to see the woman. Black boots were hidden beneath something similar to the kimono she always wore, the only difference being that it reached her calves and the sleeves were shorter. 2 horns emerged from the woman's head, her hair falling freely until it almost touched the ground. I'm always surprised by how short you really are, Naruto commented with a smile, looking at the woman. Are you trying to joke again? I'm trying to laugh at you. That attempt is depressing then. Well, you're quite a grumpy rabbit too. You know I call you Fox because you're despicably cunning, right? Kaguya narrowed her eyes and looked at the man. You flatter me, Naruto said, bowing slightly. He was wearing black pants and black shoes, but this was offset by an orange shirt and a coat of the same color, albeit in a darker shade. I don't know if you dress on purpose too. Black and orange, seriously. I always wear orange, Naruto defended himself. Unfortunately, it's so jarring to look at that you're going to blind me, the woman sighed before flying again. Do you hate that he's so much taller than you? A huge smile spread across Naruto's face. Do you want to see some penguins? Did I already mention how beautiful that kimono looks on you? Naruto immediately changed the subject. The goddess sighed at that. You only change your mind when you see you're losing, the goddess said, looking at the man for a few moments. It doesn't matter, be grateful it's you. If it were someone else, I'd hang you. Naruto hugged himself, closed one eye, and looked at the goddess. You're scary when you get like this. What did I do to you besides pamper you for 1,000 years? The goddess rolled her eyes at that. Besides, I'm glad you can show emotions around me once again. Naruto smiled at the woman who stood still and looked at the man with interest. Is that so? Didn't you notice? What can I say, when we first fought, you were the definition of emotionless, when I removed the seal you were somewhat expressive, in the citadel with Didraig you were so emotional that I thought you were human for a few moments. Naruto looked as the goddess stared at him silently and with a still white expression. Does it bother you that I'm changing? Kaguya tilted her head curiously. You haven't changed at all, Naruto said, his smile widening as he saw Kaguya frown. You just said I changed. Now you're saying I haven't changed. Naruto reached in and pulled a handkerchief from his pocket. Holding Kaguya's face in one hand and the handkerchief in the other, he began to rub the goddess's cheek. What are you doing? Confusion was evident on Kaguya's face. Oh, it's your makeup. Did you put it on yourself? It's really heavy here, I'm wiping it off so it's even. Naruto rubbed the woman's cheek. Kaguya closed her eyes and let the blonde man finish. This is what I mean when I said you've changed, but at the same time you haven't. You're still the same arrogant woman who can't think straight. But with us, with me, Tiamat, and little Tiamat, you're like you are now, a normal woman who's just going with the flow. Kaguya opened one eye and saw the blonde man's happiness. The woman didn't understand. No, it wasn't that she didn't understand. She could tell he was happy that she had changed, but she couldn't quite grasp the reason. I don't know if you're treating me like a child, Kaguya said, narrowing her eyes. Naruto understood her intention. Of course not, I'm not going to fall for it and tell you you're older, you see. You don't usually mind your age, but you worry too much about me or those two silly dragon girls. Kaguya's eyes widened in understanding. I see. Naruto put the handkerchief in his pocket. He looked at Kaguya for a few moments before extending his arm. The woman raised an eyebrow. And this? Kaguya's interest grew in the blonde man's actions. I can't let a lady enter without her escort, let's go together. Kaguya's mouth opened slightly before she turned her face away. The woman's feet touched the ground once more before she linked her arm with the blonde man. You're quite daring, Naruto smiled, even though the woman had her head far from the blonde man's face, seeing the small hint of red on the woman's ears that stood out from the sea of hair she had. I'm just giving my goddess the proper treatment. Naruto only used the his goddess thing as a joke, but that didn't mean that when it got a reaction from the woman, that phrase that normally went unnoticed by the woman wouldn't now be something shocking to her. Fun. Both as the last remnants of their worlds. They could get along really well. You look quite upset. Surzek was in his usual armored attire. Looking at the person beside him, he noticed they were muttering curses. The idiot is coming, I have to greet him with a smile. Do you think that's funny? Serafal glared at the red-haired man. Surzek raised his hands in surrender and let out a soft laugh. Now, don't get like that, it may be bad, but it's not that bad. Sirich's response made Serafal give him an intense look. You're joking, right? The black-haired woman looked at the Crimson Devil. No, I've spoken with him several times, even Grafia has a high opinion of the man. The only problem, and sadly the biggest one, is that he has that sacred gear. At the final mention of that, Surzek sighed wearily. Small but big problem, I swear, anyone who has that thing either commits suicide or creates so many problems that it's pointless. Surzek sighed at Serafal's comment. Indeed, the woman was right, she could say that with certainty, given that she had been under contract with the sages for 6 bears. She was the woman with the most experience dealing with those madmen. Naruto. He's okay, he's broken, very broken, but he's good. He likes to joke around too much or make people suffer at work, quite innocent really, but yes, there are some things that border on unethical even for some demented people. Serafal sighed before taking a cigarette out of her clothes and lighting it. Surzek saw it, the woman dressed in pink, with an annoyed expression and a furrowed brow, lighting a cigarette and cursing in various ways. It was like seeing a gangster dressed as a magical girl. A very strange sight. I think living with them was quite bad for you. Do you realize? Never mind, come on, I have to greet a son of a bitch. By the way, remember, if the goddess Kaguya comes you owe me the property you mentioned. With a fluid movement of her hand, Serafal lit the cigarette with a stick. That's quite unlikely, the last public appearance was almost 90 years ago, it's not a long time, yes, but she didn't appear again after that bearer committed suicide. The goddess watching over the bearers became routine. It was something many still didn't understand, the reason for the woman's dedication. Goddess, damn it, to think she has that title now. I don't know the extent of her followers, most people might think she has no followers. No, maybe the public knowledge is that she has nothing, but that crazy woman has too many people under her feet. Taking a drag on her cigarette, the woman in a magical girl costume tapped the ground a couple of times with her foot. That damn rabbit ruined my life many times. Surzek raised his eyebrows and wrinkled his face at Serafal's display. Normally, someone so mature in her work life could act this way when dealing with them. Let's leave this and go, we have to go to my sister's game. The trumpets announced the arrival of an important guest. The reason why most of those present in the room turned around. It wasn't the right tune for the introduction of a demon. A woman with long white hair, wearing a kimono that seemed straight out of a fairy tale, stepped onto the ground. Some didn't recognize her, while others who knew who they were bowed their heads and respected her arrival. Issei stared at the woman who had just appeared. Beautiful. It seemed a beauty that could not be attained no matter how hard one tried for it throughout a lifetime. That appearance was not something that could be called angelic, it was something close to the divine. Kid, whatever you do, don't bother that woman. Didraig's warning echoed in his head, interrupting Issei's perverted thoughts. Issei was appreciating the woman's slightly more revealing neckline, and he could see a glimpse of her pale skin. When he looked into her eyes, he felt as if his soul was petrified in that place. Suddenly, he felt the world lose its color. Issei's breathing quickened, and he felt cold, as if he were in the middle of a snowstorm. Everything stopped the instant the woman looked away from him. It was then that he saw who was with her. The director. Why was I here? Oh, Issei-kun, Grimori, Kiba, it's a pleasure to see you before the match. Naruto walked over to the group before standing in front of them. Nobody moved. No, it wasn't that they didn't want to, they couldn't. The woman beside the blonde man made everything feel heavy. Naruto looked around before raising his arm, grabbing one of Kaguya's horns, and shaking the woman. Hey, hey, the goddess's distorted face tarnished the omnipotent image one had of her. Naruto laughed at the woman's reaction. We're not in any upcoming battle, lower your hostility a little. Naruto looked at the woman before dropping the horn to put his arm around her shoulders. A snort came from the goddess before any weight in the place left. Issei let out a sigh he didn't know he was holding in. Forgive this rabbit, it's Kaguya, the goddess of the moon, the goddess of the— Naruto felt a pinch on his nose. Hey, stop it, okay, that's enough. Naruto moved away from the woman before rubbing his nose. A small, general laugh arose when they saw how the blonde man was being treated. Don't ever pull my horns like that again, you're a pervert. Besides, do you value your life so little that you touch your goddess like that? The albino woman hugged herself. Issei watched the woman's actions and wondered how she would react to the blonde man's grasp. He swallowed at the thought. Perhaps the woman felt something in his horns, some kind of hidden erogenous zone. I'm warning you, between her and Tiamat, the number of deaths of my wielders has reached a worrying figure, Diedrich commented cautiously. Issei had to push away any unnecessary thoughts upon remembering that the woman standing before him was one of the beings on that list Rias had mentioned. I just came to wish you good luck, that's all. Rias glanced at the man's smile before watching him and the goddess walk away. It was quite strange to see them together, given the way they'd been arguing. That was weird. Issei's comment made Rias sigh. It is, normally seeing her in front of so many demons would make anyone nervous. She doesn't have the best reputation for dealing with us, at least we are not angels, she really doesn't tolerate them. Issei looked at Rias, who gave him a serious expression while briefly explaining how people would react in the presence of a woman. It's strange, it's the first time I've met a god. For a moment I felt like my body wasn't moving. Issei paused, sighed, and clenched his fist. Is that what I aspire to achieve? No, it's what you need to focus on overcoming, Rias said, giving him a confident smile. Come on, we have to win this, together. She extended her hand to Issei. The brunette took it and joined his hand with Rias's. They were going to go and destroy Razor. A playful laugh caused Rias's entourage to stop. It's good that you personally came to witness my victory, not to mention I'm grateful for your visit, goddess of the solemn. Razor's voice caused Rias's entire entourage to turn around and look at the young man who bowed to the newcomers. You're still quite good with words, aren't you? It's a shame about your behavior, Kaguya commented disinterestedly. Come on, don't be like that, he's young. Besides, it's good to see you. We have the best seats to watch you win. Naruto smiled confidently at the young man. Normally, supporting someone like that would be questionable. But despite all the bad things about Razor, he wasn't the scum he seemed. Maybe he had some kind of inferiority complex, but he wasn't abusive. While he was aggressive, you had to provoke him first. Not to mention that he cherished and loved having his harem and would look for any girl to add to it. It was a good point to consider that Issei and Razor were very similar in that respect. Both were looking for a harem, both were trying everything to get the girls, but the difference lay in each other's personalities. I can assure you of a notable victory, not an absolute one, painfully, but one which will make it clear why your trust is well placed. Heir of the sage and goddess, Razor finished his last bow before leaving. Subsequent events were merely announcements and related organization for the event. Naruto thought he was going to fall asleep in his seat. At least the Phoenix house brought him ramen, and he got to eat some gourmet quality ramen. He was satisfied with that. The clicks of heels echoed in Naruto and Kaguya's box. It's good to see you both, I hope everything is to your liking. Naruto turned around and saw someone he didn't expect to see. Well, at least he didn't think they would show themselves so openly. Glass, it's good to see you, Naruto greeted, one hand raised and the other in a bowl of ramen. Phoenix girl Kaguya nodded in greeting. That nickname made the smile that had been present on Lady Phoenix falter for a few moments. Don't pay any attention to him, come sit down, Graphia will be joining us soon. Naruto gestured for her to sit. Lady Phoenix nodded at the invitation and walked over to sit in the box and see the prepared stage. It's good that the process is being expedited. I prefer that Razor has an heir as soon as possible with the Grimoire girl before any of his harem members do. Naruto hummed at that. It wasn't as if he could do anything, at least not for Rias. It wasn't that he was evil or lacked empathy. It was just that the young woman was doing everything she could to destroy every last shred of hope he gave her. It's quite surprising that you can be here without any problems, Kaguya-sama, the matriarch Phoenix said, lowering her head before speaking. It's not as if they're important enough for me to dedicate all my time to wiping out their species. Kaguya's response made the woman's feet falter for a few moments. Is that so? The woman's whisper fell on deaf ears, falling on deaf ears. Naruto gave her a guilty smile, sympathetic to the woman's actions. It doesn't matter, let's just enjoy the show, shall we? Naruto said, and the women nodded in agreement. Kaguya sat down on something resembling a throne that she had brought with her and took her place in her box. It was all too obvious how much she stood out among the demons. Seeing you like this, I think you're the real demon here, with those horns and that appearance. Naruto laughed at the goddess. Kaguya raised an eyebrow at the blonde's words. If we're going down that road, I'll remind you that you're the one who's addicted to contracts and obsessed with them. You hurt me. You don't have a heart in the same way. I have one that is enormous and full of appreciation and affection. It's not going to happen. Matriarch Phoenix could only manage a nervous smile as she watched the two arguing. But it didn't matter now. The show was about to begin. Issei stood in front of the pawns he had just defeated with a huge smile on his face, having been able to see the girls' bodies with his technique. The chestnut-haired man would really appreciate Asia letting him practice on her. The sound of an explosion made him turn around to see Kiba standing with a sword in hand in front of a female knight and a blonde girl with two pigtails. To think that after so many rumors about your strength, that would be all. The woman dressed as a gentleman smiled at Kiba. Kiba simply smiled back before stomping his foot and appearing in front of the woman with a vertical slash, which the woman blocked and smiled at. Truly disappointing. Kiba smiled before continuing with the same thing, only this time changing the swords. Razor's knight sensed something, like Kiba's speed was gradually increasing, and the force he exerted with each thrust was far greater than the last. It was obvious when it began to become apparent. Meanwhile, she was giving her all to match and defeat him. Kiba was playing. Razor heard the sound of his pieces being eliminated, just like Rias's. The rook and the knight fell. Little by little, victory was slipping in his favor. Turning his head and seeing the redhead in front of him, he smiled at the thought of having her soon. Perhaps she would hate him at first, but in the long run, he knew he could fix everything. Perhaps she would be deprived of her freedom from the world, but he wasn't going to take her for granted. Aren't you going to give up? Razor looked at Rias panting. The heiress had a spell in her hand, charged and ready to turn against him. Razor sighed at that. Useless. The shot went straight to Razor's head before he exploded from Rias's power. Rias's pawn was just arriving. It didn't matter. Flames erupted, bringing Razor's intact head back to life. He stared boredly at Rias. Naruto told him he could play with Issei more than he'd previously mentioned. Razor was surprised by the man's change. He'd gone from, be compassionate, to, destroy him, but not too much. Razor was astonished at what the young brunette had managed to do to anger Naruto. Honestly, that guy was the personification of patience itself. It didn't matter, and it wasn't his problem either. Razor came to that conclusion before raising his arm and pointing at the young man who was getting to his feet once again despite having reached the end exhausted. A smile grew on Razor's face before he fired. It was more boring than I thought. The only entertaining part was the ending. Tell Razor I congratulate him. I was entertained, yes. I'm going to donate moon fragments to you. Kaguya's voice sounded after the cheering about Razor. We'll be grateful for that. Naruto whistled at the mention of Kaguya. The Phoenix matriarch left her box after that. So what are you going to do now, rabbit? Naruto stared at the woman for a few moments, waiting for her answer. Kaguya closed her eyes and seemed to be thinking before replying. Go back and play something, annoy Valley, and call Arthur. Naruto tried to stifle a laugh, but couldn't at the goddess's simple suggestion. Now, did I say something funny, Fox? No, it's just that it's obvious that everything is for your entertainment. I'll call Arthur, you go and convince Valley, let's celebrate Razor's victory. They're not going to set foot in my house. Kaguya glared at the blonde man. It's just a figure of speech. It doesn't matter now. With Rias out of town, what comes next will be easier. Naruto put a hand around Kaguya's shoulders. I'll take Midelt and get Graphia to come. She hasn't had a drink in a week. Kaguya nodded. She looked down and saw the unconscious brunette. He tilted his head to one side before beginning to float. Everyone went from celebrating to standing still when a thin black line appeared in the air next to the heiress who was tearfully holding Issei. That. Rias couldn't finish formulating anything before the crack opened, leaving a black rectangle that seemed to disappear into thin air. The rectangle had lines that seemed to break that non-existent space. A head peeked out, revealing the goddess appearing through that rupture. Is that all you're capable of? The woman stared at the unconscious boy for a few moments. A brutal silence fell as everyone watched the woman raise her hand and snap her fingers. Rias watched as the chestnut-haired boy's condition seemed to reverse, leaving him much better than before. It wasn't just Issei, but Kiba and Kaneko as well. Rias watched as Kiba struggled to his feet before walking up to the goddess and giving a slight bow. "Let's go," those simple words made Rias blink in the next instant. Nothing. Both Kiba and Kaneko left the place, leaving her with Issei better and Akeno still waiting to be treated. The absurdity of the situation was growing for the young redhead. "It's strange to see them all together out of nowhere," Valley said calmly, looking at the stage in front of him. A woman with long white hair with a disgusted expression stood next to a man who was laughing uncontrollably beside her, while a woman with pale blue hair tried to calm the woman and make the man appear to be laughing. On the other side of the room, a white-haired girl was eating a pile of sweets from a long table. A blonde-haired young man was laughing at the sight, and next to him was a blonde-haired girl with two pigtails. Kiba was congratulating Kaneko, and Midelt was scolding him for it. "Actually, it's quite rare to see so much animosity around here. Usually it's just the goddess cursing while she plays or watches TV," a voice next to Valley sounded calmly. The young woman with white hair turned around and saw her companion, Arthur, smiling calmly. "That's pretty good, but can you stop touching my thigh? I remind you that I was a man and I can be one again." The look of disgust that Valley gave Arthur made the blonde-haired young man laugh a little before adjusting his glasses. "My dear," Valley wrinkled his face at that way of addressing him, "you don't push me away in the slightest. If I wanted me to leave, you'd throw me out. Besides, the goddess told me she has no intention of undoing what she did since you were more than satisfied." The smile Arthur gave Valley made the young woman narrow her eyes and glare at the blonde man with disdain. He didn't see it as his fault. After all, his body was reacting to it, all because of what he was now. "Can you two stop arguing? Please." Azure spoke wearily as she watched the blonde boy and the goddess fight again. "Come on Tiamat, just enjoy the party a little, it's not that big of a deal anyway, you know how grumpy she is, she's the bitter goddess." That comment earned a tongue lashing from Kaguya. "You're being impertinent out of nowhere," the woman crossed her arms. "You go from being totally pleasant to your current state, which I want to torture. Don't listen to her, she's angry because she bet on one of those famous online games and lost. It seems that being omniscient isn't your strong suit." Naruto's laughter only made the white-haired woman wrinkle her face. "You really," Tiamat sighed before continuing, but a small popping sound, like popcorn, filled the air, and the woman's horns emerged. A vase beside her fell and shattered. "Ah!" Azure opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. 700,000 in that vase, Kaguya whispered, looking at the pieces on the floor. The woman might have all the money in the world, but a loss was still a loss. "You know you can put it back together again by snapping your fingers, right?" Naruto looked at the goddess, who sighed. "If I did that, then it wouldn't be the original 100% anymore," Kaguya said, looking at the pieces. Tiamat was about to apologize before Naruto hugged the two women, causing all three of them to almost fall to the ground. Balance was restored before Tiamat's horns hit the table, causing all three to fall. The people in the room completely ignored the trio in the living room. It was the best thing they could do for their mental health. "You're all abhorrent idiots, did you know that?" Kaguya was the first to speak. Naruto had his back to her, laughing at the situation. Kaguya's head was resting on her left arm, and Tiamat's on her right. "It's my fault, these horns." The woman moved her hands to the truly large horns. "I haven't been used to this for a long time. It doesn't matter, it's fun. Everything is fun for you." "Maybe so. By the way, what did Graphius say?" Naruto looked at Kaguya, who closed her eyes. "Surzek summoned her after the game ended, it seems he gave her a mission." Kaguya's response made Naruto sigh. He would have liked her to be there too, to laugh. When Issei woke up, he didn't know where he was, he couldn't remember anything. The young man sat up quickly in bed and looked around for something, anything, until the memories returned to him. "I failed," Issei whispered, bringing the remaining understanding to him. Desperation, the intention to overcome, worry and other emotions filled his mind in the face of his defeat, but that was not the main thing. Rias was going to be taken by that blonde bastard. Issei clenched his fists and teeth to his feet. He had to stop this, but how? "I see you've woken up," Issei said, startled by a voice beside him. The maid she had seen in the meeting room was standing calmly beside her bed, her face devoid of any emotion. Issei tried to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. That woman was the director's assistant, the man who had turned his back on someone like Rias in all of this. "It's good to see you, Graphius-san." Issei tried to remember the name. The woman nodded, easing Issei's worry as he remembered her name. Shortly after, Issei let out a short, listless laugh. Grafia raised an eyebrow at this. I guess I lost, and in a miserable way, Issei commented with a laugh that was almost on the verge of collapse. What could he do besides feel useless for not having saved the woman who saved his life? You still have one chance, Issei-sama. Grafia's voice sounded calm, making Issei look at the woman's face. An expression difficult to read was etched on the maid's face. Issei waited curiously to see what the woman meant. Grafia reached inside the fold of the mantle and pulled out a small letter. In that brief moment, Issei could see that the maid's skirt had a slight slit to allow for movement if needed. Black. That's what Issei saw, black lingerie that he could categorize as erotic. For a few moments, Issei felt fulfilled at that sight, and all his problems vanished. The woman before him was beautiful. If he was demoted to servant, would he be able to learn more about the woman in front of him? Shaking off those thoughts, he looked ahead and saw the woman raise an eyebrow at Issei's momentary pause. Issei coughed into his hand at the situation and proceeded to open the letter. This is, Issei whispered, his eyes wide as he saw the contents of the letter. As you say, the date and the invitation are set. My king gave me the authority to give them to you and expects you to put them to good use, Grafia commented before turning around and walking to the side of the room before going to the door and preparing to leave. Issei waited for some further response from the maiden, but there was only silence. Perhaps if things were different, she would have smiled at him in response. The door closed with a soft click, leaving Issei alone with his thoughts. A wave of conviction washed over him as he clenched his fists tightly and looked at his left arm with determination. Didrag, I want to make you an offer. Naruto was still awake, it wasn't as if he could sleep properly now. Not with Kalawarner gone. This whole thing was quite tedious, to be honest. While he could maintain a compatible body, without Kalawarner to treat the minor cracks, it was practically impossible to function properly. He felt what had happened to him, but still, in the end, he didn't want to be cruel to a couple of children who didn't know the world. Even now, he still forgave both Rias and Akino, despite everything they did, everything they caused, even now. Are you still awake? Naruto blinked as he heard Grafia's voice closing the door behind her. A soft laugh escaped Naruto as he saw the woman dressed casually. Ah, sorry, everyone's already left, what a shame. Would you like some? I saved some wine. Kaguya's gone and Tiamat's snoring quite loudly upstairs. Naruto chuckled as he said this. Grafia smiled at him before sitting down next to the blonde man who was on one of the sofas in the living room. I want to say this once and for all. Rias-sama's situation isn't over. Surzek-sama sent me to deliver an invitation letter to Issei-san. They're most likely looking for a duel. After saying that, Naruto looked at the woman in confusion. Issei can't beat Razor, not even if he were twice as strong. He'd need to be at least in balance break mode before he could win. Razor might seem obsessed with strength, but his strength isn't something to be trifled with. He's still one of the most remarkable pureblood devils, and you can't hurt him with normal means. Naruto sighed and chuckled to himself. This was pretty silly of Surzek. Issei was a pervert, he had absurd future potential, but right now he was nothing. I thought so too, but I feel like he's up to something, it doesn't matter now. Grafia put her feet up on the table and grabbed the bottle of wine that Naruto had taken to serve her and drank straight from the bottle. Fia-chan, Naruto asked, reacting to the woman's reaction. I'm stressed. Who do you think is organizing Rias's wedding? Who organized the game? I'd say I'm not paid enough, but that's not true. This is annoying. I haven't slept in 5 days. Grafia moved her hand over her face, and Naruto saw her makeup smudge before revealing rather pronounced dark circles under her eyes. Naruto tried to say something, but Grafia pushed him with a finger so that he lay back on the sofa. Don't try to apologize. This is Grimoire House. Being exploited is part of the deal. Grafia took another long swig of wine before tossing the bottle aside and settling back into the blonde man's lap. Naruto blinked several times before noticing the woman, who sighed in comfort and then lifted her feet onto the armrest on the opposite side. Naruto gazed at her for a few moments before stroking her head. You're much more comfortable than him, Grafia commented with her eyes half closed. It seemed that sleep was finally calling the woman. Is that so? You're not trying to do anything, you're just trying to help me, comfort me, and be there. You're not looking for anything other than our happiness. Even now, despite me doing something that wasn't allowed by our contract, you're not yelling at me or hurting me. Naruto laughed at the woman's final remark. How could I? It was a short time, but you know. Before we had that conversation, I felt like each passing day was heavier than the last. You can say I saved you that time, but no, you saved me from something I couldn't save myself from. The blonde's calm and affectionate smile made Grafia look at him intensely, even though she could barely keep her eyes open. Is that so? Or even then? Grafia's hand rose to the blonde's cheek before he slowly closed his eyes completely, and the last thing he felt was Naruto's hand catching his before he fell. Any feelings of discomfort, guilt, remorse, or even sorrow that Grafia carried throughout the conflict vanished instantly with that action. Sweet dreams, Ice Queen. That whisper that Grafia heard was something that made her consciousness leave instantly and fall asleep. Comfort. At last. She could feel happy. However momentary it might be. She appreciated him. Chapter 10. Condolences. You seem strange lately. Naruto blinked to see who was coming down the stairs. Although he could always recognize that voice anyway. Tiamat, Naruto whispered loud enough for the woman to hear him, but not so loud as to wake the person sleeping in her lap. It's good to see her with such a peaceful face, even now. I can't forget that day when she spoke to you and you were both saved. Tiamat's smile was gentle. She walked over to where Naruto was and saw him sitting on the long sofa with Grafia resting in his lap. She was tired. Anyone might think she's betraying us, but would you blame her? She lived without knowing how we met. She only knew that Surzek saved her when she deserted. Now, I don't blame her for everything that's happening to her. She doesn't know who to follow, Naruto commented before gently stroking the woman's hair. The hair moved away from Grafia's face, revealing the peaceful expression on her face. The sunlight had not yet filtered through the windows, it was still early morning. Tiamat barely had her eyes open, it was clear that she had woken up to do something before going back to rest, only in the process she encountered Naruto. I know, I would never blame her. If someone who treated you well your whole life lied to you in the end, how would you feel? Love, things like that. I went through the same thing with Didrag. I spent a lot of time with him, but little by little, the madness of his gluttony consumed his mind. I hated that idiot did that to himself in order to protect us. What's the point of protecting something if you can't be with it in the end? Tiamat lowered her head before shaking it. I know, I was the same kind of fool who thought that giving your all for the greater good was the best thing. What about the people we leave behind that we try to protect? Naruto sighed before resting his head against the back of the sofa. I know, that little demon enlightened you about that. Possibly without her we would have been fighting for quite some time longer, maybe another 1,000 years, who knows? A soft laugh escaped Tiamat's lips. The woman brought a hand to her lips, trying to hide the gesture. Once noble, always noble. Naruto's smile grew at the woman's confusion. I suppose it's silly of me to try to know what's going through that little head of yours. Are you going to attend that demon's wedding? The question was directed with the best of intentions, only the demon part unconsciously sounded with a tone of disgust. No, I have nothing else to do. I already introduced myself in their game, so it doesn't matter. The wedding is tomorrow, so I'm just going to continue with what I'm doing now and wait for Rias to leave the human world at the end of the week. Naruto's answer sounded listless, as if he were responding to something worthless. Then we'll have plenty of time after that. It is, but I'm still worried. Your body is next to mine, but do you think you'll be okay? Naruto looked the woman in the eyes. Tiamat stood still, watching the blonde man, before walking over to the nearby sofa and sighing before sitting down. I don't know. If it was before my incident with the gods, yes. Now, I don't know. You surely know that I was split in two, right? Naruto nodded at Tiamat's question. That's it. Besides being deprived of my privilege, I was stripped of my body, and a part of it was used as a mere artifact to create life. Those from the East, I know, it's still somewhat confusing, but it seems that each god bestowed a trait upon their creation, a creation that ultimately became one, humans. Tiamat nodded. The woman sank deeper into her seat, contemplating the possibilities of the future. Will the angels come here? Naruto watched as the woman gripped the armrest of the sofa. Looking up at the woman, who was now looking down, Naruto replied. They're going to do it. The swords stolen by Kokubile and the sword project guy are going to be here. They want to cause a disaster. Shouldn't he be afraid of Kaguya interfering? It's his city anyway, whether he likes it or not. It's not something he can just go there on a whim. I doubt even he would decide to go in front of a god like that. And he won't do it, he has a contract with me as an intermediary, both Kaguya and I are not going to interfere in his plan. We don't care if the war happens, they're just going to kill each other. Kaguya commented that there is nothing to worry about on the part of the humans. Tiamat closed her eyes and waited a few moments before asking. Seeing Naruto's serious face gave her an idea of where this was going. The worst part is that he was liking the idea. So they weaken themselves and are left out. A way for them to end up washing their hands of it. Tiamat looked at Naruto, who smiled. Patience is a virtue. I can be a completely calm person, and I like second chances. Don't get me wrong, forgiving now doesn't mean I'll forget everything tomorrow. A soft laugh escaped Tiamat at Naruto's response. I didn't think you were so spiteful, but I can understand it. How can someone like that little Kokobile steal weapons that the church was guarding? I suppose Fried is going to be the one handling them. Am I wrong? In fact, that crazy guy is good at cutting. They messed up his mind quite a bit, but now it's possible for him to live like a human, although not as normal. As we say, he can exist and live with others. It's good to hear it. Asia was somewhat lost, not knowing where to go. Tomorrow I would have to go to Rias's wedding and see how the woman who saved her and she ended up enslaved by a demon who beat them in a game. Why was life like this? Did God hate her so much for having cured that demon who ended up making her new home vanish? She entered a cafe somewhat far from the city center. It wasn't as if she herself had wanted to be in that part of the city, but she had been lost in her thoughts and wanted to go to church. Just to remind myself that I couldn't get close. The bell rang loudly as she opened the door. Asia jumped when she heard it, but there was no turning back now. She walked over to one of the tables and sat down to wait. The place had a pleasant feel. It looked quite well maintained. The walls were painted without damage and the furniture was in good condition, but it was noticeable that the years had already eaten away the shine of the furniture. An elderly woman walked over to where Asia was and handed her a glass of water along with a menu. Ah, Asia tried to say thank you, but failed the instant her words got tangled up. Thank you. The old woman laughed heartily before turning around and walking away. The waiter is on his way. The only words the woman spoke to Asia were those before she looked with interest at the menu. Coffee and desserts. Everything looked so good in the sample pictures that Asia didn't know what to order. She had money, but she didn't want to waste it. That was something God would never approve of. Footsteps sounded beside her. Asia assumed it must be the waiter, and while still looking at the menu, she ordered what she wanted. She didn't see the man's face, she only knew he was a man because of the uniform he was wearing, which she had glimpsed out of the corner of her eye. After a few minutes, Asia's order arrived at her table before she could even taste the coffee. It was then that she looked around for whoever had served her, only to find no one there beside her, just a bill and a small candy she recognized. A candy that Fried had in his pocket. The rest of the days had passed normally for Naruto. He spent time with Tiamat, going out and showing her around. This made him happy. Kaguya had been busy with some things she hadn't mentioned, but the blonde knew her well enough to know that she just wanted to be playing or enjoying herself. When she wanted attention, she would demand it. Capricious, though she will never admit it, a true god. Today was the day he was finally going to be free of the grimoires at school. He might not be so calm about sending Issei to the underworld, but every action he showed, like how he liked to think down there, made him think it was a good use of it to make him reconsider. Kiba and Kaneko were going to be here anyway. Their contract was almost a separation from the Grimoire family. The blonde boy was shocked to see all the demons at school the day after the wedding. Naruto's thoughts stopped when he sensed their presence. His kind smile never faded, but the day he arrived at school, he stopped at the entrance, realizing how many of them were there. It's good to see it, Director. Naruto kept his mask calm and happy, turned around and saw Rias standing there smiling arrogantly at him. Grimoire, I thought you'd be busy with your marriage. Rias frowned at the calm way Naruto spoke to her. In the redhead's eyes, it was as if his existence didn't matter. Actually, I thought I was going to be on my honeymoon, but my precious servant came and rescued me from his clutches, or rather, wings. Never mind, I'm free of all commitments, Rias finished, waiting to see something from the blonde man in front of her. Naruto simply nodded in agreement and patted him on the head. Congratulations. That's usually what you say when you congratulate someone on their wedding, but you ended your engagement, so I'm a little puzzled. Naruto smiled once more before continuing to walk into the academy. Tiamat was standing a few meters away from them. She had stayed in the car while she looked for something. She just arrived and saw Naruto talking to Rias for a few moments before moving on. Grimoire-san, good morning. Rias turned around and saw the woman in a dark blue suit. The smile Tiamat gave her was so kind it took her a while to process it. Did something good happen to you? Naruto congratulated you, I suppose so. Congratulations. Rias opened her mouth, trying to say something, but no words came out. The pale-haired woman was too kind, too genuine. And that's why she was a good match for his nobility. I have no excuse, I have nothing to say. Surzek gave me the invitation, I wasn't expecting this. I know Issei-sama even though he doesn't know me. I know his limitations, that's why I thought the dual Serzek plan wouldn't amount to much. Naruto saw the silver-haired woman on the ground. Grafia was with her forehead pressed to the ground, apologizing for her incompetence. Naruto walked up to the woman. Grafia was in her maid outfit. The fact that she appeared in front of him like that meant he hated everything about her. It was easy to read. He didn't hesitate. The blonde man walked until he was standing in front of Grafia and fell to his knees before lifting her up and raising her head, which had been touching the ground. He gave her a hug, a gentle hug, although his grip tightened. It wasn't in a reproachful way, but rather to comfort her. How do you want me to blame you? I know it's not your fault. Besides, you reported this to me the same day you gave him the invitation. I wasn't there. I was confident he wouldn't be able to do anything. In fact, I don't know how he did it, by brute force. Naruto stopped and opened his eyes. Naruto. Grafia's soft voice brought Naruto back to his senses after a few seconds of being frozen. Never think less of yourself. You are not a servant, you are not someone without a voice, without a vote, you are someone who is above many. Now I want you to know this, no matter how low you think you are always, always in a status that few would dream of, so lift your head and wait for the future to come, because the stage is about to be set in motion. Grafia felt the blonde man's arms pull her away. Grafia's eyes widened as she saw the blonde man's head. The main window of the room was behind him, she had opened it to clean the place. The sun shone brightly behind him. Naruto stood before Grafia, who was kneeling. He raised his head and was blinded by the sunlight, but that same golden light bathed his blonde hair, giving him an almost unreal appearance. His blonde hair shone, and his blue eyes seemed to glow in the backlighting that fell across part of his face. A hand was extended in front of Grafia, waiting for her to take it. Get up, if you don't want to, it doesn't matter, I will still lift you up, because in the end I will support you. You can choose whatever path you want, but it doesn't matter, you will never be my enemy. Grafia's expression remained blank for a few moments before she raised her hand and hesitantly took Naruto's. The blonde boy immediately intertwined their fingers and smiled at her. A promise and a smile. Just like that time, just like always. Happiness. Didn't I tell you? A loud thud sounded before the thud of a body falling was heard. Saji stood before Kiba, who lay on the ground with blood trickling from his mouth. The blow had likely cut the inside of his mouth with his teeth. I'm not going to do anything she doesn't want, besides, why are you getting so angry? It's not like you're giving her any signals or anything, despite how much she tried to be by your side. As he said this, Kiba was kicked in the chest, courtesy of Saji. You're not of our nobility. The president is trying to bring Momo-chan back to us. This is the last time I'm warning you, or else. Kiba extended his hand, but Saji didn't even notice because of the outburst he was letting out. Kiba thought about it, he really thought about wanting to cut the blonde man's throat, wanting to tear him apart, shred him with every kind of sword. Kiba blinked at the thought, his hand relaxed, and he closed his eyes. He let Saji talk, it didn't matter, it wasn't as if it was relevant to him anyway. After all, Saji was just a puppy compared to him, he wouldn't be able to react if he decapitated him. Kiba lay in his place, not moving, not from pain or discomfort, but from fear of himself. A sword, after all, existed to cut. So this is one of the Excaliburs, right? Yes, sir. Fried's excited voice made Naruto look more closely at the sword in his hand. It was one of the fragments of Excalibur. Fried received it from the fallen angels. Apparently, it had the mission of causing trouble in the city and attracting the attention of the church. Pretty impressive, actually. I thought they'd be more basic, Kiba said, looking at the sword. The young man was standing next to Naruto, who was holding the sword and examining it. My Excalibur-chan is the best, but it's not complete yet, and from what the goddess told me, it never will be. There are parts of creation missing that only beings beyond human understanding can create. Fried paused before smiling more brightly. I didn't understand anything, but I don't care. I suppose it's part of what you want, isn't it? Naruto sighed before passing the sword to Kiba. Steam billowed from Kiba's hands at the touch, but what surprised Fried was that the blonde youth could wield it. The weight is pretty good. Is this the speed one? You'd be quite a problem for any mid-class demon, or maybe even high-class one, depending on the situation, if you faced them, Kiba remarked to Fried. The blonde's hands were still burning, but he showed no sign of pain. His rejection of the holy object was obvious because he was a demon. Oh, you're going to make me blush, Kiba-kun. If she's like that red-breasted bitch, yeah, in fact, I don't need a holy sword. Those of her kind are pure random power. I can decapitate her before she reacts. Kiba's smile faltered a little at those words. It was the same thought he had regarding Saji. A coincidence and a rather simplistic way of thinking, but at the same time quite similar in a non-casual sense. And what do you think, Kaneko-chan? Do you like my sword? Fried smiled before walking over to the little albino girl who was sitting without paying attention to them. Kaneko looked at Fried, who was holding the Excalibur fragment near his crotch by the handle. That, along with the question he asked, made the little albino girl's face twitch. You disgusting pervert, Fried blinked at Kaneko's words. It took Fried a few seconds to see her pose and how she approached Kaneko. The man burst into loud laughter at that. They really do get along in their own way, Naruto said to Kiba, watching as Kaneko and Fried began to argue verbally. I know, Kaneko-chan doesn't talk much, but there she is, talking to a psychopath with the greatest interest one can see from her. I suppose it helps that Fried never tried to kill her openly like he did everyone else. A soft laugh escaped Kiba at that. I don't know what to think sometimes. Mittelt can't stand Fried and Danasik, he sees them as a form of entertainment. Fried is sane. He's not going to kill everyone he sees, unlike before. No, even before he would only do it to people connected to demons. Apparently, he was rescued from a place where his family summoned demons. They didn't pay the fee, and they tortured everyone along with him. I could say more, but you know this story, right? Kiba looked at Naruto before sighing. You know, if it were Rias instead of the church, I can see how he would become a devoted follower. Most likely, if that were the case, Rias herself would have sent those demons to do that to his family. A small, somewhat amused laugh, more so than usual in a conversation like this, escaped Kiba. It was melodic, elegant in a way, but out of place. I can see that, but it doesn't matter. Are you happy with this? Grafia-chan can't hate Serzek for how well he treated her all these hundreds of years. I'm surprised you don't have the same dilemma with Rias, after all, she treated you too well. Kiba looked around before humming. He paced the room before going to get a small vase that was pointing to the other side. Grafia-san is very kind, the kindest person I know. Even Kaneko has her moments of impulsiveness, but Grafia, without her king's orders, wouldn't move a muscle. She simply, Kiba straightened the vase, looking at the blonde man with a huge, bright smile. I'm not Grafia, nor am I the embodiment of patience like you all. The acting for the sword theft, I see as something fun, something I'm going to enjoy, and see if I can finally sever my ties with the demons. That makes me seem rather selfish, doesn't it? Kiba saw the blonde man's smile spread. It wasn't the same friendly smile as always, it was something wilder, more uncontrolled. Scary. Will we have visitors from the church today? I'm surprised she was allowed to come. Rias looked at Sona, who had a tired face. The headmaster and your peerage are going to have their meeting. Please keep an eye on Yudo-kun. This whole thing with the sacred sword is going to make him do things we don't want him to do. Sona didn't show it, but she was genuinely worried. Rias, who was in the council chamber, didn't see Momo's bewildered expression or Saji's disapproving one. I'll keep that in mind. Today at the last minute. That sounds good, let's see what they want to tell us. Issei looked around. They were in the club room. They were supposed to be waiting for some permitted guests, so he had to be respectful, partly because they had permission from the sage and Kaguya. Issei's blood ran cold at the memory of the goddess standing before him. Perhaps she was beautiful, to the point that her image had recently flashed into his mind while he was indulging himself, but there was also the fact that she possessed a terrifying aura. It was best to push that aside and focus on reality. The door opened, letting someone in. At first, Issei thought it was the guests, but it was the principal who entered with a smile and a wave. He wore black shoes and trousers, an almost fluorescent orange shirt, and a black tie. It's good to see you guys again, Rias and Akino said, their faces grimacing at the blonde boy's words. The hostility between the two young women was palpable. Kiba and Kaneko, however, remained calm and unchanged. Issei didn't know how to feel when he was in front of the man. Director. Akino spoke formally in the man's presence. Rias nodded and bowed. Naruto walked over to one of the individual sofas and lay down with a sigh. Rias wrinkled her face at the blonde man's actions. I would expect a bit more professionalism from you in this matter. Rias's rebuke made Naruto laugh. Maybe, perhaps I should, but it doesn't matter, we're at my school anyway, you're welcome to leave whenever you want. Rias frowned, but said nothing. The door opened again, but this time two rather short figures entered before closing it behind them. Both figures wore full-body cloaks and brown hoods. When they had walked to where the demons and the blonde man were standing, they removed their hoods. Issei opened his eyes to the beauties in front of him, two young women, one with blue hair with a green streak and the other with brown hair in a double ponytail. Greetings, the young woman with blue hair nodded. There was no formality in her words or actions. I am Zenobia, my partner is Irina, we are both sent by the church to recover the stolen holy swords. Issei's eyes widened at that. Most of the members were surprised. Kiba had his usual expression, and Kaneko just kept eating, so no one could see any real emotion from them. Oh, so you're assuming the demons have something to do with the robbery, right? Rias looked at the man, indignation filling Rias's face the instant she saw Zenobia nodding her head in confirmation of the older blonde man's words. In fact, if it has nothing to do with fallen angels, it's good that they stay out of this. Zenobia's words made Rias frown. Naruto ignored the argument taking place in front of him between the church envoys and the demons. It wasn't something he cared about, anyway. He knew where the swords were as well, but like Kaguya, he had a deal with a certain crow. So a war between the three factions was of no importance to him. Suddenly the conversation shifted from the church to demons, from demons to Issei, and from Issei to Kiba. A rather erratic stream of thoughts. I suppose you're the wielder of the sage then, and she's the witch Asia. Naruto shifted his eyes and met Zenobia's gaze. The young woman with blue hair and a green streak held a powerful expression. It depends on who asks. Kiba covered his mouth with his hand and turned away as a soft laugh escaped him. Anyone could see Issei's displeasure and Asia's fear. Zenobia frowned. The church has orders to kill anyone who possesses that sacred gear, a sacred gear that God himself ordered to be made because the beast it contains should not exist. So, like her, can Asia the witch accept a quick death and succumb to the light? Of course, that is, if she still has any remnant of humanity. Asia hesitated, unsure of what to do. Naruto simply laughed at the mention, causing the young woman to puff out her cheeks at being so blatantly ignored. Quite childish, to be honest. As expected from such a profane being, Zenobia looked at Naruto before sighing. Naruto let the boys' conversation continue. That is, until Kiba suggested a friendly fight between them. That interested him a little. Rias raised her head, looking around. The barrier that had been erected for the encounter between Kiba and Issei against the church's envoys had been created by the blonde boy, who was watching everything with interest. She saw how, with two-hand gestures, the barrier rose powerfully, unlike any normal barrier she had ever seen. This seemed almost oppressive. Naruto watched everything with interest, an interest that faded as the minutes passed. Despite everything he said, Kiba didn't fight seriously, Issei was overpowered, and the holy sword wielders were merely decorative in his eyes. It was completely impossible for them to fulfill their mission, after all, even with what they were, and as some recognized Kokubil's strength. There was no one in the city who could directly confront him. Well, for Naruto, that wasn't a problem either way. I should coordinate with the Fallen One so that Graphia isn't in the city on that particular day. The sound of swords shattering caught the blonde boy's attention. Kiba was on the ground with Zenobia pointing her sword at his neck. Truly pathetic, Zenobia exclaimed contemptuously. A smile spread across Naruto's face at that. Kiba was probably chuckling to himself at the woman's words. He might not be the strongest, but Kiba was far superior to any demon in the city. Issei might be a problem, but only if he used up every last one of his resources. Speaking of Issei, it was time to see in order to awaken Didrag. Before the gods were formed and made known as they are today, when everything was chaos, when everything known as life was still just a project. Dragons inhabit the world without rules, without ties, among them, so long ago that the world decided to forget. Two beings arose who would change the world in every way imaginable, but for that very reason, the change had to be forgotten. The Dragon King, above all, the dragon who held the life of all, the one who represented life and the birth of every being emerging from his waters. The Dragon King, the first dragon goddess, the primordial being from a great number of gods born from him. Tiamat, the mother of life, the first being recognized as a god and a concept. Beside that woman, no, that concept of life that gave birth to all that was known, the first person with whom Tiamat was for an eternity, the person she knew as a loved one who ended in a pathetic way by not being able to stop the number of gods that were born. Apsu. Tiamat's memories of that dark and lost time were hazy, but she could still clearly recall events that had never let her rest easy, not until she encountered the second generation of dragons, dragons that were present even before her. Didrag the Red was the person who saved a fragment of what was once Tiamat. Blood and entrails falling from the sky to the earth giving birth to all life, each god after that event decided to give birth to the same creation with different characteristics. Humans. The one who caused all the evil. The one who tried to destroy the peace. Mother. Creator. Life. A sword fell from the sky, cleaving the body of the entity known as Tiamat. The dragon goddess's body split in two, giving birth to beings and causing the world to be born from her blood and entrails. The other half, meant to be sealed and controlled until the end of time, could only watch as her own body was used as a means, a mere plaything of the gods she herself had spawned. With a single, damaged eye, Tiamat had to watch as half of her being was sacrificed for creation, all while the pain continued. Immortality was a good thing for some. Many gods would desire the immortality of someone like her, such an ancient being. But the moment Tiamat didn't attach much importance to not being able to die properly, was the moment she regretted her entire existence and only wished for one thing. Die. A loud gasp came, followed by a scream of absolute pain. Tiamat sat on her bed while hugging herself. There were no wounds, no scars, nothing. It was fine. Sweat dripped from the forehead of the woman with light blue hair. Tiamat's breathing was ragged, she gasped and felt fear, fear of everyone and everything. A god stripped of everything to become a mere dragon, known only for being the sister of someone like Albion. Tiamat was happy with that. Perhaps she was once strong, stronger than anyone, but she was still only of the third generation. Generations among dragons were separated by almost eons. Both she and Albion inherited extraordinary characteristics, the only difference was that she divided creation with her waters. Waters that no longer belonged to her. A world that rejected her. A soft laugh escaped Tiamat as she gripped the sheets tightly. Fear welled up inside her before she rested her head in her lap and curled up. Although all of that was no longer possible, and there was no one who could identify her, not when even Albion himself could not remember his origin, she still felt fear, and the possibility of something against her on a larger scale never completely consumed her. With a sigh, Tiamat lowered her feet to the floor and stood up. She stumbled a little before walking to the mirror in the living room and looking at her body. There were no scars left by the gods. If only she could live as a human for the rest of her life. I would be truly happy. Kaguya looked at the scene in front of her before putting her chin in the palm of her hand and resting her head there. Boring, all of it was boring, but the silly fox still wanted everything to be as the would-be crow wished. This is all pretty boring, to be honest. You can just go and finish him off, score points with the demons, and create more doubt. I don't see the point of this. Kaguya looked to her side and saw Naruto smiling as he ate a bowl of ramen. But doing that will only generate more suspicion from Sona. I don't really want that to happen, I don't need Serafal to try anything. Naruto closed his eyes before slurping the noodles forcefully. It's disgusting how you eat them like that, Kaguya frowned, watching the blonde man eat. I didn't ask if you wanted to see it the same way. Naruto's response made Kaguya click her tongue. The woman was dressed in a long blue skirt, low platform shoes, and a white turtleneck sweater. Beside her, Naruto was dressed as usual, black pants and shoes with an orange shirt and a black tie. I think what Naruto mentioned is more convenient. It's obvious you're going to be on his side, Grafia. It's like asking Tiamat who she supports, me or that idiot. They'll both just support him the same way. Kaguya clicked her fingers again, only to look ahead and see Tiamat sitting and smiling nervously. The nervousness was caused by Kaguya's words, since obviously, what she said was true for her. Well, we have nothing to lose. I mean, she's never been wrong, besides. Kaguya, your plans always end up. Kaguya frowned when the dragon mentioned that. Naruto laughed loudly at the two of them, and Grafia just sighed. The four of them really got along well with each other. Don't laugh at her, Tiamat puffed out her cheeks. She said this because she was afraid Kaguya would get angry with her and stop talking to the blonde boy. Tiamat-sama, I think you should stop thinking you can reason with Naruto. Grafia brought a hand to her forehead before massaging it. It's your fault, the silly fox is making fun of me to make you laugh. A nervous smile returned to Tiamat and was born in Grafia at those words of Kaguya. Naruto just laughed harder. The four of them were on the terrace of one of Kaguya's buildings. It was supposed to be just a regular meal between them. But this went to another extreme. They get along chaotically well. I blame Grafia for spoiling Naruto too much. But if we're talking about spoiling, then Tiamat-sama would be the one who spoils him too much. Kaguya is the one who gives him everything he wants. Don't put me on such a low level. A goddess obviously listens to her followers, that's why I know you're the one causing this. Is that so? I thought it would be you, so Grafia is the one who twists everything to her liking. I'm sorry, Kaguya-sama and Tiamat-sama, but you're the ones who always listen to everything he says and end up doing it. They both know it's their fault. But it's you. As the three women argued, Naruto laughed a little louder at the scene unfolding before him. Watching the three of them interact seemed like something out of a poorly told story. It was absurdly funny, and at the same time Naruto knew that the three of them liked each other and knew each other more than enough for this. Really? If only things could stay the way they are now. So I'm going to die, right? Naruto remained silent, watching the priest in the ruined church. Moonlight barely filtered through the damaged sections of the roof, providing a dim illumination. Fried was using this light to read the book in his hand. The Bible. No, but I don't know if you'll be able to continue with your part-time job. I gave one up, the other one I have is almost outside the city, but because of how busy it is, it's practically nothing. Meh, I'd rather die, to be honest. Fried stuck out his tongue and made a face that expressed his displeasure. But it matters a lot, Kiba-kun will be waiting, the old man and the crow too. Can I kill them all? You can do whatever you want, nobody's going to stop you, at least I won't. Naruto's sing-song voice made Fried squeal with delight. Ah, the Lord is giving me such divine providence. Fried dropped the Bible to hug himself before letting out a laugh. Ecstasy, just thinking about being able to kill the demons with freedom. The ash-haired man began to laugh and babble with his mouth open. A thread of saliva came out of the corner of his lip before dripping onto the ground. Naruto cleared his throat, making Fried look at the blonde boy once more. Closing his mouth and wiping his chin with a handkerchief he took from his pocket, Fried cleared his throat as well. I'll try to cause as much of a disturbance as possible. The girl who came here has Durandal, right? Fried spoke this time in a slurred tone. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. Even after so many sessions to straighten his mind, the man was still just as unwell. It's actually a well-kept secret, but at the same time, it's not, Naruto confirmed, making Fried snort with amusement. Ah, Fried hugged himself again in ecstasy. This will be beautiful, won't it, Kiba-kun? Fried's sing-song tone made Kiba smile as he watched the man recover. I have to congratulate you on your performance in front of everyone when the church envoys arrived. Naruto nodded, looking at Kiba. Oh, it's nothing, it's really easy to please a person who only believes in what they feel is real. Kiba's friendly smile made Fried whistle in approval. You've really progressed, pretty boy. Before, you'd think twice before doing anything against the busty redhead, now you're even plotting with us. Fried laughed softly before moving his neck from side to side. Priorities are different now, Kiba said, closing his eyes before starting to leave the church. So, Durandal, fun. Naruto watched the young man leave the church. Fried snorted in amusement before walking beside the blonde boy and also leaving the church. After a few seconds, Naruto looked at the sculpture in front of him. Did God really want to save us? After asking himself that question, Naruto began to leave the building. It wasn't his choice anymore, it didn't matter. Just as being Hokage had once been his path, now he had a new path. I just had to step on the rubble in this one. I really can't believe you spent all our money on this. A youthful voice sounded, only to be interrupted shortly after by a gasp that exuded indignation. Excuse me, but it's a picture of a saint. Kiba saw in the distance how the two church envoys were fighting because they had run out of money. It was truly amusing to see them blaming each other for the fact that people weren't donating to them. Kiba glanced to his side and saw Issei and Kaneko standing behind him. Kaneko knew the plan. Issei was the only one being manipulated for the benefit of others. As it was from the beginning. It's them, isn't it? Issei commented, looking at the two women. Kiba saw Issei's blush deepen as he noticed they were practically side by side. Kiba rolled his eyes and looked at Kaneko, who simply waved her hand, signaling him to keep quiet. In fact, Kiba confirmed. The three demons walked over to the two church messengers and stood in front of them. Kiba smiled before taking out a coin and tossing it into the donation bowl. Thank you, Irina exclaimed happily when she heard the sound of a coin falling. But her face instantly soured when she saw it was a 1-yen coin. To top it off, when she saw the blonde, demon-like man smiling at her amicably while waving his hand, she felt something was wrong. Ah. Irina hesitated to answer until Issei intervened and began to discuss the situation. Both Irina and Zenobia were initially going to refuse until Kiba suggested inviting them to a meal. Really? Sweet in words and actions, those actions added to the fine appearance of the blonde-haired young man and resulted in the image that anyone would have of a classic demon trying to make someone fall for a contract. The worst part is that they had achieved their goal. A wish. Something to yearn for, to want, to covet. From greed evil was born, or so it was often said. Was it too much for him to covet a world at peace? Where I didn't look for it, where I don't have to fight, where I only have to enjoy myself with the people I want to be with. Utopian. A wish becomes a dream when it touches that line that divides the possible from the impossible. But is it really impossible? Naruto watched everything from the roof of the academy. Priests fighting against demons, from priests to Cerberus. It was amusing to see how the demons' effort was becoming increasingly minimal. It almost seemed as if they'd thrown a zone boss into a leveling area. Naruto blinked at the thought. Kaguya was filling his head with all those games. A loud scream echoed through the air. Naruto looked down again. The demons were having trouble facing each other. Kiba was fighting Freed in a spot a little further away. It looked more like a sparring match than a real confrontation between two people who were meant to kill each other. It was clear that both swordsmen were having their own moment. The rest were fighting for their lives. You're not going to intervene, are you? Naruto turned his neck and saw Midelt standing behind him. No, if they die it's the world's decision. Naruto turned around again, looking at the war. Midlet remained silent, watching the smoke billow high into the air. The barrier the demons had erected was now a prison for themselves. The young woman glanced at a symbol she had been studying, a chakra-based seal. Inscriptions of it covered the academy's ceiling, lines of the same inscription fading into the distance from where the blonde man stood. Nobody entered and nobody left, not without permission. Sealed using chakra, it seemed that it was not necessary to possess internal chakra to be able to interact directly with the inscriptions. It was like using a part of what made up magic as a trigger for it. Another loud sound echoed. Midelt raised his arms and shielded himself from the wind that came from a nearby building. The gym had just exploded into pieces from a single attack by Kokobile. Pretty tacky, Naruto commented with a sigh. The blonde boy started walking away from the scene. Naruto-san. Midelt opened her eyes slightly and saw the blonde boy who stopped to look at her. I'm leaving for now, I have nothing more to do here. I'll raise the barrier soon anyway. I need Surzek or Serafal to come in and see what's going to happen. Silence. Everything the blonde guy mentioned. He seemed completely out of control. A drop of sweat slid down Midlet's cheek as the blonde man was about to turn around again and leave the place. Isn't Issei-kun going to be involved in all this? Naruto remained silent. The reaction Midlet expected was not what he saw in front of him. It was as if the man were someone else. Wasn't he kind to the point of always being in a dilemma with himself? I'm aware, but there's no need for me to intervene to save him later. Besides, you should know that right now, he'd probably let you die for the other demons. Naruto didn't want to sound harsh. But something as close as a conflict between them all was something he wanted to see happen. It was better that they destroyed each other. It's a shame it wasn't their time yet. Come on, don't worry, despite everything, it's not the day they'll die. Well, at least with some luck. Naruto opened his eyes and looked at the battlefield once more. The blonde didn't know what happened, but he could see it and feel it. Kiba obtained the balance breaker. Naruto whistled at that. It was much more progress than he expected. Perhaps Freed would die in this if he wasn't careful now. No, Kiba probably wouldn't do it, not when Freed's wish was for the blonde guy to kill him. Talk about weird relationships. He was arriving. Issei had blood in his mouth. It seemed impossible to finish off Kokobile, not when all the man did was move a finger and everyone present was already dodging imminent death. Weak. Issei felt weak, truly weak, standing before someone who wasn't even supposed to be considered a god. Arrogant to think he could take one on, perhaps, but that wasn't important to Issei. No, not what he truly desired right now. It was about protecting the people who placed their faith and trust in him. All because, in Issei's eyes, the demons who extended a hand to him in his final days with the fallen were his everything. With a shout, Issei charged at Kokobile again. It was no different from his previous attacks. No, it was simple. But this time, Issei felt he could go far, that he could shout to the world his love for Rias's breasts, that he could say with certainty that he loved being with the demons who revived him. A smile spread across Issei's face as he tried to go against a greater force. In the distance, Naruto applauded Issei's effort. He wondered, is this how God felt when he saw him fight against the three factions in a losing battle? Curiously, there was no happiness or anything close to intrigue at the sight of someone giving their all for something. It was sad. A laugh escaped Naruto's lips before he shook his head. The sound of footsteps echoed as a clone approached Naruto and Midelt. Valley is ready, he drops the barrier. Naruto stared at the scene in front of him for a few more seconds. It's a shame, the demons live again today. With a snap of his fingers, Naruto shattered the inscriptions. Instantly, the clone bowed before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Naruto stared at the spot for a few more seconds before sighing. Midlet had already left because of what he'd seen. The girl was somewhat afraid of him, he couldn't blame her. So far, she'd only seen what he wanted her to see. Not what it really was. The sky shattered the instant one of the barriers broke, shards of something like glass rained down from the heavens. Through the resulting hole, light streamed in, illuminating Kokubil's figure almost ominously before all the demons. Yet Kokubil himself remained still, merely raising his head to gaze at the figure towering above him. Silver and blue armor, blue wings that didn't move or generate anything, the figure seemed to be simply static in the air, waiting for something. Kokubil turned red, anger erupted on the man's face the instant fear arrived in the voice of the hitherto unbeatable and calm fallen warrior. The White Emperor was named and cursed aloud by Kokubil before Issei could identify the figure suspended in the air. On another level, that was what Issei could say when he saw the figure shining high with the fragmented sky of the barrier. The crystal rain of the same folded reality made it seem like a rain of resplendent light with the spotlight as the radiance of that figure standing on high. There was no warning, no words, no extra action. The silver armor wasn't on the ground, only a strong wind made everyone see the ground where Kokubil had stood. Now there was only the sad figure of the man lying face down, blood oozing from a severed arm and a hand draped over his right shoulder. Issei froze. Didraig applauded the sight. The red dragon roared with euphoria at the sight of that figure's power. No words were exchanged between the two dragons in their respective armors, but their excitement and thirst for violence were palpable in the air. Because of fighting and war. Your wings are disgusting, they're not like Azazel's, a sweet voice said, almost reciting rather than cursing. Issei looked at the figure with renewed interest. After all, he could see the bulk in the armor's chest. A volume that only indicated one thing. You wretched bastard, why don't you go and let that idiot pamper you and let that swordsman fuck you where you like it so much? Kokubil couldn't continue as blood flew around the area. Issei, who had been nearby, felt the blood fall on his face and get in his eye. There was no movement from Issei. He didn't even blink when Kokubil's heart-rending scream came as one of his wings was forcibly ripped off by the silver-wrapped figure. It was time for Kokubil's trial to take place. The following days passed for everyone else in the city as if nothing had happened, as if a war hadn't been on the verge of breaking out. All this occurred at a time when the demons of the city were becoming more and more nervous as the days went by. Mittelt had been at ease lately, while the demons had barely had time to interact with each other due to the circumstances surrounding the Kokubil incident. Midlet really wanted to support his only friend, who seemed to be in denial, but he couldn't say anything, couldn't do anything but watch from afar because of the hatred that was now present in Issei. In Midlet's eyes, it was understandable. Issei developing such an aversion toward the fallen was obvious. After all, everything bad in the supernatural world up to that point had come at their hands. But likewise, despite all his attempts to help, even from afar, he achieved nothing. Mittelt's phone rang just as she stopped thinking. The blonde girl let out a sigh, not realizing she'd been holding it in when she picked up the phone. Mittelt raised an eyebrow at the number dialed. Why did Valley send him a message? Are you really going to become a demon? A calm voice echoed in the room. There was no one else in the room except Kiba and Xenovia. They were both at Kiba's apartment. Apparently, Naruto had suggested he talk to her, and Kiba was grateful that Momo had been informed. After all, he was starting to enjoy the company of the young woman he had previously only considered a bit of fun. I have nothing more to do with the church. Besides, the demons, at least the Grimoire ones, from what I know and have seen, treat their own very well. I could use that change of scenery. Xenovia was on an individual sofa with a container of instant ramen in her hands. Is that so? To think you'd want to go from oppression to slavery. Ah, I suppose a maiden's thoughts are always difficult to decipher. Xenovia frowned at Kiba's words. She looked at the blonde-haired young man who was smiling with his eyes closed, waiting for some kind of answer. Xenovia wasn't going to give him that luxury. So what? I thought you invited me here because I thought you were going to convince me to become a demon. Didn't Rias order you to do that? Xenovia was curious. She put down the chopsticks she had been holding and looked at Kiba with real interest. Ah, that, Kiba said, sounding casual in his tone. This began to annoy Xenovia. I don't want you to become a demon, to be honest. There are easier ways to torture yourself. Kiba smiled at the woman, who now seemed confused. If the Grimoire girl didn't send you, then who did? A soft laugh escaped Kiba, causing Xenovia to frown. The wise man sent me. He's offering you an offer. Join us since you're leaving the church. I suppose you wouldn't have a problem with that. He doesn't want you to be a demon, nor does he want to use you. He just wants you to live as a human until the end. Xenovia remained silent. When they offer something that is really good, it's because it's a lie. If the perverted demon had told me, I would have accepted, but you. You are the definition of what a perfect demon is. Xenovia merely frowned at Kiba's shy smile. I may be a demon, but I was born human, lived as a human, and died as a human. But that doesn't mean that once my existence changes, my mind will change. Demons are just one species. If you're looking for the real demons, just look around you, because the true essence of being human is to be that. Zenobia could swear that the kind smile Kiba gave her was the same as an expression full of lust, joy, happiness and ecstasy, but no, it was just a kind and sincere smile. Truly human. Kokubile will be tried and sentenced, the cocytus has been opened and he will be locked away forever. Papers rustled loudly at those words. Azazel threw down the papers he had been holding just moments before, the leader's tiredness was obvious. That was expected anyway, Valley commented with her arms crossed under her chest, the young woman's calm face now holding a small hint of amusement. I know you wanted to hit him a long time ago. But rip off his wings. Well, it doesn't matter, he's going to be in eternal damnation from now on anyway. I know. When are the demons going to open the door? Azazel raised an eyebrow, but responded in kind with the truth. The door opens tonight. The preparations are complete. The important thing is to have it there before the meeting with the factions, Azazel remarked before standing up. The man who had been sitting at a desk felt his body tense as he put down so much paperwork. I see, it's not like anyone misses him anyway, Valley's words made Azazel sigh. Maybe so, but he's still one of my brothers, no matter how much I hate what he did, he's still one. Do you consider any of your brothers who didn't fall in that way? Valley asked with interest. Azazel remained thoughtful for a few moments before sighing. Hanging out with Kaguya-san only made you impertinent and eager to ask unnecessary questions. Anyway, it doesn't matter right now, get ready and don't make a scene when you go to the academy. Valley made a surprised expression that was obviously faked with overacting. How do you know? Azazel laughed at that reaction. I know the sage asked you if you wanted to bother Issei, I really do sometimes wonder why he spoils you so much. Because I'm adorable. Now you're adorable, before you were just a problem. I was always adorable. Of course, of course. Kokubile hated everything related to the sage, the dragons, and Azazel, he truly hated everything to do with them. But at the same time, he couldn't do anything right now, not with all the seals and the open door that led to the end of everything, from where no one returned or could enter freely. The doors opened, immense doors opened in front of Kokubile, chains were all over his body, his once high-quality clothes were now just a small piece of cloth covering his privates. Humiliating, degrading, and disgusting. He was going to kill the fallen one day. What he hated most was the fact that the goddess was disappointed in him. Kaguya was allowed to visit him once, only to see her eyes filled with an expression of such inadequacy that she didn't know what to say or how to feel. His entire plan fell apart, leaving only a contract hanging in the balance with a being who could manipulate reality at will. But that didn't explain why the sage removed the barrier at the last minute. No, Kokubile knew it, he had indicated a time for the high-ranking demons to arrive and witness the scene. But what Kokubile hadn't counted on was Valley's appearance. The fallen demon had caught a glimpse of him out of the corner of his eye, as if he were high atop the building where the sage stood. The expression of surprise at Valley's arrival was there. So it hadn't been the man's doing, which he could have sworn had he not seen his face. Kokubile wanted to sigh, but he couldn't with the gag in his mouth. The sound of a body falling was heard as the guards around him fell to the ground one by one as if they had fallen asleep. Kokubile looked all around. You seem surprised, Kokubile's eyes sparkled with hope as Naruto appeared, greeting him with a smile. The keys to his restraints in his waving hand could only mean he'd come to free him. Kokubile wanted to laugh, wanted to show his joy at having made a contract with a sage, even with everything he'd initially resisted. I was grateful. It's because I am, Kokubile blinked, that wasn't his voice. It was the voice of the blonde man he knew, but something was wrong, something was really wrong. It was as if the man was enjoying the way he was walking, almost crawling in front of him. Heat. Heat began to emanate from the door of eternal ice, heat that was not something I could even consider bearable. It was a strong and overwhelming heat. An enormous hand appeared in the doorway. A red eye peered through the door, a row of white teeth flashed before a shard of glass fell beside it. A shard he could barely make out. But I could see that a person was inside. Pale blue hair, a peaceful expression on her face, a body covered in scars, some horrific, running almost halfway across her body. Kokubile was surprised by the woman's extensive collection of wounds, but what truly baffled him was. It was as if its head was separated from its body. A strong, hot wind came out from behind the door before the steam swirled out, leaving a small figure compared to the giant glory that had been there before. Kokubile turned his eyes and saw something that puzzled him. Naruto Uzumaki, the sage's current vessel, walked out of the doorway of Cocytus. Steam was rising from the man's body. Something had changed, indeed. He was missing his right arm and had a collection of scars as crude as the woman in the glass, or even more so. It took you a while, Kurama, the well-dressed Naruto that Kokubile knew smiled enormously, as if he had just seen the most beautiful thing he had ever seen in his life. Ha! As if I were anyone to demand anything, brat, Naruto's voice, barely dressed in white cloth and with chains on his legs, spoke in a voice too deep. So deep it seemed he wasn't the same blonde boy. Blood-red eyes with a black grid were what blinded Kokubile before he regained his sight. Now the man understood. Anger was born in the fallen man who struggled on the ground. Blood splattered as the man's head exploded, staining the ground. Where the head of the previous cadre, a five-winged angel, had stood, now lay a bare foot. The clinking of chains sounded as the figure raised its foot once more. We were supposed to use it more, Naruto said, looking at the mess. He took a handkerchief from his pocket and covered his nose. You had 1,000 years to play with these fools, I had 1,000 years waiting to kill one. Wasn't it so important? No, honestly, Naruto commented before several clones appeared and began cleaning everything and organizing the guards. I'll leave them at a nearby bar with the effects of a hangover. The clones took out the guards and began to clean up. Naruto looked at Kurama inside his body. It really has been a long time, old friend, I see you recovered my body in good condition. 1,000 years to heal is plenty of time, so are we going to lose control? Naruto's huge smile was almost one of excitement. Naruto extended his hand forward in a greeting to his Kurama-controlled self. Kurama's laughter erupted before he squeezed Naruto's hand. Welcome back, partner. At that moment, Naruto closed his eyes and the world changed. Two became one, and one became everything. Everything that was united from the beginning. And that he woke up after a long nap. The Naruto in front of him, missing an arm, remained motionless. Once the whole thing returned to its original form, the extra arm was no longer needed. Crunch. At least one of them succeeded, Naruto said, his smile genuine. No, we did it, Naruto smiled back at himself. Before the Naruto in front of him could say anything more, the sound of shattering pottery was heard before the blonde's body turned white and fell into a pile of dust, leaving only the outfit he had been wearing. Naruto looked on with a sad smile. His self was once one was a whole, and a whole was what he needed. The original always ended up on a pedestal, while the copies were destined to fall to dust. Rest, you did a good job. I, Naruto Uzumaki, am grateful to you, Naruto Uzumaki. Hearing you say that doesn't clarify anything. A laugh escaped Naruto, lightening the atmosphere. I didn't expect that to be the case, Kurama. It never is, oh, whatever, come on, even this doesn't make sense, let's leave this depressing place and get your princess back. That's the most important thing now. Naruto walked over to the clothes that were left on the floor. It didn't take him long to get dressed, the only difference was that the sleeve of his right arm was now hanging loose. He walked up to the glass and touched it carefully. God decided to send them to a place where no one could recover their bodies, as a single sign of kindness, he buried them together, but now it didn't matter. Soon, everything will be as it should be. Stop being cryptic and let's go. A smile appeared on Naruto's face. Silence reigned for a few moments. Kurama remained silent for a few moments. Are you crying? There were no answers, nor was there any need to ask again. I missed you too, mate. Chapter 12, Harmony of Chaos. The sound of running water was loud enough against the silence in the bathroom. Kiba was staring at the swirling blood in the sink, blood that had recently dripped from his nose. Saji had hit him again after talking to Momo during break. Kiba was starting to get tired of having to put up with Saji. Looking up at his reflection in the academy bathroom mirror, he saw Saji's gaze. Dead eyes adorned the mirror because of the blonde man's presence. Kiba could finish off Saji whenever he wanted, he could finish off anyone whenever he wanted, but in the end, he didn't move, not when possibly the most terrifying thing in existence would be against him moving on his own for something as trivial and childish as dealing with pesky demons. Finishing wiping his face, Kiba sighed and looked at it. The bruises were gone, so he didn't have to worry about anyone seeing any signs of a blow. Despite how short Saji was, Kiba knew that in terms of resistance, he wasn't the best. After all, what good is resisting when you're never going to get hit? His speed was insane when he wanted it to be. Taking a few steps toward the bathroom exit, Kiba opened the door and saw someone standing beside it. Kiba's eyes snapped open, abandoning their usual closed state. The young man's smile grew when he saw Xenovia standing with her arms crossed, leaning against the wall, waiting for him. I didn't take you for someone who would be considerate of a demon. Kiba's kind smile made Xenovia stare at him for a few moments before she sighed. I spoke with the sage, he told me to let them hit you. If they want to move you, you'll move. Why let someone like that pawn hit you? You're the strongest demon present in this place. I know the Grimoire doesn't stand a chance, not to mention the wielder of the celestial dragon. Is that so? I'm just a simple servant of the Grimoire house, I'm not someone to remember or think. Kiba's smile made Zenobia sigh. I don't understand you. You do things like this, then things that make you seem like the worst of the worst. I'm not the worst thing there is. If I had to find the definition of a demon, it would be you. Zenovia's words made Kiba blink and look at the young woman, as if wondering if what she was saying made sense. Do you think so? I consider myself quite helpful to everyone. Helpful, smiling, you don't get upset, you make contracts, you play with people's good faith. Zenobia squinted as she looked at the young man. You're overthinking it, I'm quite forgettable. You and the bearer of the sage share quite a few similarities, Zenobia said, turning around and standing next to Kiba. Is that so? I doubt they're related, but their behavior is quite similar. Does Tuju-san know anything about what you really are? You're acting like you've known me forever. Didn't we just see each other a few weeks ago? I'm surprised you already have that impression of me. Your sword, your fighting style, everything about your fighting screams limitation. In the fight against Kokubile, another thing I noticed was your clash of swords with the former father Freed. Kiba didn't turn around, but he felt the steel against his neck. Zenovia's sword was at his neck. The young man raised his hands in surrender before looking around. There was nobody there. What's your relationship with him? You knew about his actions, his fighting style, his fight. Was it practice between you? I know you had a past with the church. Is Freed connected to that? Zenovia's question made Kiba raise an eyebrow at the mention. The blonde man sighed before slowly turning around, coming face to face with the young woman with blue hair and a green streak. Zenobia didn't see him, she couldn't follow with her eyes as the young man in front of her moved. It was instantaneous. She was no longer holding her sword to Kiba's neck, but now she was on her knees. Kiba had his foot on her shoulder, and the sacred sword was in her hand. The sizzle and smell of burnt meat began to fill the place. Isn't it easier to create a sword than to burn yourself? It's obvious the sword is rejecting you, Zenobia said calmly. Maybe, but why not try using it? I have a sacred demon sword, it's not like this is that far out of my league. Kiba's comment was followed by the sound of the sword falling to the ground. Oh, I expected that. Kiba's hand was trembling, the burn was quite extensive on his palm and fingers. Zenobia remained silent, saying nothing in response to the young man's actions. She simply watched as he took a handkerchief from his pocket and covered his hand. All of Kiba's behavior up to this point had been elegant, his voice eloquent, and his demeanor impeccable. From his time at the academy, she could see why he was called Prince in Kuo. It's a shame that the reality was that he was nothing more than a demon prince. It was a pleasure talking to you, Zenobia-san. The principal wants to speak with you at the end of class. Kiba's calm voice delivered the message, which could already be heard in the background due to the blonde boy's footsteps. Zenobia stood still, staring at the young man's back. What happened to the people Naruto associated with? It's good to see you, Director, Rias said politely as she sat down across from the blonde man's desk. Naruto looked calmly at the red-haired young woman before smiling. It's also a pleasure to see you, Grimoire-san. How did everything go with your servants? I heard they had trouble with Kokubile. Rias was silent for a few moments before answering politely again. It's not something someone who didn't offer even the slightest help should be involved in. The city was on the verge of collapse, and you sat in your office as if it were just another day. This only reinforces the fact that your status as the city's owner is completely unfounded, Rias said firmly. She only grew angrier when she saw the man's smile widen. Giving the man a second glance, Rias narrowed her eyes. He seemed taller, more muscular, and his hair was somewhat shorter than usual, indicating that he had cut it yesterday, which was odd, since she knew that he had cut his hair very recently. Perhaps. It doesn't matter, I'm still the owner, and there's not much you can do about dealing with demons. If you want to ask someone to change owners, you can send a letter to the goddess Kaguya if you want. Rias remained silent at the mention of that name. Naruto smiled at the young woman's face. It was obvious she was going to think he hadn't contributed anything, not even a barrier to protect the place, but that's not how it worked, he had put up a barrier around it. Except it was to help Kokubile with his invasion. I don't think that's the only reason you came to my office. I know how much you adore my presence after all. The blonde man's smile made Rias feel her nerves rising up her neck. That bastard was driving him crazy. I want to pay for the freedom of the Sona members, Rias's voice sounded calmer. Naruto raised an eyebrow at those words, he hadn't expected her to ask for the freedom of an opposing house. Rias herself had 2 members of her peerage under her command. Curious, perhaps the redhead thought they were already safe somehow. Interesting. So you want to pay off Serafal's debt. Because Sona's debt was added to Serafal's. Rias blinked when she heard that. How on earth did Sona let something like that end up tied to the debt of one of the demon kings? With a sigh, Rias remembered who she was dealing with, someone more demonic than the demons themselves when it came to dealing with people. Truly, Naruto Uzumaki was terrifying. The young woman was about to get up and leave, paying Serafal's debt was a lost cause. Something like that couldn't be covered even if all the powerful nobles gathered together. But before she left, Rias saw something that caught her attention. The blond man's right hand was covered by a black glove that contrasted sharply with his orange shirt and black tie. Have you had any accidents lately? Rias asked curiously, it seemed like something the young woman knew about. Recovery with magic. There were a couple of side effects when you reached that point, increased height, hair, and muscle mass could be among them. Now that Rias remembered, there was some information, not very reliable, but it existed. That the director was dying. No, I was just a little more tired than usual, so if I'm a little paler, sadly, it's not that surprising about my hand, I wouldn't consider it an accident, but there it is, I'm somewhat fragile after all, I'm human. The blonde's smile grew when he noticed how Rias seemed to gain confidence. If that's the case, I hope he recovers soon, director. You look too worried, is something wrong? Naruto walked until he was standing in front of Azure, the real Tiamat. They were both standing in front of a tube where the body of the former Dragon Empress was. In front of them, the naked body of the woman was present, a translucent red liquid was inside the huge tube where the woman's body floated. Another scar, Tiamat said, bringing a hand to her neck and touching the spot she had been looking at. What appeared to have been a seam running from side to side across her neck. Naruto remained still, he knew what the woman was thinking, how she acted towards his body, which in his eyes was broken by so many scars that covered the woman's body. Something like that will never take away from how beautiful you are, she said, her words cheesy and out of character. But they were the words she wanted to say, the words she'd longed to say from the start, seeing the look of concern on the face. A corpse should stay where it is, the woman's voice was almost a whisper. Raising her hand, she touched the glass of the tube. The red light that glowed inside bathed her face. Hands rested on the shoulders of the woman with cyan hair, and she gasped at the touch. Naruto didn't know what to say. So much time had passed, and yet he was still the same fool. Perhaps he changed his way of thinking in some aspects, but in the end, he was still the same idiot. An idiot who couldn't stand to see the woman in front of him was wasting away. Don't worry about the scars, there won't be any left. That's why we postponed your transition to your original body. Unlike me, your situation wasn't urgent, the blond man chuckled, trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere. A small smile grew on Azure's face. When the gods divided my body, the damage at that time was something that could never be repaired. Any power, any sign of might or supremacy that crowned me was eaten away to create humans. It's curious how each human story has a different creation story. The gods really had fun when they created each human. Naruto remained silent at the woman's humorless words. Is it okay for me to continue existing? This is the second time the other gods have wanted me to die, to cease to exist. The woman's silence fell before she received a hug from behind. Is it okay for me to keep living? Naruto's footsteps as he left the room after leaving Azure were calm, almost silent. The blonde boy went downstairs to the living room. Kaguya was there, hovering with a book in the air. Boots and tight pants, a black sweater and a white coat were worn by the woman in the air. Problems. Your face says you had a rough time. Kaguya's voice was calm as she looked at the blonde boy who sighed. She's letting herself be carried away, she doesn't want to reincarnate, but at the same time she does, she's doing it because of everything I did, she thinks it would be ungrateful or too self-indulgent of her to just follow such a selfish thought. Naruto brought his left hand to his forehead and massaged it. This whole thing was giving him a headache. Rabbit, having trouble staying calm. Kurama's voice came from the background. Kaguya raised an eyebrow at that. Peaceful. Ignore him, he just wants a reaction from you. Naruto's voice sounded tired before he sighed. The man slumped onto the bed, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. So much for it to come to this. I'll really be quite disappointed if things continue on their current course. Naruto put a hand to his forehead and covered his eyes before lowering his hand again. The light illuminating the blonde boy's face diminished as something obscured everything in front of him. Naruto opened his eyes and saw Kaguya flying above him. You look pathetic with that expression. The woman's voice was calm, her face blank, but her eyes showed concern. The dead gaze of an inert goddess was gone. I don't know what you expected from the beginning. Just because you couldn't see how pathetic it was from the start doesn't mean it isn't. Are you still indulging yourself? I thought you'd gotten over that. My mistake was thinking that after so much time something would change in your empty head. Naruto smiled at the woman's voice. After stopping flying, Kaguya lay down next to Naruto on the bed. She was looking at the ceiling just like the blonde boy was now. It's quite depressing how things ended up like this. Have you thought about what you want to do? Kaguya's voice was calm. The woman closed her eyes and turned to snuggle up next to the blonde man. This is absurdly strange. I don't know what they did in the last 1,000 years, but this is beyond my comprehension. Kurama's voice echoed in the blonde man's head at the ancient goddess's actions. A smile grew on Naruto's face. The three of them were together, the last remnants of a rotten world like theirs, a world that probably met its end at the hands of people who openly preached that they were right. The blonde man's left hand, which was under the woman, moved and brought her closer, giving her a hug. The blonde man curled up and put his head on the woman's chest, as if hiding from everything. So much power and you come to give such a presentation. Kaguya opened one eye and looked at the blonde man who now had his eyes closed and was leaning against her chest. I can end this, destroy this world, everything, but what good is that? You know better than anyone, power isn't just for the use of a minimal action. Naruto curled up more. Kaguya did not understand the man's thinking, even after speaking with each user and interacting with the blonde man for 1,000 years. She still didn't understand why he found it so difficult to do things. Perhaps she could call him weak, at least regarding his mindset of not wanting to kill anymore, but she herself was grateful for that way of thinking in the man. After all, he could have destroyed her sooner. Kaguya's hands rose to the man's cheeks and slowly caressed his face. Naruto seemed to relax, the touch of the goddess, the only one he was supposed to fear because of the limitless potential of an Otsutsuki. He couldn't care less. That touch, that small sign, the hug that followed after caressing his face. Naruto could only feel a warmth spread through his chest at that. He was enjoying the woman's touch, the rough and silly way the goddess comforted him. In the end, Naruto never knew why that touch felt so good. Midlet was looking down at the courtyard from the rooftop. Things were moving faster than before at the academy. Now, with everything Kokubile had stirred up, her status as ambassador wasn't exactly welcomed, not because of the demons in the area. It's curious that you're here. Midlet turned around and saw someone walking up to his side. Azure was smiling calmly when she saw the young woman. She gave her a doubtful smile. I was just thinking for a bit. Midlet's voice was now neutral. Turning her neck and looking toward the courtyard, she saw him, Issei now being held by the hand by Grimori and Akeno. Although Naruto had promised to intervene regarding the actions of the fallen angel, nothing had happened yet. Anxiety began to creep into Midlet's mind, thoughts of worry and despair flooded in relentlessly. Why not do something? His logical reasoning told him that the blonde man was waiting for the right moment. The man had waited more than 1,000 years for this, but now she felt she couldn't hold on any longer. It's not good for a pretty girl to make such a scary face. Azure's hand rested on Midlet's head, ruffling her hair. The young woman wanted to protest, but she knew something. He could raise his voice to anyone, except her. Possibly any sign against the ancient Tiamat would be seen as asking for the wise man to come and kill. The sound of footsteps reached Tiamat's ears. She heard and sensed someone entering. The woman remained unfazed. They were just the little demons, after all. Perhaps she couldn't access the power she possessed in that broken body that was once hers, but she was not a primordial being to end up being controlled by a few demons. Excuse me, the voice behind the rooftop door sounded as Midlet turned around and saw him. Sona and Tsubaki went inside and looked around for more people. Sona nodded before stepping completely through and being followed by Tsubaki, who closed the door behind her. It's good to find you here, Miss Atiya. Sona's voice was calm as she looked at the woman with pale blue hair and a kind gaze. Oh, you're little Shitori-san, aren't you? It's good to see you as student council president. The woman's kind and calm demeanor made Sona pause for a moment before nodding to herself. So she was unaware of the supernatural. Sona dismissed that thought. She didn't think she was ignorant. In fact, but I would prefer that you didn't call me small, in relation to a role model. Although Sona sounded calm, internally she felt offended by those words. Midlet silently observed everything. She knew Naruto was watching, but there was no need to worry. After all, the blonde boy saw everything in this academy, even if he did have his blind spots. She didn't think she would leave anywhere the Empress passed. Oh, my apologies, I deal with children a lot. It's quite common for me to call them that. The woman's smile only grew wider. Now Sona was only seeing something that was the most obvious thing about the woman. It was like seeing an innocent child who was happy with everyone. Overprotected, that's what Sona could say about Azure. The blonde guy must have overprotected her from everything in her childhood for her to end up like this. But that wasn't what mattered. The woman's potential was absurd, to the point that there was no way to measure it. It wasn't a sacred gear, but something more was there. A reincarnation, perhaps. It would be good if you left this place, Uzumaki-san, Midlet said. It took her a couple of seconds to realize that it was Sona who had spoken to her. She had forgotten that she had adopted the sage's surname to make things easier, but the number of times she was called that was so small that she never got used to it. I think I'll be fine here, Midlet's voice was calm. Sona raised an eyebrow at the fallen man's denial, but said nothing more. Well, I'll be frank with you, Miss Atiya, Sona walked until she stood in front of the woman. Do you believe in the supernatural? Midlet's eyelids fluttered open and closed at the question. She glanced at Azure's face and saw no reaction, no change in expression, nothing to betray her. Just a face of innocent confusion that indicated she didn't understand Sona's words. Midlet sweated a little at the dragon's well-groomed expression. She was more than she seemed then. Supernatural. Werewolves and vampires. The confused question made Sona sigh. You can say that, yes, but I'm being a little more specific now. Have you read the Bible? Sona's question made Azure look at her for a few moments before nodding in visible confusion. Sona sighed. This was going to be more complicated than he expected. He didn't think the woman would be so ignorant about this. Everything related to God, angels and demons, I suppose you know it then, Sona nodded, seeing the confirmation from the woman with light blue hair. That's good, because then you know what demons are. Well, you have a demon in front of you now. Tsubaki and Sona's wings spread wide at the last mention of that. Azure's eyes widened at that. Sona could tell it was surprise. Internally, Tiamat was chuckling a little at the innocence of the young demons. Issei felt strange. For the past couple of days, his head had been spinning, and he felt his body getting increasingly strong. The chestnut-haired boy closed his eyes and concentrated. Didrag had been quiet, he hadn't spoken much to the dragon lately. Issei got out of bed and walked to the bathroom. Although he had been going in, the change he noticed when he opened his eyes and looked in the mirror was strange. His body was much more defined, the lower part of his pajama pants. Weren't his clothes a little too small? Issei looked at his hands. Where had those scars come from? The brunette brought his face closer to the mirror and looked at himself. It wasn't just his hands, his torso was also scarred, and there was a small scar that ran horizontally across the bridge of his nose. With his fingers, the chestnut-haired man traced the mark and noticed something when he stared at himself in the mirror. Wasn't his eyesight a little blurry? So, is something wrong, Issei-kun? Rias's voice sounded as friendly and pleasant as ever. The brunette smiled and looked at the red-haired girl. Rias glanced at him and noticed something she hadn't noticed before. Even though she had slept next to Issei, she was only now noticing the slight change. Wasn't he a little taller? Besides, Rias narrowed her eyes and noticed something else odd. Issei's smile wasn't lustful, excited, or anything like that as usual. It was a polite, courteous smile. Issei-san, can you come here for a moment? Asia called to Issei, who smiled and walked over to the former nun. Rias silently looked at Issei. It had been, how long? 2 days. Now that she thought about it, the blonde boy had started acting differently. His actions, the way he walked, his gaze, his expression, his more polite demeanor. It was like seeing a nobleman. Ah, I'm sorry, Asia-chan, but I can't read what it says here. Issei's voice sounded nervous. The brunette put a hand to the back of his neck and scratched it nervously. The young nun had given him some papers with the homework she needed help with, but Issei couldn't read it. How about we pick up some glasses after class? Besides, there are some things we need to do, Rias said calmly, walking over to Issei and Asia. The young woman hugged Issei, and he smiled at the touch. But it wasn't a lustful smile as usual. Odin is in the city. Graphia's voice sounded calm as she reported this to Naruto. The blonde man nodded at the mention of that. Looking once more at the silver-haired woman, Naruto smiled at the sight of her in casual clothes again. It was good to see Graphia relaxed once more. They were both in the blonde man's office. Now that the time for the faction meeting was approaching, it was also the moment when he should focus on doing what he had in mind together with Kaguya. It's not as if they wanted to sow chaos, nor were they beings who held any particular grudge. They were simply two people I couldn't forget. No, Naruto couldn't forget things and let them go. Not like before, not like he always did throughout his life. How much time had passed already? The days in Konoha sounded really distant now when she looked back. Odin will probably give us free rein, just let's avoid touching his companion, Graphia said, her voice flat. Naruto nodded in response. One of the factions that granted him considerable freedom was the Norse. One of its bearers ended up in that faction some time ago, hence how he delved into Nordic magic, for Naruto, the strongest type of magic because of its way of using energy. Odin was utterly paranoid, but when it came to being on his side, he was a good ally in the end. Probably the only person he would even consider facing, even with his strength restored, was Odin. Perhaps he wasn't strong enough, but in terms of what the paranoid god was capable of, he was far more dangerous. Like Azazel, Odin might not have been the strongest, but they always looked for ways to avoid major problems. Who's with you? Naruto looked up at Graphia. She was lying on the sofa, stretching her legs, and let out a gasp. Naruto smiled at the sight of the woman closing her eyes and watching as she settled into the sofa. It was evident from the woman's face that she had not slept properly again. Is something wrong? Graphia's calm voice sounded. The blonde man smiled at the woman's now much more relaxed reaction. Nothing, I'm just admiring you a little, the blonde man said softly, almost a whisper, as if he were unsure if what he was saying was right. He raised his hand to his mouth and covered his face slightly. It wasn't that he was ashamed, but now that he was back to where he'd been from the beginning. His body. Everything felt so unreal. To think that after 1,000 years, you're only interested in that demon with your head down there, Kurama's voice interrupted the blonde boy's thoughts. Naruto froze. He looked around, expecting to see the fox, who was just laughing inwardly. Are you alright? Graphia's voice sounded somewhat worried at that point. You mentioned that there might be some aftereffects from leaving your body all this time. Passing from host to host, from person to person, like a mere tool. Graphia's voice grew emptier and emptier as she spoke. Graphia, Naruto extended his hand as he walked towards the woman. Nobody is a tool. Even me. That was a blow to everything Naruto had in mind. Raising his hand, which was going toward the woman's head, he saw it. A face wrinkled from trying to hold back tears. Tool. He, more than anyone, could know what it meant to become that. How many times did the blonde man pray and beg anything and everything to take away all his power and leave him as just another ordinary human? A normal life, a life which he could live with the people he loved, all according to his happiness and that of others. No wars, nothing but a smile on everyone's face. A smile that he so longed for Graphia to have on her face. Depressing, to the point where he thought that the woman was only a reflection of that person who sought freedom 1,000 years ago. Graphia had died the day the citadel fell. Only a servant remained, who had limited vision and wore bandages to complete and end the blindness the world had given her. Graphia sat down, and the blonde boy didn't hesitate to give her a hug. It was depressing, to say the least, how the blonde boy almost cried. Why had they given her so many emotions if she was going to suffer so much? His humanity is what allowed him to endure to this day. There was a time when he thought it best to be just a sacred gear under someone's command, waiting until the end of time and becoming an object adrift. A fitting fate for someone as vile as he was, someone who massacred the Otsutsuki clan, including children, all in pursuit of the liberation of that race. Perhaps it was a mercy killing. I wouldn't know, I didn't want to know, I didn't need to know. I just wanted to be happy in that world. Graphia was gagging from crying. It was strange how the so-called Ice Queen could be so emotional if you ever got to know her. She was nothing like the stereotypical cold woman. Perhaps in another world, with other circumstances, with other people, she would have been more stable, less emotional, calmer. But now only a remnant of sanity remained in the woman's mind. It's okay, as long as you're happy, as long as you feel something, as long as you enjoy something, it'll be fine. Naruto felt the woman's arms wrap around his neck and Graphia pressed her body harder against his. I always hear the same thing, you say it's okay, but you also consider this as bad. We're not even remotely anything like heroes in a story, not in this story, the woman's voice sounded somewhat broken. Naruto didn't know how the woman could be so calm. But being with him made her break down so easily, like she was doing now. Part of him liked it. It was a side of him that only he could see, that only he had the right to see. Kurama remained silent, but he sensed something he hadn't expected from the blonde boy. At first, it was with the dragon during his first days in this world, but now, with the demon before him, Naruto was developing something that was beginning to worry the Kyuubi. Obsession. An obsession that had sustained the blonde man for 1,000 years, an obsession that was beginning to border on the unhealthy. Kurama wasn't an idiot, he had seen both Tiamat's and Graphia's schedules. Initially, Graphia's freedom was a little higher. No, it wasn't freedom as such, since the man didn't repress her to keep her in one place. Now Graphia had had an adjustment to her contract. Kurama wasn't quite sure. Was it when the blonde man spoke and mocked Graphia once again for having spent a night with her husband? He didn't care. Gradually, Kurama watched as Graphia's time in the demon world dwindled, and now it had reached this point, where the woman practically belonged more to the blonde man than to her own husband. A huge smile spread across Kurama's face. Naruto hadn't changed, but to say he was the same as before was incorrect. The blonde man didn't change because before he was looking for two things which the fox always saw: recognition and a family. In his time, Kurama remembered how the blonde boy acted calmly, humbly, to say the least, regarding his obsession. Hinata was the first person to be with the blonde boy. The fox knew it. It wasn't that Naruto loved the woman. Naruto loved the fact that she paid attention to him, and then came acceptance and an obsession with not letting her go. It was quite good that Hinata was so in love with the blonde boy. It's not that Naruto did anything wrong. Kurama knew him better than anyone. He knew the control the blonde boy had over his actions. But he also knew how his thinking truly worked. A man repressed by an obsession with certain things, who had to sacrifice himself because he considered himself the only one capable of completing that action, Kurama could tell. The blonde man's sincerity and charity were real, as was his honest concern for others. The man harbored no hatred within himself, because his head was elsewhere. Naruto's actions were in the right place, yes, but his mind never was. He always wanted something. Greedy, the man was truly greedy. He masked it with a lie that he himself believed. Altruism and voluntarism. The first time Kurama understood the blonde's thinking was when he started pursuing Sasuke for being a friend, not that Naruto couldn't have another friend. It was the fact that he needed that friend. Returning to reality, Kurama saw the blonde boy hugging the silver-haired demon tightly, almost desperately. This was something he could see in Tiamat. But the climax was when Naruto was around Kaguya. Kurama remembered him from so many years ago, and now that he saw him in the present era, he could only wonder how the man hadn't locked the last Otsutsuki away somewhere and just stood there gazing at her all day. Was it because they were from the same world? It could be. Naruto was much more than just interested in the Otsutsuki. It was always like that, how Naruto would stare at her, almost waiting to do something or for her to do something. Did paranoia turn into a comprehension of it, and that comprehension turn into an almost absolute obsession? Naruto never showed it. Even now, he never showed any sign of change in his face before the ancient goddess. No one but the fox knew it. And it's not like it matters where the blonde guy wanted to stick his thing. It's okay now, everything's going to be alright, the blonde man said, his hand moving up to the nape of the woman's neck, pulling her closer to him. The Citri heiress's cameras had been removed, and there was nothing left to see what was happening now. Graphia stepped back slightly and stood face to face with the blonde. They were looking directly at each other, their faces just inches apart. A question arose in the blonde's mind. Was this what he wanted? To say no would be a lie. All this time, he'd been watching her from afar. That's why he already had a contract ready with the woman. He was always watching her, from afar, no matter the era, the moment, the place. The maid's face was the only face he could see for as long as he had. With Kaguya, he had his limitations. Tiamat, the Dragon Queen of Chaos, for at least the first 500 years, didn't let him near. Unaware and ignorant of everything that happened, he was able to speak with Graphia on occasion. The memory of the blonde man was amusing. Was that the 18th century? One of his hosts had donated his being in exchange for saving his family. The blonde man had seen the woman enter that castle. It had probably been because of a contract back then. The blonde man was a doctor at that time, or rather, his host had been. That encounter with the maid in the castle made the faith she always had in her remain. In the end, Graphia was a good person, who was forced to be the way she was because of what surrounded her. The demons. Kaguya had been the sole survivor of her clan, and it seemed that things were getting better. Wouldn't it be better to do the same with demons? It didn't matter now, there was no reason to hold back, not after this. She had spent the last 1,000 years watching from afar, unable to possess her own body. It didn't matter how much she longed to be with one of them or to receive some kind of comfort from those who had truly mattered in her life. She wasn't going to defile them with a hybrid chimera body like the one she had for so many years. Their lips met. Naruto pushed Graphia away. She looked away before closing her eyes. There was something Naruto saw in her eyes as she willingly accepted the kiss. Doubt. Was she thinking about Surzek? Graphia could feel the blonde man's hands beginning to roam over her shoulders. It felt good, the warm touch made her feel as if everything was alright, but a part of her mind screamed that something was wrong. Was this because of clinging to Surzek for so long? Doubt was sown. The woman tried to move her hands to separate the blonde man, but her body rejected the command, simply letting itself be guided. They were both on the sofa in the academy's office. What was that situation? Does this place make you uncomfortable? You probably did it with Surzek in his office more than once. Naruto's voice sounded friendly as always, so carefree, affectionate as always, but there was something Grafia was sensing in the blonde's voice, something she couldn't quite put her finger on. Was it that discomfort? It was possibly the first time he had heard that tone from the blonde boy. It wasn't obvious as such, but it wasn't something that could be ignored, not when Naruto never spoke to him in a way that wasn't kind or completely calm. Grafia couldn't answer. A kiss that she instantly returned was given. The blonde man's hand went up and opened the woman's shirt at the top, making it fall to the sides of her shoulder, leaving the woman's chest exposed only protected by her bra. Grafia remained still, opened her mouth to argue something, but the words did not come out. This was not like Surzek, not that the man was bad, quite the opposite. The Crimson Satan was anything but impotent below, but there was something that was always missing. That warmth that was generated in her upon contact, the blonde man's hands running over her soft white skin, almost as if she were melting at the touch. Naruto seemed more than happy with the action the woman took when unhooking her bra. Naruto bit the woman's neck. Another moan escaped the woman, who was now hugging him and wrapping her legs around him. Little by little, they both lost themselves in each other. And sin was born. You look especially spaced out today, Fried said, looking up at the person who had walked up to stand in front of him. Kiba walked over and sat down next to the old priest. He was sitting on the steps of one of the parks. The man was smoking, his hair was tied back, and he had a look on his face that suggested he wasn't paying attention to anything around him. Why do you think God gives us something only to take it away? The man threw his cigarette to the ground as Kaniko's cautious footsteps approached them. I don't know, God didn't help me much. Well, at least his followers only caused me problems. Kiba's smile didn't waver. Is today Kalawarner's birthday? Fried didn't even bother to say anything else. He just stood there, his hand going to the breast pocket of his shirt. He glanced at Kaniko for a few moments before lowering his arm. Sometimes he wished he would never be sane again. Things were easier when I only needed to cut anyone off. It's strange to find you in this part of town. I suppose this park is where he died, isn't it? Kiba's question brought Fried's smile back to his face. It is. It seems you forgot. You're not so different from me after all. Both men smiled at each other before bursting into laughter. Kiba's was more subdued, while Fried's was frenzied. Kaniko frowned at that. She didn't understand what was so funny that it made them both laugh. Besides, the fact that they understood each other. Kaniko knew, as much as she loved Kiba, that the blonde boy had certain tendencies. Psychopathic tendencies that were becoming increasingly apparent. The sage seems to have reformed you well. Do you regret that? Kiba's question made Fried stand still for a few moments before looking away. It was better to be ignorant. Not that I care about people, but possibly one of the few people who really interested me is now dead. God's blessing didn't last long. After all, what greater pleasure is there for a priest than to be able to sleep with an angel? The man's enormous smile made Kaniko take a step back. Instinctively, she stayed behind Kiba and looked at her partner's face. Horror gripped Kaniko when she saw a smile too wide to be the blonde man's. Both Fried and Kiba were sharing a smile too broad for a conversation about a friend's death. What you regret most is not being there, right? Kiba's question made Fried's smile widen. Did I mention that you're my favorite demon? Issei was standing next to Rias. They were supposed to be receiving an important guest today, but there was no indication from Rias to clearly mention who it was. Can you see well, Issei-kun? Akino's question made the young man turn his eyes and glance sideways at the black-haired girl. Issei looked straight ahead again, ignoring the woman. The young man felt strange. Why didn't he feel anything when he saw Akino? Rias noticed this, and Akino felt a little hurt at having been ignored. Issei had been acting strangely lately. Since his increase in height and muscle mass, as well as the partial loss of some of his vision, the young man with brown hair had been acting too cordial, to say the least. It was almost as if the manners were forced upon the young man. You could still see that, how Issei seemed to hesitate in his actions, but ended up doing them, how he seemed to repress something, but in the end ended up doing it. It was quite strange to see how little by little, Issei tried to repress himself more and more, even though in his words, he said that he wanted it. He wasn't moving a muscle. Something resembling a limousine pulled up in front of where the Grimoire demons were standing. The long black car stopped where they were and drove past to the front door, where a woman in a gray suit got out first before walking to the front door. Issei, who had looked bored this whole time, adjusted his large, round glasses. The light from inside the limousine reflected off the lenses, obscuring the green glint in the brown-haired young man's eyes. A look that did not belong to Issei. The platinum-haired woman who opened the door didn't notice the brunette's intense gaze, much less the smile he gave her. Rias caught a glimpse of Issei's smile out of the corner of her eye. It was cryptic. She couldn't discern what the brunette was thinking when he smiled, but did Issei always have such pronounced fangs and canines that they could be seen? Odin is already at the academy, so as far as I know, the rest of the leaders will most likely arrive soon. Valley and Loki's plan is still underway, isn't it? They are. Odin is an ally, yes, that's why their plans may matter less. Valley isn't going to die, so don't give me that look, Naruto replied, looking at Kaguya who was flying in front of him. Kaguya cared more for the wielder of Albion than she would ever admit. After all, she had watched him grow up and cared for him. It didn't matter. Furthermore, Valley himself often called her Mom when he wasn't thinking about the situation. The blonde boy found it amusing how embarrassed she was by that. I know he won't die, after all, I'll intervene myself in the worst-case scenario. Have you already encountered the wielder of Didrag? A few days ago, before I woke him up, or rather, before I started to wake Didrag up, it was funny, it was like we mentioned, Didrag is taking over Issei, it's slow, yes, he's still completely Issei, the change was almost entirely physical. Won't this anger Midlet? You're practically killing Issei for Didrag's benefit. Kaguya flew to one of the shelves and took a bottle of wine along with a glass, then poured herself a glass. You saw the same thing as me, you know why I do it, Tiamat, not Azure, the Dragon Queen of Chaos is in my house right now. The glass that was about to touch Kaguya's lips stopped halfway before she looked at the blonde man once more. Was this one of her requests? I'm surprised that she put her wish above Midlet's. Naruto fell silent the instant Kaguya mentioned that. He closed his eyes and walked to the window. He was in Kaguya's building. He stepped inside and touched the glass that connected to the outside world. He saw everything below, people walking and going about their lives like any other day. All of that was quite beautiful, a world for humans. Made for humans and only for them. Naruto blinked at that thought. You're racist, yes, Kaguya's voice came from the background. Indignation appeared instantly on Naruto's face. Racist? I'm not. I'm not referring to humans. For you, humans are humans, just as for me, they're all the same. You're racist towards supernatural creatures. The blonde man shut his mouth instantly. While he strongly considered wiping out the other races to grant complete freedom to humans, he also didn't want anyone else to suffer. You massacred my entire clan. Your people deserved it. I agree with that, Kaguya nodded, taking a sip of wine shortly after. Naruto frowned at the woman's words. It's not that I want to kill all supernatural beings, Naruto's voice was calm. Only those you can't fuck then. Now you too. I learned it recently, it's quite funny actually, I learned those two terms to refer to you recently. The one about you being a bastard who slept with every female dragon in the Red Dragon Empire. Naruto's silence continued while he gave Kaguya a look of disgust. Is that really the case? The blonde man's question made Kaguya nod. The doorbell rang before three men in black suits entered. What was most striking was the white veil with the symbol of a red moon in the center. The three men bowed before staying inside the room and kneeling. We have everything prepared for the movements you asked us to make, one of the men said. Naruto noticed something about them. It wasn't that they were fighters, two of them possessed physiques at the peak of human capabilities. Yes, it was also possible to see them using chakra. The blonde boy glanced at the goddess for a moment. Was Kaguya demonstrating its use to humans once again? Amusing. The third one, the one who spoke, was thin. A censor. That was all Naruto could manage to say. Those three people in front of him couldn't possibly be nobodies if Kaguya had let them into her apartment. People with power in the human world. A president and two directors of international companies, Kaguya's response made Naruto raise an eyebrow. Summons 4. You don't want a human uprising, do you? One country and two businessmen is still a pretty small representation, Naruto sighed. The smile Kaguya gave him suggested that something was wrong with what she said. Have you seen the moon? The blonde man was confused, but decided to look outside in. A red moon. I didn't think you'd fall for the futile attempt to control humans once again, Naruto said. His trust in Kaguya was unwavering, that was something no one could take away. But I was sincerely questioning this. I'm not manipulating anyone, well, not again, apart from erasing you from history as such so that not even those who were at your meeting recognize you. The only thing I'm going to do is give a guiding hand to those in charge. I still don't know whether to be grateful for that or not. Does Azazel already know that I'm the sage? Naruto's question made Kaguya shrug. I don't know. Perhaps. He didn't see you directly either. He has his suspicions, but I don't think he believes you're the sage himself. He most likely thinks, like Seraphil's sister, that you're being controlled by the sage for the most part. The woman flew and stood beside the blonde man, looking outside. A humming sound came from Naruto as he turned around and saw Kaguya in front of him. What do you plan to do? I can feel Graphia's presence all over your body. Naruto opened his eyes at the sudden change of subject. What? Naruto asked, surprised by the situation. Did you give up after so long and at the final goal? Kaguya's question made the blonde man frown. Why do you bring this up? Naruto walked over to one of the sofas inside. He was followed by Kaguya, who sat down next to him once the blonde boy was seated. It's because of Azure, Tiamat, whatever you want to call her now, the Dragon Empress. I guess, as always, you're terrible with women. After that mention, the blonde man's brow furrowed even more. His displeasure was all too obvious. I suppose I can't speak as such, since I don't properly understand how you beings with complete emotions think, but I know what's wrong and what's incorrect. Kaguya placed a hand around the blonde man's shoulders before looking at him intently. How do you think I would feel if I had a body deformed by scars and the person who accepted me was now involved with a woman who possesses a perfect body? Silence. The blonde man remained silent in the face of the woman's logical words. Oh, Naruto's mouth opened in surprise and understanding. Have you become smarter now? Kaguya pouted at the blonde boy's question. You were always the pinnacle of knowledge, that's why I always contradicted you when you did something stupid that you didn't understand. Kaguya settled into the man's lap before lying down on his chest and closing her eyes. You look tired, Naruto's voice sounded worried. He didn't think anything could hurt the woman, but this. Didn't he seem too tired? This isn't like a genjutsu as they call it. The moon, while I can use it as a catalyst for everyone, for 1,000 years I've been constantly spending chakra so that you wouldn't be recognized. It may seem easy at first, but you know that the chakra recovery rate in this world is quite poor. The goddess's voice sounded tired at that. Naruto's eyes widened at the mention. He was surprised because it was the first time he'd heard of it. He hadn't thought something like this could affect Kaguya. Not all of us are monsters like you. There are entities that are very annoying. You know very well that in this world at least, hiding something from Odin is absurdly difficult. While the gods, as such, are not as strong as one might imagine, they still have strengths where they are quite annoying, mostly in this area. Kaguya clicked her tongue at that mention. So you're tired then? Naruto asked the goddess. I haven't slept in 1,000 years, Kaguya remarked with distaste. I can doze, try my best to disguise my rest. I don't need to sleep, I know, but it's a pleasure too. It makes you more human, Naruto's voice came accompanied by a smile and a cheerful tone. Really? The goddess had grown to be an existence that could understand humans. The blonde man's hand went up and patted the woman on the head. And so? You deserve it for your effort. It's unpleasant. Silence fell after the blonde man's pause. Why are you stopping? The bathroom faucet was constantly dripping water. The shower was working the same way. Issei was vomiting in the bathroom. The brunette had felt tired, dizzy, and out of sorts these past few days. He wasn't himself, he wasn't like he usually felt about anything. It was as if someone was putting more pressure on him than ever before. Issei-kun, are you alright? It's been quite a while, unless. Are you feeling a little lonely? A soft laugh came from the other side of the door. Issei glanced sideways as the doorknob moved only to be stopped by the door being closed. Didrag, what's going on? Issei's question fell on deaf ears when there was no response once again. It was as if the red dragon had suddenly ceased to exist. Was this why he was called the dragon of sloth and gluttony? Honestly, red glutton suits him quite well. Issei stood up and began to clean himself with tap water before going into the shower to refresh himself. Almost a minute later, something dawned on the brunette. He was a pervert, not stupid. Red glutton. Issei's question was directed at no one in particular. The chestnut-haired man looked at his hand where his sacred gear used to appear. Scales and claws replaced flesh and nails. It wasn't like when the sacred gear emerged by force. No, it wasn't so simple now. It was as if his hand now belonged to a real dragon. Didrag, why aren't you answering? Issei's voice sounded more desperate than before. The reason for his fear was the changes in his body. At first, he received bonuses. He was seen as quite the heartthrob these last few days because of his growth spurt, the muscles that had developed, and the glasses that completed his now more adult. Issei was speechless when he looked in the mirror and realized he could barely pass for a young man his age. It was as if he had aged to 20 overnight. Another thing the chestnut-haired man didn't like was the fact that he stopped enjoying something that was giving him so much happiness and joy. The breasts were beginning to lose their appeal. Issei moved his hands and slapped his cheeks. This couldn't be happening to him, not after so many years of dedication to his cause and his perversion. Why was it that suddenly the only thing that caught his attention were women who weren't demons? It was as if his body rejected the idea of being with one. The Valkyrie who arrived stirred in him the emotions he'd lost with Rias and Akino. Midlet ceased to be something he could see, something he could spy on, or something he could feel for her body. Little by little, his tastes were being distorted. The chestnut-haired boy knew it, that's why he denied with all his being that he didn't enjoy being around girls. Why did Asia now mean nothing that I could call anything beyond adorable? Turning off the shower, the brunette walked to stand in front of the mirror once more. Why were there so many scars on his body? Issei carefully walked past the one that scared him the most. It was one that passed right over his heart. What was all this? I'm surprised you're approaching me even knowing that the leaders of the three factions might know something about this, Naruto said, extending his hand and gesturing for the person in front of him to sit down. Oh, is it wrong to see an old friend? Odin spoke as he walked into the principal's office. Behind him, the silver-haired Valkyrie entered. Naruto stood in the middle of the room. Once Odin and the Valkyrie had taken their seats, he walked to the chair behind the desk, sat down, and carefully observed his guests. Kiba, can you get them something? Valkyrie looked cautiously at the two blonde men. A young man, a student, she thought, seeing the uniform the young man was wearing. The young man, was he blindfolded? It was strange, his friendly smile and his entire demeanor screamed kindness. Perhaps she was being too paranoid. Huh, isn't that a Grimoire demon? Odin scratched his beard as he looked at the blonde-haired young man. In fact, Kiba Yuto, I am a knight of Rias Grimoire, the young man bowed and spoke eloquently. Polite, the Valkyrie thought. Haha, there's no need to behave like that, at least not in this room. By the way, how much longer do you plan to keep going without introducing yourself? Odin reprimanded the woman beside him. The woman gasped before looking around in confusion as she remembered that indeed, she had not introduced herself. I am Rosweiss, one of the Valkyries in the service of Odin, the woman said, bowing and placing a hand on her chest as she introduced herself. The woman gave a solemn bow. I understand, but this is between the old man and me, so how about you accompany Kiba-kun and walk around the place a bit? Naruto looked at Kiba who nodded. I'm afraid I have to be by Lord Odin's side all. The platinum-haired woman was interrupted when the god raised his hand in a sign that she should be quiet. Alright, I've known this bastard for a long time, Odin's smile widened. He's not someone you should worry about. Kiba's footsteps were the next thing heard after Odin's words. Extending his hand and looking at the Valkyrie, he invited her to come out. Kiba smiled and waited for her to reciprocate. The platinum-haired young woman was struck by doubt upon seeing the offer, especially since it came from someone with a rather attractive appearance. No, that wasn't right, was he, 3 years younger than her? But the difference wasn't that great, anyway. Odin burst out laughing at the sight of the Valkyrie's doubt, and her babbling followed immediately. Kiba raised her other hand and covered her face to hide how she was laughing. The silver-haired Valkyrie looked as though she were about to cry at the laughter of the three men in the room. It was as if they were making fun of her. All right, come with me, Rosweiss. Kiba's voice was calm as he extended his arm again towards the Valkyrie. Rosweiss looked at the hand. She hesitated for a few more moments before taking it and leaving with the blonde man. She has a rather peculiar bodyguard. Did you bring her with you to make fun of her? Naruto asked with a smile. No, although it may not seem like it, his skill level is top-notch. It's just that, as you just saw, the wielder of sword birth is one of those you trust most. I have faith that nothing will happen to little Ross. Odin leaned back in his seat before glancing out the door one last time. Although it's rather strange that he's so willing to do this. Naruto said nothing. In recent days Kiba had become much more distant, more out of it, as if he were waiting for something that wasn't coming. Was it because he was holding back from hitting or going against Saji? Kiba was probably starting to get tired of Saji's blows. While they weren't exactly harmful, they could still cause discomfort if they continued. She was glad that he was teasing Odin's companion a little, at least it would distract her a bit. Kiba has been acting really weird lately, I should talk to him later. So, what do you think after all this, considering your planning methods and actions, and your plan itself? This isn't your first mass extermination, is it? Odin's question pulled Naruto from his thoughts, and he saw the god smiling at him. No, it isn't, was a simple answer, an answer that meant everything. The testimony that the human named Naruto Uzumaki left for all the inhabitants of his world. Oh, something I could have foreseen, but don't you want to do the same here? Kaguya mentioned that she has no problem with the extermination of demons and angels, she wants humanity to become independent of any supernatural being, but you know very well where that's going. I know, Naruto nodded. We're not going to do it. I know what that can cause. But humans shouldn't live with so much influence from supernatural beings either. Odin nodded in agreement. I like you in a way. The Norse separated themselves from humans to leave nothing behind. There's no legacy, no blessings, no privileges. They isolated themselves and let humanity go its own way, Naruto said calmly. Walking around the room, the blonde boy looked at the books on the shelves. Taking one of the books, he returned to his seat and looked at Odin. War is a sad thing, isn't it? Chapter 14, Embers. The tenor's voice singing in the background was something that calmed Kiba. The water ran from the tap as she stared at her hands. The blood flowing from her hands seemed like it would never end. He had bathed in blood once again. Why was he trying so hard? The young man didn't understand. Why try something for both Momo and Yura? Are you still planning to keep pouring water on your hands? Kiba looked calmly at Yura with a smile. The woman had approached and stood in the doorway. You've been washing your hands for over 20 minutes now, by the way, they're already clean. Kiba blinked before looking at his hands. Clean and without any sign of dirt. Oh, I must be a little tired, I haven't been able to sleep well these days, the respectful response made Yura click his tongue. How long have you been doing this for the wise man? It's been a couple of years, I was the first, Kaneko joined later, but she's not assigned these kinds of missions. So. Playing with Midlet, the vague answer made Yura blink. That's all. No, as her executioners we do more than just play with the wise man's daughter for that reason. She is not his daughter. Kiba's smile widened. It wasn't a threatening or malicious smile, nothing like that, but it was there nonetheless. Yura took a step back. I would think clearly before making that statement in front of the sage. Kiba's smile only made Yura more uncomfortable. How is Momo-chan? Momo-chan. Yura let go of her fear and blinked in confusion at the way the young woman was being referred to. She's fine. I came to tell you. Thank you. In the end, you didn't let us get our hands dirty, despite everything I thought about you. Yura paused, unsure how to continue. I thought you enjoyed killing, but seeing you in moments like just now makes me think otherwise. It was Kiba's turn to be surprised. Why did you think I liked something like that? The gentleman reached for a nearby towel and dried his hands. Even though his exposed skin was perfectly clean, Kiba's shirt was completely stained with blood. Yura didn't know how to answer. She shouldn't be afraid, Kiba was being beaten by Saji, and she was stronger than Saji, but the strength he displayed against the pawn and the strength he saw when they were sent together was not the same. Oh, don't worry, if you don't want to answer I won't force you. Yura swallowed when she saw Kiba's bright smile once again. Yes, that was the smartest thing the young woman could manage to say in response to Kiba's advance. Of course, a light laugh escaped the blonde-haired young man before he closed them as usual. It was in moments like these that Yura feared Kiba the most. That perpetual smile with closed eyes. In some ways he reminded her of the sage, but there was something more primal about Kiba that made her want to back away and run away. Instinct, perhaps. He didn't know, but he wasn't going to tempt fate either. No, I guess sincerity helps build trust, Yura said as she saw Kiba standing in front of her. She was considered tall, that was a point that always worked in her favor, although a height of 1.70 m was not something that was extremely high, it was where they were. If Kiba Yuto was correct in his memory, he was of a similar height to him. Why did Kiba suddenly appear much taller than he actually was? Was it the pressure? You can speak with confidence, those words almost made Yura attack. Something didn't feel right about the blonde man's kind words and smile. It was strange, as if they were there to compensate for something, but it didn't make sense. Why display that attitude? Why fear Kiba? You look pale. Tiamat jumped when she heard Naruto's voice beside her. She turned her head and saw the man with a look that was a mixture of confusion and concern. This. The man didn't wait another second before approaching Tiamat and touching her forehead. So much concern over just a small change in her. Tiamat's smile widened at that. If only everything had been like this from the beginning, from the moment she became aware, then nothing would have been as it is now. Could her parents, entities that were only concepts in their time, look at her with happiness now? Not being the mother of the gods. Just being another human being. I just had a few things on my mind, it's about this. I'm not stupid, I know you plan a lot of things behind my back, but I know better than anyone in the world that you would never do it to hurt me. Azure waited for any response from Naruto. But the laughter that came from the man was not one of those responses. I'm sorry about that, I know I do things you won't like to know about, I know you have every right in the world to know what I do, but at the same time, I don't want it to change the way you see me. It was Azure's turn to laugh. Do you think one or two negative actions will change how I see you? The woman's feet touched the floor as she stood up from the sofa. She had been resting quite a bit. This was the last week she was going to be in this body made only of a container. Unlike other women. The blonde man did dare to touch her, knowing that at that time her body was also just a vessel for her true self. Now the blonde man was back to how he had been from the beginning. The same scars, the same bruised body, and without his right arm. But no one could deny the power that the man now had. What was that feeling you had when you saw him for the first time after so many years in his original body? It wasn't fear, but at the same time, it wasn't a feeling of joy or anything like that, it was strange. It was as if the man was no longer the same. He wasn't lying when he said he was weakened at that time. As far as he knew, his body had been in a critical state despite his activity and power, but then, wasn't even the man's current strength the epitome he had once reached. A monster just like her. A soft laugh escaped Azure before she wrapped her arms around the blonde man's neck in a hug. The difference in height was evident as she gazed at him from her position pressed against his chest. The enormous smile on Azure's face made Naruto's eyes widen. How could he have gone 1,000 years without seeing the woman smile? He had done so much, he had done so many things that he regretted to this day, but seeing her smile. It restored her sanity, as if all the bad things she had done had been forgiven. Why are you crying again? Azure's calm voice made the blonde man hug the woman tightly, as if he left her for a second she would disappear once more. I'm happy you're here. You shouldn't be like this. Naruto couldn't see the woman's face. The woman's white pajamas clung to his orange dress shirt. What do you mean? Naruto's reply was gentle. The man had closed his eyes and simply enjoyed the moment, embracing the woman's body and touching her hair, intertwining it with his fingers. You have both Kaguya and Graphia by your side, the woman's gentle reply made Naruto press her closer to him. Azure laughed at this. You're a fool sometimes. They want to see you smile too. You mean a lot to both Kaguya and Graphia. Tiamat's hand passed through the blonde man's hair and played with it, just as the man was doing with hers. You speak as if I'm leaving you behind. A sad smile crossed the face of Tiamat, the ancient primordial goddess. She was grateful that the man couldn't see her face, grateful that she could control her voice and not sound broken. It's fine even if you do that. Tiamat felt the blonde try to pull away from her, most likely to face her. But she held him in the embrace and wouldn't let go. It's okay, I know you care about Graphia, I know you were with her so much, with Kaguya, right after you got your body back. There's no need to make excuses, I know what my body looks like and I know it's impossible to treat, all those hideous scars just. That's not it. The blonde man had separated her and grabbed her arms so that they both faced each other. The blonde man's face contorted when he saw the pale blue-haired woman with gagging and tears on her face. Why have I lived all this time? Tiamat pulled away and took a few steps to distance herself from the blonde man. She placed a hand on her chest and pointed to herself. I've been alive from the beginning. Even when I was in that sacred gear, I knew the day would come when I would free myself. I can't be held captive in the same way that I can't die, the woman shouted before bringing her hands to her head and kneeling. Tiamat, Naruto tried to move forward only to see the woman crawling backward on the ground. Don't call me that. Horror was etched on the face that until a few minutes ago had only shown happiness. She's dead, she should be dead. She's not the goddess you think she is. Tiamat is the dragon of Karma, daughter of Didrag and the Empress of the Red Empire. Naruto stood still as he watched the woman crash into the wall and cover her ears. I cannot die, Tiamat's simple answer made Naruto look at her doubtfully. My very soul has been damaged, my body has been destroyed countless times, I have been hurt in so many ways, but in the end, I can never die, I can never leave. There was no response from Naruto. He remained silent and waited for the woman to finish speaking. He knew that if he interrupted her now, she would never again express her emotions like this. The woman's sobbing only made Naruto close his eyes. I've been alive since it all began. I remember every day without sun, every night without moon, when there was nothing on this earth, when there was nothing in the world. At this point, the woman raised her head and looked with red, tear-filled eyes at the blonde man. Naruto bit his lip, frustration growing within him. It was she who always asked him if it was worth continuing to live as he was now. As if she didn't know if she deserved it. There are only 3 current entities older than me, and 2 of them are dragons who never had the strength I had. Albion was a pacifist idiot before he became the war-crazed one, and Didrag was a weakling who only had a good heart. But even those 2 fools were happy to live. But I always wondered, is it worth it for me to continue living? The woman stood up and walked without paying much attention to where she was going. She glanced at the luxurious room, the small bar in front of it caught her eye. What is living? I know that despite your mentality you have lived a lot, haven't you? Tiamat asked before placing her hand on the marble countertop, walking around it. I used to see time as so small, Naruto began, moving closer. His black shoes echoed on the floor. Tiamat looked up and saw the man's feet, his black pants, orange shirt, and black tie before her gaze fell on his face. It pained him to see that black prosthesis instead of that rough but warm hand. Naruto's left hand reached out and took Azure's right hand. It was a gentle pull, as he drew her toward him once more. Tiamat remained still, burying her face in the blonde man's chest. Naruto saw her, so human, so emotional, so vulnerable. Was this the ultimate result of immortality? I used to think living 100 years was a long time, you know. Naruto's smile widened before he ran his hand through the woman's hair. His left hand, with which he felt nothing. That made the blonde man snort with amusement. 100 years, looking back it seems like such a short time, you know, stories, they lived happily ever after, or so vague. What happened in the end? Were they happy in the end or only in their last moments? Forever doesn't mean there weren't ups and downs, there might be fights, there might be arguments, hatred, but in the end they were happy. I'm looking for a happy ending, but one that isn't vague. I want to see that happy ending that's promised so much, but I also want you to see it. Laughter came from Tiamat. I will always be the only one who can see that end, I am always the last, look at me, Didrag is nothing more than a tool that kills in madness, Albion too, the ancient dragon kings as well. Every entity that once thought it was above all is now nothing more than a tool and a piece in the clock of some system, only I remained unaware of it. It's okay to be last. What? Seeing everyone die. Knowing your body stays the same but you can't die. Azure's sarcasm was more than evident. It was strange to see her acting out of her usual calm demeanor. My children killed me once, I've been murdered so many times, but in the end I come back. I can't die because there's no concept of death for me. I'm always me. Have you ever wondered why everyone believes in a different god? Tiamat raised her face and stared intently into the blonde man's eyes. Life was created from my torn body and flesh, but that doesn't mean it was the only one. God also created life independently, as did the Greeks, the Norse, and those of the Japanese pantheon, and the list goes on. Each one created their own version based on their consciousness. Every human believes in them because they were born from them. Those who deny their creators are just blind people who have their eyes open to something greater but don't understand it, so they fear it. Why are you telling me all this? Why did you decide to become a god? The blonde man's eyes opened. God. It was a heavy word, a strong concept, he had never called himself by that title, no, he had always been human. You are not human, the blonde man's eyes widened at the woman's sudden response. You are not human, a beast or a calamity, you do not belong to the living because you have died, but neither to the dead because you cannot die. Naruto remained silent for a few seconds. I wanted freedom. Freedom, Azure exclaimed before laughing and resting her face against the blonde boy's chest once more, but this time it was much calmer, much more peaceful. That reassured Naruto. Yes, I suppose you've heard of Kaguya's clan before. I didn't know them as a clan, I didn't know them as such, but I knew of their existence, I knew who they were, but I didn't know anything, I didn't mention anything and I was ignorant because I didn't even know they had a name. I suppose even they didn't want to enter here. If they invaded this world, it was a long time ago, I suppose when the concepts of this world were being established. In fact, the time in which they lived in their heyday, you, Great Red One, Ophis and God, and that's without mentioning other gods. The age of the gods, as some call it, no, they assessed that this world had such erratic energy that it was not worth extracting it. Did you talk to them? They complained quite a bit. At that time, I was alive, and so was Apsu. He got angry easily and didn't hesitate to kill one of the 2 who came. To think that you could deal with them. Now the world is not what it once was, everything is in decline, the world changes, but just like always, I remain the same. No, now there is a difference. Which? I'm here. Azure looked the blonde man in the eyes. The warm smile was something she didn't think she truly deserved. You still haven't answered my question. I am not God, neither are you, nobody is God. Naruto's response was ambiguous. Don't you call Kaguya a goddess, recognizing her as the only one. It's more of a title than a concept. If I had to give it meaning, then I would have to point the finger at someone, and I can't do that. So why did you decide to fight for freedom? It was desperation that turned into curiosity, Naruto said, scooping Azure up out of nowhere, startling the woman for a moment. Naruto's smile widened as he saw the woman's face clear of all discomfort. Curiosity. Tiamat wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck and pressed herself against him. It was funny that, despite all these years, he still treated her and carried her around like a princess. As if there were no possibility that she could change, and he was happy about it. Have you ever truly felt free? Tiamat blinked at that sudden question. Have I been free? Naruto carefully lowered her before extending his arms. Why do we feel restricted? The blonde man began. Why don't we know genuine freedom? What if we really get to know her? That's the point. What does it tell us that we don't know what freedom is? I mentioned earlier out of desperation, but that desperation turned into curiosity because I wanted to experience something. If anyone had experienced it. Kurama's voice made Tiamat look the blonde boy in the eyes. Red eyes were fixed on her. That made sense, given that the voice from a few moments ago had been superimposed. I wanted to wipe out the Otsutsuki, Kaguya's clan, because of the threat they posed, but as time went on, I didn't see it clearly. What I was doing seemed unreal. That's when I realized something. Tiamat felt the blonde man's left hand rest on her face. Naruto lay down next to her once more. I realized that no matter what I did at that moment, I was tied to them. Why did you feel tied down? Azure asked with renewed interest. Because it made me realize that my whole life I've been tied to something, and that I've never experienced what it's like to be free. Naruto smiled calmly, almost sweetly, at Tiamat. In response, the woman let out a soft laugh. I don't think it's been like this your whole life. Even I have experienced being free. Do you know when I learned that I used to be free to do what I wanted? When I realized that I was banished and destroyed. Freedom is felt when you experience something you've never experienced before. Naruto finished what the woman was trying to say. Something like that, only in my case it was the other way around. I lost everything, I was reduced to something so simple, but it was there that I experienced that I could do everything. The time we spent, Diedreg, Tiamat, and you in that cabin, were the happiest moments I had, without depending on anyone, without having to attend to anyone, without having to do anything other than worry about my family. Azure let out a pleasant laugh as she commented on this. It took me a while to realize that too, Naruto said, settling more comfortably onto the sofa. Azure followed suit, staying by his side. Have you been in that situation too? Now that I think about it, you never told me much about yourself before you embarked on your journey through the Otsutsuki. There's not much to say. Can you believe that in my world I was initially considered weak and talentless? Naruto's smile widened as he saw Azure's surprise. How monstrous were things in your world for someone like you to be considered a failure? Naruto's laughter came out at the end. No, it wasn't like that, it was a real failure. It was much later that I gained power, you know. I always wanted to be the leader of my household, but that's where my first shackle came in. I lived according to everything I thought I should live by. If everyone looked down on me, would I have their respect? I wanted to prove the world wrong about me. That sounds a bit selfish. Because it is. Did that make you happy? Naruto pondered Azure's answer for a few seconds. No, I wasn't happy. Why? Curiosity permeated her tone. I wanted to be seen by others, I wanted recognition, I wanted everyone to see me as someone important, but when my time came, it was no longer necessary. Time is something I will never be used to. Isn't time a really sad thing? Azure's statement made Naruto smile. Faces that fade with time, people you can't remember what they looked like. In the end, death is not oblivion, it's just an awakening. Do you remember everyone who was once by your side? Naruto remained silent for a few seconds again. I want to do it, I want to remember them, I want to know what they were really like. Were they really as I remember them? Was my life really that unhappy? Naruto felt Azure's hand on his cheek. I hate the passage of time, because it makes me think about what has happened and what will happen. That's fine with me, Azure's smile confused Naruto. Why? It was the blonde man's turn to ask. Because it makes you human, the woman's enormous smile made Naruto open his eyes at that. I am too far from being what was once known as the human Naruto Uzumaki. You're not. You're not. Both Kurama's and Tiamat's voices sounded at the same time, causing the blonde to open his eyes. I don't know how long you've lived, but listening to you I can tell it's been a very long time. You must have been very lonely, right? It's okay, the voice said, almost maternal, almost like a symphony of calm. You don't need to be someone else for me. You don't need to be someone else for anyone, even if you end up being the worst scum in the world. Don't worry, I'll still be there. A small line of tears began to form in Naruto's eyes. Why did those words hurt and delight her at the same time? I wasn't asking him to be a hero, I wasn't asking him to be a savior, a dictator, a sovereign, a king, or a genocidal maniac. He just wanted him to be himself. Naruto Uzumaki. A kind-hearted idiot who wanted to do his best for everyone. Only this time, it was time to let others do their best for him. Thank you. The blonde man tried to say. The words wouldn't come out. It was strange for him, how suddenly it was so hard for him to say anything. I was alone. I was scared. Fear of being forgotten, of being replaced, of being forgotten and being nothing more than a vain memory that no one would ever value. Was that the right thing to do? Okay, I'm here, the blonde man said, almost as if it were a signal, deepening his embrace. They had changed positions, now the blonde boy was burying his face in Tiamat's chest. His sobs were more than audible. It was the first time in his life he understood that he didn't need something to be free, that he didn't need a general judgment to live. Because he was himself, he had value as a person. Sometimes I worry about what I've done to you, Azure said kindly. Naruto raised his head and saw the woman. Do me? I didn't understand. She had only given her best for him from the beginning. There was no way there was anything negative to say about her. You've been obsessed with me for these 1,000 years, haven't you? Azure's smile went unnoticed by the blonde man who refused to raise his head. No, just. You wanted to go back to those days, it's something that limits you, it's something that limits us. Naruto raised his head and saw the woman's sad expression. It was a look as if she were waiting for something else to happen, for him to tell her that something wasn't right, that it was wrong. That it was just an illusion. No, you don't limit me, really. I really want you close, let's go back to freedom, Azure interrupted the blonde man once again. Gently pushing him, she made them both sit on the sofa. The woman looked sad, and the blonde man didn't understand the meaning of that look. Did you ever experience the freedom you had when you came to us? The woman asked, posing a question to herself before continuing. You've lived focused only on others, but at the same time, when you arrived here, the first thing you did was become obsessed with Diedrich. You know, there was a time when I thought you were going to take my husband away from me. Azure's light-hearted laughter did little to erase Naruto's grimace, but he didn't respond. The blonde boy had been a bit too diligent in everything the dragon had mentioned. Well, maybe it was somewhat irrational at the time. I know, that's why I'll always be grateful to you. You gave so much of yourself without us giving you anything in return at that time. They gave me freedom, my whole life, it was because of others, the general thinking of others, from childhood, until when I was the leader of my people, and even after starting my journey to the end, I only did it in the opinion of others. Naruto didn't want to cry, he really didn't want to. He had lived too long to be human, and he would continue to live even after, now. There was no one in existence who could kill him, even if he wanted to. He could no longer die. We just gave you one more shackle. No, you may call it that, but for the first time I knew that I wanted to do something of my own free will. The dragons and I didn't follow you because of what you were before, we followed you because of what you were at that moment, we still follow you because of what you are even today. I appreciate your words, truly, but in the end, aren't you clinging to something you've never experienced? These were no longer Azure's words. Tiamat was speaking. No, I don't think so. Even if another 1,000, no, 10,000 years pass, I would still be grateful to you from the day you helped me. Naruto's confidence gradually diminished as he watched the woman's radiant smile fade. Thank you, huh? Naruto's eyes widened. He brought his hand to his mouth and looked at the woman, who shook her head to herself. I always wondered if I deserved to keep living, but, in your eyes, do you deserve to keep living? The question snapped Naruto out of his previous stupor. Did he deserve to live? In his opinion, it was a resounding no. Tiamat seemed to understand that. She stood up and placed a hand on the blonde man's forehead. If you find the answer to that question, come find me, she said, kissing the blonde man's forehead. The woman stood up and left. Silence. Naruto didn't understand. Did he deserve to live? Once again the answer was no. The blonde man's mouth fell open when he understood what the woman had told him. Now he understood her refusal, because she had always acted the way she had since his return, because she refused to return to her body even though she was receiving treatment. Yes, he didn't want to live. Why would she do that? The peace treaty is taking shape. Serafal slumped into one of the armchairs in Naruto's office. Is that so? That's good. Naruto's smile only made Serafal click her tongue. The woman pulled a pack of cigarettes from a small pocket in her skirt, took one out, and placed it in her mouth, lighting it with a small flame from her fingertip. I thought that no smoking sign would make you understand something. Naruto sighed when he saw Serafal giving him the middle finger. Of course it would. The office door rattled a couple of times as someone knocked on it from the other side. Serafal looked at the blonde man as if she was waiting for him to say who he was so she could leave or just ignore everything. It's Sona. The answer made Serafal smile. She stubbed out her cigarette, stood up, and went straight to the door. Sister, are you alone? Sona's question was followed by a big hug before she was pulled inside the room by Serafal. My adorable little sister, Serafal said, rubbing her cheek against Sona's head. I see she's as open to your affection as ever, Naruto teased, making Serafal laugh along with him. My little sister is just a bit shy. Please, sister, separate. Sona tried to push her sister out of the hug. Sona looked at her two companions. Serafal let out a snort before parting ways, but not before giving her sister a kiss on the forehead. God. Sona was now blushing with embarrassment. She didn't even want to see the director now, given the situation. Besides, she was practically with two of her. Oh, don't worry about me, you can go on, Naruto said, waving his hand dismissively. Sona tried to speak. Why have you come to see that bastard? The question, asked with the best of intentions, in a childlike tone and with an innocent smile, did not match the term used by Serafal. I wanted to ask something. Me, could it be that you've finally gotten over your rebellious phase and are now seeking advice from your director? Naruto's smile made Sona click her tongue. Was Sona-chan in a rebellious phase? No, Sona shouted, only making Serafal more worried. You know what, we can discuss this later, sister, but it's good that you're here, because I want to ask a question, something that's always been bothering me. And that would be it. Naruto looked at Sona with a smile. What is my sister's debt? Silence. The friendly atmosphere was broken the instant that this was brought up in front of both of them. It's not important, Serafal said dismissively, as she finally processed what her sister wanted. Are you curious? Now that I think about it, I've never mentioned it to you. Naruto's smile grew as he saw Serafal's face contort. You promised. It wasn't under contract, Naruto said, his smile friendly. Anyone who saw that smile could tell. The problem was that his face didn't match his words. Are you going to tell me? Sona's hope returned. After all, she had been rejected several times in her attempts to obtain that information. Of course, Serafal, sit down. Your magic is about to explode if you keep looking at me like that. You don't want to repeat what happened with the doctor, do you? Almost as if she were flipping a switch. Serafal fell onto the sofa and sat obediently. The woman stared at the floor and said nothing more. Sona did not let that go unnoticed. Doctor. Sona's question made Naruto chuckle. The man stood up and walked over to the bookshelf beside him. Taking one of the many books, he threw it toward his desk. Sona approached as she watched it open and appeared to have stopped on a particular page. Once upon a time, there was a bearer of the sage's mind, Naruto said, walking over and sitting on the sofa. He was a fool. He loved helping others. Unlike most other users, he decided it was better to use chakra for healing, that he could help prevent disease in the world. But the man hated demons. How could he not hate them when they took everything from him? Naruto watched as Sona walked slowly to the book and picked up a piece of paper. It was old and yellowed, yet perfectly preserved. She didn't like demons, but she wanted to help anyone. A girl born weak, destined to die, no one could save her. How could she do it when fate had turned its back on her? Naruto saw the horror in Sona's eyes when he held that paper in his hands. What is this? A woman begged for 7 days to save the girl. The man, who was a bleeding heart, agreed only because he knew that woman, but with one condition, that word that the woman gave when she asked him with all her being to save her sister. Those words were going to be the contract to be fulfilled. Sona turned around and saw her sister who hadn't moved from her place, as if she couldn't, as if something was holding her down. I'll give you hell if that's what you want. Naruto mimicked a high-pitched voice as he said that. All of hell in exchange for her family. Selfish, right? Naruto paused only until he chuckled a little before laughing to himself. But I can understand it at the same time, that selfishness. Naruto smiled, looking at Serafall. What is this? She was already bound by a contract before I was even born. Sona didn't believe what the man was saying. She was, but it was always that idiot doctor, the longest-serving carrier I must say. She always makes fun of dealing with several carriers, but she always dealt with the same carrier, an idiot who was kind to her despite everything. Naruto saw that Serafall was silent. It was obvious she wasn't going to say anything. Instead of fulfilling the contract, she had simply killed the man with whom she had shared more than 2 centuries. In the man's eyes, she was the only demon who was different. It's a shame that at the end of his life the man learned the opposite. Naruto glanced at the clock on the wall. The faction meeting was in 4 days. Were they really doing something like that in a place where he was in charge? The blonde man didn't know if they were truly trusting or if they thought so little of him. The terrorist attack was going to happen at that moment. Sister. Sona couldn't believe the woman had signed such a contract in the first place. It didn't seem possible, not for the woman who always seemed cheerful, yet upright. It was obvious back then that the doctor wasn't going to keep his promise in that contract. It was more than obvious to him that he only did it to give Serafall something to think about. Well, it was obvious to him, not to her. It cost her dearly to have trusted the race she hated most. He planned for that contract to be real. Serafall stood up and shouted. The woman was no longer in her calm or thoughtful state. It was a mass of negative emotions. He trusted you. He didn't trust anyone. You didn't know that. Serafall pointed a finger at the blonde man. He was selfish, he didn't hesitate to use other races in experiments if he didn't like them. He tortured and killed with the same hands he used to save people. Everyone gets their hands dirty with blood to save someone. The bastard enjoyed it, Serafall said, her face wrinkled and pale. He was crazy. He was going to keep that promise. He was going to want me to hand over every demon in hell. But you agreed. Serafall remained silent in the face of the accusation. Sister. Sona looked at Serafall, who remained silent after that. She didn't know how to respond. He trusted you, he only agreed because it was you, he wasn't going to fulfill that absurd promise even if it was under contract. Naruto looked at Serafall with a somewhat cryptic smile. He didn't trust anyone, Serafall said, losing her temper. She raised her hands and slammed them on the blonde man's desk. The woman's eyes were somewhat red. He was your friend for over 200 years. You know about the longevity my sacred gear grants, Naruto said calmly. Any annoyance on Serafall's face was replaced by a sad look and an irritated voice. I know what that stupid mind of yours does, the wise man probably took control of his body when we made the contract. Did you still decide to kill him? He was going to obey him, the sage hates me. Serafall shouted, glaring at Naruto. It was clear how much she wanted to finish off the blonde boy. One of the carriers saved my life. Sona couldn't believe what she was hearing. Naruto nodded and Serafall shook her head frantically. The last bearer was missing for 50 years because he was being protected by Serafall, that is, until she decided to kill him. Serafall tried to say something, but she didn't know how to answer. Of all the times, they were having this conversation in front of her sister. It was the last thing she wanted her to know. Why was the man suddenly bringing this up? He'd always been rudely closed off on this subject, but now it made no sense for him to say something like that. Not with the peace meeting just around the corner. Don't worry, I know how much you cared about him, so I decided to bring him back. That way of speaking. Sona understood instantly, she wasn't talking to the director. I was talking to the wise man. That. Both sisters saw the blonde man raise his hands. Serafall sensed that something was wrong, that it didn't make sense, something was amiss the moment the blonde man stood up and extended his hands. As if it were an omen of something. Sona fell unconscious the second after the blonde man raised his arms. Serafall's mouth opened. Had the world lost its color out of nowhere? It was strange, everything was a deep black and white. Only the blonde man's blue eyes in front of her seemed to have life. In the colorless sea, all she could see were those eyes. Serafall raised her hand and saw her hands trembling. Because. What was he so afraid of? She had confronted the sage himself. It's time for you to wake up, Doctor. Naruto's voice sounded calm as a large seal extended in front of Serafall. A puff of smoke erupted as everything resumed its normal routine. Nothing changed at the scene. Everything returned to normal except for the figure standing before Serafall. The smoke slowly dissipated, revealing the figure the woman thought she had murdered years ago. To think you'd give me another chance to see her, a deep voice, though not too deep, with an almost sing-song tone in another language, came out of the man's mouth. Of course you would, I promised. I have to admit, your understanding sometimes surprises me. You don't seem like you were born human. Naruto's laughter made Seraph's eyes shift from the laughing figure to the blonde boy. It wasn't a normal laugh. It was one that showed how much she was enjoying his reaction. The smoke cleared, and Seraphal saw him. Tall, with long blonde hair tied in a ponytail. Rather large, round glasses that seemed to glow. A black suit and coat straight out of the 19th century. The cane in the man's hand rested quietly, its tip on the ground, revealing the two snakes carved into the end near the handle. Seraphal was interrupted instantly. Only doctor is okay, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Sarah, the man's smile made Seraphal back away. The man was not a threat in terms of power, he had discarded the sage's power in exchange for the ability to heal. It was a choice between one or the other with the sage. I see you two are getting along as always, Naruto commented, laughing even harder. There was no humor or anything like it in the man's expression, it was a dry laugh, almost savage because of the twisted way it was displayed. Do you think a simple contract will stop me from defending myself? Seraphal's voice rang out as she raised a hand. Magical power instantly gathered, causing a slight tremor around her hand. Go ahead, try it, the smile of both blondes made Seraphal click her tongue. She had followed the contract to support the sage's possessor out of sheer guilt, now she had no reason to continue as she was. An ice spear formed the instant he threw it towards Naruto. The man's smile seemed almost to split the blonde man's face. Extending her right hand, the spear stopped abruptly before vanishing. Seraphal's eyes opened. That wasn't an attack a normal person could dodge. Perhaps it was just a spear created by magic and imbued with it. Para was a spear that she created and imbued with magic. It wasn't for playing around. You pierced the heart of the Dragon Empress 1,000 years ago, you know, in 4 days it will be the 1000th anniversary, so please excuse my premature comment. Naruto lowered his hand and gestured with his neck to the other blonde in the room. They shared some characteristics, but at the same time, they were different. The man in the suit had softer features than Naruto and lighter blue eyes. That much was obvious. Since it was the second carrier with the highest compatibility it had in its entire existence as a tool. You should be dead. Seraphal took a step back. Not that she lacked power. It was simple fear mixed with guilt. She saw her sister lying unconscious on the floor. She wanted to get out of there and take care of her. Both men were standing in front of her. They didn't give him the expectation of winning. Because. Why was I so afraid to face the director now? She didn't have to, she had faced the wise man himself in life. Silence. Seraphal opened her eyes when she thought clearly, but she couldn't see the face or the empress mentioned. It was as if something was blocking her vision. A second later the thought vanished, only to return, driven by fear. What was this? He was driving her crazy. If you use too much magic power, you will kill your sister, Naruto's voice came out calmly. Seraphal looked at her sister. In her panicked state, she had backed away. The doctor had her in his hands. Don't worry so much, she'll live, after all, she's a miracle I performed. The doctor's kind smile only made Seraphal feel even more uncomfortable. The cry of why continued to live in her head. Fear. Horror. What was this? Something beyond. Stop, Seraphal said before taking a step forward. Sweat dripped from her forehead and she swallowed the saliva that had gathered in her mouth. I was afraid, too afraid. Why was I afraid? Seraphal gritted her teeth and channeled as much magic as she could. She was going to finish off both men before they knew what had happened. She could move faster than anyone, she had more power than anyone, she could stop them both with her mere presence if she so chose. A hand reached his neck, erasing all thought from his mind. The doctor's cane touched the ground gently. The space changed, a field to prevent damage or escapes. To think that even you are better than me at using Norse magic. Naruto looked at the doctor who smiled at him sympathetically. You can't use it properly because they aren't spells you can wield with your current power. The basic concept of magic is easier to break down for people who don't overflow with energy that isn't compatible by nature. The smiles of both blondes came from the explanation they both knew. Naruto's left hand gripped Seraphal's neck tightly. The grip stopped her thinking, and she began scratching his hand with her nails. The sound of her neck being pressed harder escaped her lips. Seraphal's eyes turned red, and tears began to well up. Her face contorted as she struggled to breathe and felt the pain from the pressure on her neck. The woman rained down several kicks on the blonde man's body. The wind surged, sending shockwaves through the air with each of her movements. Blows that would have destroyed any normal being were met with utter indifference. Two spears formed in Serafal's hands and she began trying to forcefully thrust the tips into the blonde man's body. The sound of ice fracturing and growing echoed repeatedly as the woman attempted to strike. It's not the same as it was 1,000 years ago, is it? The blonde man's calm question made Serafal gasp. Tears were now falling into his hand as they continued to stream down her face. Without warning, just as Serafal was about to faint, the blonde man opened his hand and a blast of air hit her. A cough from the sudden influx of air made Serafal roll on the ground as she tried to calm her condition. The cough continued for a few more seconds along with the deep inflammation, searching for something to soothe it. 1,000 years ago, my body couldn't handle my own power, isn't that curious? Naruto looked at Serafal on the ground. The woman knelt and brought her hands to her throat. 1,000 years. The woman's voice sounded like stone, almost like a whisper. What on earth was that overwhelming force? A little more and I would have torn his neck. The woman's mind remained filled with panic and pain. He couldn't think clearly. Oh, right, you're still under Kaguya's influence. The look of confusion Serafal gave him at his answer only made Naruto crouch down and extend his hand. The woman instantly crawled away. His magic wasn't working. Yes, good afternoon Serafal, it's been a while since I saw you, I must say you've grown a bit. The blonde man's friendly smile did not match his actions at all, and his voice sounded almost aggressive. I don't think he'll recognize you, the doctor's comment made Serafal move her open eyes towards the man who was calmly holding her sister. Don't touch her. It was barely a whisper, but Serafal managed to say those words. Oh, her. The doctor moved the young woman's arms and then released her. Instantly, the same smile that the blonde man in front of her wore appeared on his face. Don't worry, I won't touch her. After all, I only need one demon in all of hell. The man's smile was now almost beyond anything Serafal could remember from all the time she had lived with him. I had seen his enjoyment of torture, his happiness in saving, the joy he got from healing, and the distress he felt at losing someone. Just like the overwhelming hatred that pierced his heart. What? Naruto kicked Serafal in the jaw. Blood spurted toward the doctor. A few specks landed on his cheek. Serafal felt powerless. She was the strongest demon in hell. Why couldn't I do anything? It wasn't that her strength had vanished. Serafal knew that, her physical strength remained, but her magic was stagnant. Naruto's finger pointed at her stomach. Serafal lowered her head in pain. She was still in pain from the damage Naruto had done. A seal was placed on his stomach. I don't need you to do your magic tricks where you're going, Naruto replied calmly when he saw Serafal now wearing a face of pure horror. The doctor's footsteps sounded calmly until he stood before the woman. The man reached into his pocket and pulled out a ring. Isn't it beautiful? 200 years talking every day since we met, 60 years living together, but I suppose that time for you was just a blink of an eye. Please forgive my humble human mind, perceiving time as demons do is not my forte. He took Serafal's hand. The man knelt and stood at the same height as her. Carefully removing the glove from her magical girl costume, the doctor gently placed the ring on her finger. To think I prepared something like this even when you were going to kill me so easily. Don't worry, now that I'm dead, we have plenty of time to spend together. The man's huge smile and absolute happiness made Serafal squeal. He tried to summon magic, and it came out. He moved his hand and, in desperation, managed to pierce the man's chest. There was no blood, no signs of discomfort. Oh, my dear, long ago you stole my heart and froze it despite the warmth I felt, the man said, bringing a hand to Serafal's mouth. He placed his hand inside her mouth before withdrawing it. Serafal's body suddenly froze. The man's chest slowly closed, a white mass covering the hole made by Serafal's arm. Don't break it, it must appear in the peace treaty, Naruto called to the man who only smiled kindly. Of course not, I don't want her to be discarded in so few days, he said, lifting Serafal by her back and behind her knees. The man smiled at the motionless woman. We'll be on our honeymoon, don't worry, boss, she'll love every human. Will you do that? The doctor blinked a few times, not understanding what the wise man in front of him was saying. Then, suddenly, an understanding dawned on him. Oh please, I'm not going to hand her over to be anyone's toy, she belongs to me, the contract said so, every demon, and for me, she was the only demon I needed. Serafal's eyes opened, her gaze traveled to the man who was carrying her. Ah. It was like that from the beginning. She acted without thinking. Children's. I see, take care then. Of course, boss, the man's laughter came as his eyes sparkled for a few moments. Nordic magic once again. A portal opened in front of him. It's been a long time, Sarah, I have so much to tell you since the day you murdered me. Naruto watched them both disappear as if nothing had happened inside the portal before it closed. The man saw Sona lying on the ground. With applause, the barrier broke, everything returned to normal, the office was back in perfect order, and Sona was now resting, sitting on one of the individual sofas in the living room. Naruto walked carefully over and sat down at his desk, picked up a pen, and began to write. Sona woke up seconds later. What happened? Sona looked around and saw the office. You're awake. You had me worried for a few seconds, Naruto said, putting down his pen and standing up. He walked over to Sona and saw how confused she looked. What happened? Sona looked around. She remembered arriving at the principal's office and then everything went dark. You came in and then lost consciousness. Did you do something out of line again? The blonde man sighed before walking to the coffee maker inside the office and starting to prepare the coffee. Me. Sona didn't know what to say, everything was confusing. In fact, she had spent the last week barely sleeping, it was a fact she couldn't deny. Likewise, it was a fact she couldn't believe, that she had fainted right in front of the principal's office. Sona sighed. Any credibility he had lost with that poor performance. It would be better to confront the director at another time, besides, his sister will be coming for the faction meeting. That was going to be a good time to speak properly. Aren't you going in? Naruto turned and saw Kaguya walking peacefully in his direction. A simple white dress covered her body. They were both standing in front of Tiamat's room. Don't know. Don't you know, and that's why you've been staring at that door for hours. Kaguya raised an eyebrow. The man's behavior still made no sense to her. Follow me. Naruto stood still for a few seconds, watching as the woman walked away with the same calmness with which she had arrived. They were on the second floor of the house in Kuo. Naruto recognized this floor as the one they were all on. The second floor belonged to the three of them, Kaguya, Tiamat, and Graphia. 3 doors were placed at opposite ends of the rooms. If you stood in the middle of the hallway and looked straight ahead, you could see all 3 doors. It almost seemed as if the structure was telling him to enter one. Come on, Kaguya said, entering her room in the house. Naruto walked past her and saw a small desk and a sofa. The 3 women's rooms looked more like small living rooms than bedrooms. The bed was in the opposite corner from the door and parallel to the window. Naruto saw this because he noticed Kaguya walking towards her bed. After hesitating for a few more seconds, Naruto continued on his way and reached the woman, sitting down beside her. What is this? The confusion was more than present in Naruto's voice. You don't know what to do you? Kaguya's question made Naruto frown. Because you said so. I know you handed Serafal over to that madman. He's not a bad person. It isn't, unless you're a demon. He will not kill Serafal. I can worry less about the conflict in this world. If you support me in the end, it will be ours in the same way. Support at the end. Naruto chuckled a little when Kaguya mentioned that. If this continued, would he be able to continue taking care of her in return for everything she had waited for? It was obvious that if she followed Tiamat, she would ultimately refuse what the woman wanted, and Graphia would be in conflict with herself. But at the same time, I wanted to follow the woman. Even if it was a greater sin than what he had done. He didn't dislike the idea of being able to be by her side. Why are you looking at me like that? Kaguya's question made Naruto raise his left hand and stroke her head. In what world would he have found himself in this situation? Back when he was in Konoha, a situation like this seemed more like a story about those young people who wanted something because of why he hated the Otsutsuki. There was a time ago, when he was alive as the perpetual regent, when he stopped aging. The passage of years was the worst thing that could have happened to him, the change in so many and the distrustful gaze of everyone. Those stories of him against the Otsutsuki clan were twisted to mean that he hated the clan because he was once someone important, hence his exile. How could history become so distorted in just a couple of 100 years? Nobody remembered the 7th Hokage, the leader who saved and guided a people, the war hero. Only the all-powerful one remained, sitting on his throne and not lifting a finger. Kaguya's hands on his cheeks made Naruto turn his face and look the woman in the eyes. Ah! A sigh came with such a banal thought. The woman's hands, the way she looked at him, were warm and comforting. You must stop worrying about everything, you must stop thinking that others expect something more from you. The woman's voice was calm, almost like a lullaby. I don't know what I should do, I'm still the same, but at the same time the more I think about what I was, the less I understand what I want. Kaguya looked at the blonde man's face and closed her eyes before answering. Are you familiar with the paradox of Theseus' ship? I do, Naruto said, adding, Theseus's ship is in a museum. Each plank deteriorates and they have to replace it with new ones. Once the original planks are gone, is it still Theseus's ship? Kaguya smiled when the man answered that. What do you want with that? I know I'm the original. Do you? Kaguya commented calmly, or do you want to believe you are? The ship of Theseus in the museum was the real one for those who saw it, but for those who knew it, it was nothing more than an imitation. Then I am nothing more than an imitation. Naruto opened his eyes when the woman said that. What? Naruto stared at Kaguya. I'm not the same as when I was born, so am I still the original Kaguya or just an imitation? Kaguya opened her eyes and looked at Naruto's confused expression. Are you? It would be hypocritical to say I'm the same after giving your answer, so tell me, are you the real Naruto Uzumaki? Silence. Naruto stood up and slowly walked to the window and looked out at the street. He watched the people walking by and how they interacted. Had he walked the same way, or was it the same person he had once interacted with? I'm Naruto Uzumaki, my parents were Minato and Kushina. Naruto began to recite, I lived in the Hidden Leaf Village, I trained, I was bad at everything, but little by little, I managed to improve myself. You appeared, I spoke with you during that war, I overcame all the problems I could when I was in Konoha, I became Hokage, I had a family. Naruto told his life story, all the basics he needed to know. Naruto's expression soured when he understood what Kaguya meant. Yes, she wasn't the original, and nobody existed who knew her original self. So he was still the same. That was what Tiamat had mentioned to him. I wanted to die for it. Because I didn't know if I should exist. If both forgeries are known as the original, then both are the originals, Naruto said, bringing his hand to his forehead. A laugh erupted instantly. What is this feeling? The man placed a hand on his chest and could say nothing more. It hurt like someone had pierced his chest. Soft hands caressed his chest. A light weight settled on his back, and a pleasant aroma reached his senses. Here you are who you decide to be. A copy or the original. Tiamat wanted the human Naruto. Now Kaguya wanted the Naruto she knew. One who had no compass of who he was. That time I smiled at myself when I got my body back, Naruto said, bringing his hands to Kaguya's. They intertwined their fingers. It was the way the woman knew how she could comfort Naruto a little. The end was coming, but the man wanted his end. Three presences only wanted the man to continue as they wanted him to. That time I smiled at myself, was I killing my original self or was I simply recovering, as if a plank of the ship were replaced and then restored? Naruto turned around and looked at the woman in front of him. That pinnacle which he thought could not be surpassed at that time. The mother of the chakra. The first Otsutsuki he met. She knew that she did not want harm to humanity beyond extremist concerns. Mother. A simple and loving woman. Someone who gave love but couldn't receive it. I'm here, Kaguya's voice sounded soft. Almost as if it calmed her soul. When Naruto was about to wrap her in a hug. The woman disappeared and reappeared a few meters away from him. The blonde man's eyes opened. If you're so close, why are you going so far? Naruto looked at her hands, almost as if he had hurt her. Because it's not your choice you're making now, the woman paused before turning around and walking to the door. What are you doing? The blonde man's smile was almost a grimace. You're not thinking clearly. If you make a decision now, it won't be your final decision. The open door was an indication that he should leave. Hey, you can't leave me like this, I have more questions. Naruto's smile and his walk towards the woman made Kaguya grimace at that. Tears. The woman was crying. Kaguya was crying. I've watched you die for 1,000 years, repeatedly, unable to do anything, cursing and suffering. Please, I don't want to force you to do anything, I just. The woman bit her lip. I want you to be happy. Naruto stood still in his place. As if on autopilot, he walked out of the room. The door closing and the sound of someone falling to the floor was the indication that Kaguya herself had collapsed. Had anyone like her ever reached this point? I had seen her go from being that goddess to being just another person with her emotions and insecurities. A smile appeared on Naruto's face. Now I understood. He was the only one who had regressed. At the moment, he couldn't call himself Naruto Uzumaki. I want you to be happy. Words given by both Kaguya and Tiamat. But one ideal was superimposed on the other. Calm down, think clearly like the rabbit said. Naruto stood still before turning around. The gates of both Kaguya and Tiamat seemed to glow. The sound of his phone snapped him out of his stupor. He looked at the sender. Fried had sent him new details. Right, I had forgotten. The meeting for peace. It was in 3 days. Why are you still here? Midlet looked at Fried, who was calmly cooking. They asked me to take proper care of you. The blonde-haired young woman wrinkled her face as she saw the psychopath acting like a human once again. Aren't you worried about having Graphia, Azure, and the goddess Kaguya under the same roof? Midlet looked at Fried, who hadn't changed at all. I've served them before. Well, the Empress is my first time. A laugh burst out at the end of that sentence. Midlet frowned at that. Is it really okay for us to be here? Besides, isn't Fried-san wanted by demons? Momo spoke. Midlet turned her eyes and saw Yura, Kiba, and Momo also sitting at the table where she was. He's a free agent, he has permission to move through fallen territory and other factions, but yes, he's wanted by the church and the demons. Kiba looked at Momo who had asked that question. That's it. Yura looked at the maniac. I had only seen him once, or rather, I had to go and clean up his mess. He couldn't sleep for a couple of days after that time. Ah, how I hate you, you damn demons, but the boss asked you to be here for today, so I don't have much to say, the man said, his shoulders slumping as he turned away. Fried's eyes shifted to Momo, who instantly clung to Kiba. Fried's smile only grew wider at that. A thunderous laugh only continued to grow louder. Why can't I be with normal people? Midlet dropped his head onto the table. Oh, don't worry, princess, I have things to take care of once I'm finished, so, Fried took off his pink apron and looked at those present, Kiba-kun. Yes. Despite Fried's shout and behavior, Kiba only answered carefully and kindly. Kiba got up and went to talk to Fried. His calmness and goodwill only made Momo smile. I think Kiba-kun is normal enough, Momo said to Midlet, who snorted at the comment. Momo looked at Midlet curiously for a few moments. Midlet said nothing. He wasn't going to retract what he had said a few seconds ago. Of all those present, he was the craziest in the room. It was Kiba. Only recently did she realize that the man was the person who lied the most in the world. And the wise man knew that and in the same way joked about him being with him. He truly felt sorry for Momo. Midlet knew that even if he told her what he had seen, the love-struck young woman wouldn't believe him. All that remained was to find out what the hell Kiba wanted from Momo. Prince of Kuo, that title was as much of a lie as the young man himself. Midlet glanced sideways at Momo talking. She had never been mean to her. She even used to talk to her after Akino's disasters. Midlet frowned. Perhaps I should intervene and prevent the worst-case scenario for Momo. She was too good. He didn't deserve to end up like a demon in the first place. The terrorists have been moving around a lot, Naruto said, flipping a page from the folder he was holding. He was wearing the same suit as always. Only he wasn't in his office. I was in that abandoned church at the beginning. In fact, both the faction of heroes and what Hades proposed are being considered. The faction of the old demon kings will also make their presence felt, Danasik said, sitting on a small stone. In front of him was a can being heated with a small lance that was emitting a weak flame. I thought they said I wasn't going to make an appearance, Naruto sighed when he heard that. I would have to change my plans in any case. They'll arrive tomorrow afternoon if my information is correct, Danasik said, taking the can in his hand and looking at the soup inside. Why are you eating that? I pay you enough to eat anywhere. Naruto looked at the man curiously. Why? Danasik took a sip of his soup before letting out a satisfied sigh. I don't need something like that. I've lived hundreds of years eating garbage. Eating something good just makes me feel out of place, makes me seem like I'm out of my element. Naruto looked at the man with curiosity. Don't you feel happy eating something good and really tasty? I do it, but at the same time I feel like it's not for me, Danasik said, handing the can to Naruto. The blonde boy looked at the can, there was still some soup left inside. He hesitated for a few seconds before picking up the can and looking at the contents. What did the man's words remind her of? Eating garbage like this is how I met Kalawarner and Midlet, they were already together at that time, Naruto said, taking the rest of the soup before looking back at the fallen figure in front of him. Warm. It wasn't good, it wasn't anything special, it was a simple meal that was good for emergency situations or when you didn't have any money. Naruto smiled when he realized why he was feeling what he felt. Ramen. Naruto's smile came with a snort, an attempt at laughter. Isn't it good? Danasik looked at Naruto, who smiled back. It is, I understand, even if you can buy the tastiest thing in the world, it won't be the same as the tastiest thing from when you really craved something to eat. Naruto looked at the empty can. Danasik laughed at that. What can I say, my favorite stopped being produced in the 70s. Because it was practically poison for humans. Danesi couldn't help but burst out laughing at that. Naruto followed shortly after. A warm meal like the one he enjoyed tasting so much. When was the last time you ate ramen? Thank you, Naruto said, looking at Danesi, who was completely bewildered. Because you made me remember something and gave me a clue about something else. Welcome, this old crow is still good for some things. Sona had identified something recently. A substantial number of rogue demons were arriving in the city. It was supposed to be an easy job. Even today was one of those days when both Momo and Yura were by his side to fight. She took care of the city by day and Rias by night. It was always like that. Moreover, it was territory protected by both the bearer of the sage and the goddess of the ungrateful. No one of high rank had come forward so far. So, what was this? His entourage was breathing with difficulty and there were visible injuries on all of them. She had been gathering every last bit of information before it reached the wise man's ears. She believed she could even manage the territory if she could demonstrate how prepared she was for it. What went wrong? The first thing was to attack the cluster of demons outside the city, right on the border. Where he had spent almost 2 years searching, where the wise man had no eyes on the city. Precisely where their field of vision was not present. I wanted to show her how capable she was so that she would understand that she could handle anything on her own, that she could do whatever she wanted, so that she would understand her point. Why were there as many street demons as demons from the other factions? Saji shouted as he charged forward once more. Sona watched her pawn attempt to charge the enemy again. 3 more arrived to subdue the tired pawn. Sona herself had to raise her hands and block an incoming attack. One of the mages had thrown a blow that was too powerful for her. Sona skidded and looked at her hands. The pale skin was now red from the burn. Despite the shield she had raised, the damage was still there. Get back! Saji's shout intensified as he activated his sacred gear on himself. It was something they were still developing. The power it would drain from Saji was still unmeasured. At this rate, he was going to die. What kind of king was he who couldn't defend his people? A red light appeared beside her as she slowly watched a green sphere move directly towards her. Yura was far away, having been pushed. Saji was being pushed to the ground by several enemies. Meguri, Rhea, and Ruruku were unconscious against one of the nearby walls. Tsubaki was defending them as best she could. Was this how I was going to die? Sona only felt the pull along with pain. Blood trickled down her face, and she wanted to stop moving. Her body ached when she hit the ground, and she couldn't move. The blood was increasingly splattering Sona. Momo couldn't finish speaking as she stood with her arms outstretched where Sona had been a few moments ago. Blood dripped from Momo's mouth. The white-haired girl felt pain as she lowered her head and saw her stomach. Blood dripped from his chest and pierced stomach. Tears fell uncontrollably before she fell backward to the ground. Sona was unable to shake off her shock when she heard the sound of Momo's body hitting the ground. Why of all people did she do that? It crawled quickly and tried to heal the hole with magic. It knew it was pointless, but it tried anyway. Drops fell on Momo's face as she slowly opened her eyes and saw Sona crying and shouting words she didn't understand. Why had she jumped? She wanted to live. Of course I would jump to defend my king. I am Rias Grimori's knight. Momo coughed when she tried to laugh. The blood only increased Sona's despair. Momo wanted to be like him. She admired him. From the moment she first saw him at school when she enrolled, all she could see was Kiba's smile and kindness towards everyone. It didn't matter who he was talking to, who he was dealing with, even if he was angry or someone was disrespectful. He was always good to everyone, always attentive, and had a will to keep going in everything. As a member of the nobility, it's obvious that we will do our utmost for the safety of our king, don't you think, Momo-chan? The sweet smile and happy look were what she always saw on Kiba's face. But when they started talking and dating, it seemed like a dream. She was always happy, she never lacked anything. When she was offered reincarnation, it was just a formality, but in the end, she never regretted it for a single moment. She had always been in love with Kiba from the first time she saw him, but at the same time, he seemed so distant from everyone. He always seemed lost, listless and out of it, as if he were waiting for something, for someone to let him do something he couldn't normally do. How long had they been together since he confessed? She didn't know, nor did she care anyway. She just wanted to live in the moment, being appreciated, being called by that name. It was silly how they had developed that relationship in just a few months, how they had become so involved in just a few weeks, and how now it was all ending. I don't want to die. Momo whispered, her face contorted with fear. She jumped because it was what Kiba would have done for his king, she jumped because it was what he always said he would have done. She did what she did because it was what Kiba would have done. He deeply regretted this. Sona sobbed when she saw Momo's face imprinted with fear and sadness, unchanged. It was obvious that now he would only have that expression. Someone from his faction had died in such a pointless and stupid way. It must have been a bad joke. A poorly told story. There was no way it could have ended like this. Perhaps she was still asleep in the sage's office. That had to be it couldn't be that something like that had ended, that everything that was fought for, everything that each piece meant. Each friend. That's how it was going to end for her. The raindrops stopped for a few seconds. Sona saw it, the person who had been about to shoot her again was now just a red blur on the ground. The waist was intact, but the upper part of the demon was just red pulp. What was that? It was almost instantaneous. Like the rest of the demons, they simply exploded into a red mass before they could register anything. When the last of them ended up on the ground, that's when Sona saw the one responsible for that sudden, one-sided massacre. Kiba Yudo was suddenly standing in front of her. Sona blinked a couple of times before recoiling in fright. It was too sudden, the young man had just appeared in front of them. How did he find them? I felt Momo's energy leave, Kiba's voice sounded low. The sage showed him how to track someone's energy. Chakra was for humans, that's what the man said, and before he was a demon, he was a human. It was strange for the young man. He hadn't thought Momo would be something he would ultimately cherish, he thought that because of his infatuation with the young woman, it would only be fleeting, that there was no reason for things to continue as they were now. It was curious how, in the end, despite not having the best intentions towards her, he really ended up appreciating her a lot. Danasik called him after being unable to reach the sage. Naruto had stopped patrolling the territory in recent weeks. He went from watching over everything to only securing what was in his interest. Momo did not fall on that list as it was a recent addition and part of Sona. Kiba didn't judge him for it, after all, the man had to deal with things beyond his understanding. Things he knew he could never comprehend. But why did he continue to blame him in the same way? Kiba hesitated before kneeling and looking at Momo's face. The raindrops never stopped falling. It was just like that time. Why did it always rain when someone died? Were the skies weeping? No, it was just one more death among the hundreds or thousands that were happening simultaneously. The only thing that distinguished that person on the ground was that some people knew them and others didn't. You and I are equal. Fried's comment flashed into his mind. Kiba brought a hand to his forehead and brushed his hair back. It was momentary, but he almost laughed. Why was he so worried about her? It hadn't been that long since they really started getting along. They talked every day. Oh, Kiba-kun, I'm going out with the others today. The principal gave the president permission a while ago, so don't worry. How about we go for ice cream when I get back? Kiba stood still, staring at his sword. There was blood on it, slowly thinning as the rain fell and carried the blood to the ground where it mingled with the water. Nobody moved after he finished off all the enemies. Saji just stared at Momo on his knees, who didn't move. She always smiled at him and was kind, always there to support him. She went from calling him just Genshiro-san to Saji-kun. It really felt like they could be closer. Kiba-kun, please calm down. Everyone's eyes went to Yura, who was standing with one hand on her side, but still looking almost fearfully at Kiba. Oh, Yura-san, Kiba's smile returned as she spoke to the young woman standing in front of her. Kiba-kun, I know it's hard to believe, but she jumped in to help the president. Yura carefully started walking over to where Kiba was and looked at the young man who still had his sword in his hand. I see, Kiba said in an almost sing-song voice. Everyone's eyes turned to where Saji was standing. She's dead there. Tears streamed down the young man's face, and his rage intensified. And the only thing. He couldn't continue because Yura jumped where Saji was and sat on top of him to start hitting him. Nobody moved. Nobody said anything. There were only tears and sobs that mingled with the rain. That was interrupted by the constant sound of blows that Yura was giving to Saji. Yura did it because she knew something. She understood Kiba's look the moment he looked at Momo on the ground. It was the look he gave when he was about to kill. If Saji had said one more word, they all would have died. So happy to leak information. Naruto walked over to where a person with a rifle was watching the scene unfolding. I am, a very happy voice sounded, watching from afar as Yura continued to hit Saji. You have to see it, the boy has already lost 3 teeth. Free, Naruto called to the young man who was watching from the scope. Huh, he stopped looking and saw Naruto. Kiba will know as soon as he gets home that you gave the demons the information that Sona and the others were going to reach this point. It was only going to be a small, low-class army in the first place, not this. Naruto saw the number of bodies. Sona Elegy focused on skills and potential for growth. He didn't have raw, unadulterated power like Rias. Once the king falls, the rest of the pieces lose their value. The same thing happened in that place. I don't care if he hates me, in fact I would appreciate it. Why? Naruto saw Fried stop for a few seconds. You love that demon, don't you? Graphia. Naruto asked and blinked as he answered her name without hesitation. Love. Was that it? What would happen if you wanted to kill her so badly that you couldn't stop yourself? Fried stood up and looked at the blonde man in front of him. It was obvious to Fried not to speak formally. He only had a clone in front of him. I wouldn't do that, I would protect her against everything, it would never cross my mind to kill her. I wanted to kill Calawarner, Fried stated simply. Naruto blinked in surprise at that declaration. That. It's obvious, don't you want to experience every emotion she can give you if you love her that much? Fried's huge smile only grew bigger. A laugh erupted as the ash-haired man hunched over and brought his hand to his face. Fried's eyes were practically rolled back at the mere thought of what he had longed for. Naruto stood still, watching Fried's insane display. What was this? Every emotion, every feeling, every plea is thanks. Fried raised his hands and laughed loudly at the mere thought. I wanted to squeeze every last drop out of it. The man paused when he composed himself. But, afterwards there's nothing left, what can I get from a corpse? There's no excitement, no fun, nothing. I always joked that there was no greater reward for a priest than to be able to fuck an angel, whether fallen or not. Fried swept his hair, which had fallen forward once, back and combed it. Naruto remained silent for a few seconds before more or less understanding the idea Fried wanted to convey. Is this your way of saving Kiba? That's the best I could think of, Fried said, turning around and smiling as the blue-haired girl continued to pin Saji to the ground. You could have told him how you felt. Wouldn't that be the same as tempting him? Naruto frowned at that answer. How would you tempt him? Sometimes I forget that you superior beings don't understand time like humans do. Fried shook his head and looked the blonde man in the eyes. Human thought is limited, we are selfish. Teenagers professing eternal love. It could happen, or it could be a simple joke. Our 2 years are a few months too short a period. It is, if you're thinking about living for thousands of years. I wish to reach 90 like a prune, unable to move, and die happy at 100. Fried laughed when he said that. Kiba still has a human mind, that's what's important, isn't it? You speak as if you have abandoned your humanity. Why did I do it, you know, Sage? There's something I always wanted to know. Fried crossed his arms. His white shirt and black pants were getting wet. Naruto watched as the man's hair fell back down. What are you? Isn't it obvious that I am what I am? A cryptic answer, I like it, Fried clapped with amusement, I think you're the epitome of what it means to be human. Thank you. It's anything but a compliment, you're selfish, you think about others because of what others will think of you, you only want what will fill you with satisfaction. Fried noticed how the man in front of him frowned. I've been told I'm overly altruistic, but it's pure selfishness. You want an ending so much that you don't know which one to get. What the hell are you talking about? I will kill that demon if you order me to. It was almost spontaneous as Naruto's hand landed on Fried's neck. The young man brought his hands to Naruto's and could barely breathe. Yes. Fried's smile turned into a demented one, that is human. Fried barely managed to say those words. The blonde man's hand had not stopped squeezing Fried's neck at any moment, nor did it lessen in strength. After all this, do you think I'd do something to hurt someone I care about just for something stupid? I'm not. Naruto's eyes opened and he let go of Fried. The man laughed while coughing on the floor of the building they were in. Selfish. Fried looked at Naruto, who was now looking at him almost in horror. I appreciate Tiamat and Kaguya. Fried put his hands on the ground and managed to get on his knees to speak. But is that what they want? To be reduced to one for all? Fried spat out some blood before falling back to the ground. Naruto noticed the man's throat was red and somewhat sunken. A little more and I would have killed him on the spot. They all have their own selfish side. Fried put his hand in his pants pocket and took out a syringe and injected himself. Instantly, steam billowed from the man's throat and mouth. It was an advanced healing potion. I thought I was going to die there. Fried didn't get up from the ground, he just stared at the cloudy sky and the raindrops falling. Did everyone agree to talk about this? Fried laughed a little before speaking again. I spoke with the demon, a good person, too good to be a demon, that's why I asked you if you didn't want me to kill her so. Say that once and don't worry, I know others who can do the same as you. That was cold, Fried said, looking at Naruto. Even today they couldn't restore my mind. So they're just planning to eliminate me. No, you're a friend, just, please don't say that. A friend. I've seen those, Valley now a woman biting pillows while Arthur hugs her. Naruto wrinkled his face and went blank. Yes, it was funny, I recorded it if you're interested in watching it later. Please, don't mention that again. You're missing out, Fried dismissed him, I spoke with the demon and. It's Graphia. The demon, Fried began again, and Naruto could only sigh. She's waiting for you. She's staying in this world and refused to return to hell. The great demon is looking for her, but she's not interested in that. Now she's uncertain about something. Big demon. Fried thought for a few seconds, Lucifer, damn it, don't ask me to remember all the names now, my brain is still low on oxygen because you choked me. You don't need that to feel this way. Whatever. The demon wants to know if she can trust you, if you're going to come looking for her. Fried settled in and closed his eyes. What do you mean? She's waiting for you, but so are the goddess and the empress. That's why I mentioned it. I'm not an idiot. If you leave her like this, she'll probably end up killing herself. Naruto opened his eyes and understood what Fried was saying. In the man's eyes, killing Graphia if she was left out was an act of mercy. If he wanted to be kind, why was he so radical? You really are an idiot, I should have beaten you until you lost your memory. Then I wouldn't be able to enjoy my beautiful company. Naruto smiled and shook his head. Perhaps I won't protect you from anything, if Kiba decides to kill you, so be it, but first. I have a certain crow with bat wings that I want you to take. Fried stopped and looked at the blonde man who smiled at him before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Fried smiled and stared blankly for a few seconds. I was really going to enjoy Akeno every damn second. The sound of feet sounded beside him. Fried looked at Kiba who was staring at him with wide eyes. What happened to you? Kiba saw the syringe. That was a potion for recovering from fatal wounds. They broke my neck, I can't move yet, Fried sighed. Is that why you didn't go to save Momo personally to kill him? Fried glanced sideways at Kiba. They both shared a huge smile. Followed by a unanimous burst of laughter. The remaining 2 days were not easy for Naruto. There was only 1 day left until the coup at the peace meeting. Where everything would happen and what would be his final actions would be revealed to everyone. It was strange how I hadn't been able to talk to Kaguya, Graphia, and Tiamat in the last few days. At least I was grateful for that. I could think clearly. Selfish or altruistic. Dedicated or careless. Everything was based on the same premise from the beginning. Wanting to do what he wanted. But what she never understood was what he really wanted. A happy life. What would make him happy? To live like a tyrant. Like a human. Like a savior. The question was so amusing that she never understood its meaning. Perhaps she never would, after all. Why question something she knew shouldn't be interpreted? Frenzy. The final decision. It didn't have to be that, it didn't have to be something like that. Naruto stood at the entrance to the second floor of the house where everyone had gathered. He walked on until he was standing in front of the 3 doors and looked at them carefully. The room on the right belonged to Tiamat. She was inside. Graphia's middle room. She was inside. The one on the left and near the stairs was Kaguya's. She was inside. Taking a step forward, he decided it was time to go in and decide what he had to do. He had to live for himself and by himself. Not for others, not for anyone, only in his own thoughts and in what he truly wanted. It wasn't wrong to be selfish. It wasn't so bad to be greedy. Not when he could bring happiness to those around him. His entire existence was marked by self-rejection in his thinking. From the inept academy student to his time as Hokage. She was going to live for what she desired. I was going to go in and talk. Because he wanted to continue, he wanted to move forward and have something to long for again. There was no reason to reject what he always was. He had to embrace himself and what that entailed. It was time to take it. Chapter 15, Convergence. Are you really waiting for me to move? Naruto's voice was low as he looked at the 3 doors in front of him. He didn't know what to say when he sensed the energy of the 3 women, scattered in their respective rooms, without moving. Each one had told him that when he decided what to do, he should look for them, those words given by each one. It was as if he were making her choose between them. This even seems like a bad joke. Kurama's voice broke the silence that had remained since the blonde boy's last step. It was obvious to those in the rooms that the blonde boy was standing in front of the doors. They were waiting. Kaguya, Tiamat, and Graphia had given their opinions, their points of view, their respective thoughts, and had shared their feelings with Naruto to the point of greatest sincerity. Every word, every sentence that was generated, every thought that was shared, all of it added to the carousel of emotions she had experienced since regaining full consciousness. Graphia just wanted to be accepted, a reflection of how fragile she had become after the emotional decline she had experienced after learning the truth about how the invasion of the Land of Dragons had ended and how she knew him. She had become like a simple sheet of ice, fragile and shiny, but at the same time she stood out so much. It was like crystal. Tiamat only desired peace, a simple life just between herself and those she loved, a life where she didn't have to think about her status or her appearance, which to her was withered. Tiamat only wanted to live once more that dream she had when the citadel was at its peak. I long for the resurrection of happiness. On the other hand, Kaguya desired revenge for how things had ended. She was angry, she hated how things had turned out over time. Kaguya only wanted to control everything to prevent something like that from ever happening again. She wished to intervene completely in the world to create the paradise she had always longed for, but with the freedom he had shown her. She sought to be an authority, she only wished to be a sovereign. The final ideas of the three women did not align at all. One simply wanted personal satisfaction by being placed on a pedestal, another wanted to be that pedestal and not be left aside regardless of her status or form, and the last wanted to end everything to recreate it from scratch in the way she desired. Three ideas that clashed with each other, three notions that were in conflict because the path given for the passage of those desires only had one single route. Naruto was the one who had to make the decision and listen to the idea of whose to take, whose happiness to prioritize, and whose dream to fulfill. The blonde man clenched his teeth and fists in anger at that. He was angry, truly furious about something like that. Selfishness. The three women had their own egos, their own ways of thinking, their own desires and longings, just like their own likes and dislikes. Each one was her own person. I couldn't reflect the dream of one in another because of how marked it had been to live with each one. Each experience I had had by each one's side, the way they smiled, got angry, or cried. Naruto had experienced every emotion from them. But could it really be said that he had experienced everything? Fried spoke of it. Naruto remembered it suddenly, how that madman had spoken of his condition with that fallen angel who didn't take much seriously. Kaguya, for him, was just another piece in what he had wanted to achieve from the beginning. Now Naruto looked at his hands and thought about everything from behind. What was it that he had wanted to achieve in the end? The blonde man's expression softened and his muscles relaxed as he looked back on what he had done, what he had allowed, and what he had let slide, all with the sole aim of. What was their ultimate goal? Naruto looked at the ground and saw his shadow. The projection that formed right under his feet because of the light directly above his head made him look smaller than he was. The death of so many, the suffering of countless others, and the contempt and hatred of an infinite number. All of that was like steps placed beneath his feet, and now he stood on the last landing before taking the final step and reaching the floor he had been waiting for. All of that with a ladder made of lamentations and dead bodies. Kaguya trusted him. She always thought that at least, however small, he would help her. He let her die. Fried had begun to show signs of improvement, signs that he could become human again and that he could be back in society, even with all that he longed for, with all that man hoped to do, with all his strange thinking. He endured it and moved on from that fall, having first used the madman like a dog, and then grown fond of him, a fondness that became mutual with the interactions that occurred over time. Naruto knew it, a beautiful love story that ended with Kagura's unjust death, leaving Fried at an even greater point of no return than before. No human trace remained of what he once called himself, only the monster driven by ambition and lust. A monster that Naruto was one step away from becoming. The blonde man raised his head and looked at the three doors in front of him. It was as if the three women were laughing at his efforts, as if everything he had fought for was nothing more than something he desired and not for them. Ah! Naruto's eyes widened when he finally understood. The most selfless person is the most selfish. Kurama's voice sounded suddenly, making Naruto smile. It wasn't a full smile, nor a grimace. The blonde's eyes wanted to close the smile, his lips wanted to move and end it, but his body didn't respond. It was a state of revelation that left him frozen. I had finally understood. Selfishness. Naruto had thought about his ego until now, about himself as a person, about what he wanted for them, about what he longed for them, about what he would have wanted for them. But he never stopped to think about what they would have wanted. The four of them were complex people, beings with thoughts and desires, longings and wishes, likes and dislikes. How could he say that his desire was the same as someone else's? The best path, the best wish, the best for everyone. Naruto understood it now. He hadn't been thinking about anyone from the beginning. It was always like that. It was always that closed thought focused only on the greater good for everyone. He never thought about anyone's personal well-being, he only wished them well, but how could he judge someone and say that was their happiness? Fried's happiness was not the same as Kiba's, Momo's happiness was not the same as Kalawarner's. Just because they had a similar thought did not mean that they had the same desire, the same longing. The same dream. It was obvious, Naruto understood it now, it was so obvious it was enough to make you cry. Fried's words now made sense. The desire and hatred of something, the thought of wanting to possess something and have it in a way that only one desired or that only one could enjoy. Everything was planted from the seed of error through his own fault and no one else's, ignoring the thoughts of others to believe that the common good, which he considered the best option, was something that doomed his entire plan from the very first moment. He had thought that he was the only one who could decide, the only one who could make a decision. As if he were the protagonist of some play. A half-hearted laugh escaped Naruto when he thought about that. All the time he had been focused on a single goal, to have what he wanted, what he knew, what he enjoyed, what he ultimately desired. Now he understood when they named him as the epitome of what it means to be human, arrogance, selfishness, and desire. Every emotion he could have felt was now present in its full splendor, revealing the farce that it always was. The boy who dreamed of being a leader so that others would respect him, in the eyes of many who did not know how the boy thought, was a story that could inspire, be praised by many, and sung by many more upon discovering the feats that the boy had accomplished to rise to power. After so much effort and dedication, he rose to become one of the strongest and became the leader of his people. He married a beautiful woman and had children. It was almost like a children's fairy tale in which the boy, being the hero, overcomes several trials to become king, wins the love of a princess, and lives happily ever after. Naruto stared at the light above him. Forever was a long time, too long when one could actually live it. How many years ago had he left his home in order to wipe out the Otsutsuki? Naruto stood still, his gaze lost in the light that now seemed to be blinding. The blonde could see it, how little by little fragments of his memory that he had thought were gone a long time ago were being projected. The happiness of being Hokage, when he discovered he was going to be a father, the first time he saw his son to take his hand and see how a simple finger was held by the hand of that little creature that had been born. Peace. If I could go back in time and fix everything I've done so far, I really would try. Errors. He had committed these acts over such a long period, for so many years in a row, pursuing an empty goal that seemed to exist only to fill himself. The Otsutsuki had ceased to be a threat to other worlds long before he had ever set foot on their land. She had passed the breaking point, she had moved forward without stopping since she could, since the first step she took with the search she set in mind. It was at that moment that she decided that she had to finish what she started, it was at that moment that she decided that she wanted to do something with her life. A light, a path, a guide. Whatever he found didn't matter to the blonde man at that time. The day he reached her, the queen, the mother and the goddess of the Otsutsuki, was the day he finally passed into something from which there was no return. He had completed his assigned purpose. What to do next? Dying was something that crossed his mind after he had finished off the snake's head. After all, he had accomplished his goal. He had fulfilled his purpose. Naruto looked at his hands and thought about the first time he saw Kaguya after falling into the seal. He had wanted to go to her world, to travel back to where it all began, but he only encountered that seal woven into the very fabric of his destiny. A castle along with a princess who was locked up in it. Falling was just the first step before getting back on his feet. When he first touched this world, he was nothing. His strength was gone, his body had miraculously stayed together, the chakra he had consumed had almost completely burned his body, leaving him weak, so vulnerable. But it wasn't necessary for him to be strong, it wasn't necessary for him to need anything or for someone to ask him for anything back then. When it all began in that world, it was just a simple fact. Happiness comes from being accepted for who you are, not for what you could become. A home. Naruto had found it, he had continued walking that path that seemed to have no end. All his life he stood walking looking for a place where he could rest, the end of the road, a place where he was not needed to do anything beyond the mundane, a place where he only needed to be present to be someone. There was no hate, no desire or need. It was just him, Naruto Uzumaki. Those first years with that family of dragons had been the time he had enjoyed the most. He was nothing more than a full-time butler, nothing more than a fool taking care of the family that had given him a hand for no reason. He was nothing more than a fool who was happy to live in ignorance. He had stopped training, he had stopped wanting to heal his body, he knew it, his chakra control was still unholy, but his body had been left in a state where he could not take advantage of the almost infinite reserves he had once had. The mere fact of putting too much pressure on his body with chakra generated incredible pain, a sign that he could no longer exert the same power as before. But for Naruto back then it didn't matter if he was strong or weak, if he was recognized by others or if he was abandoned by someone. Even if one day that family had decided to kill him in a fit of rage, Naruto would have been happy, he would have been calm about that fact for one simple reason. For the first time in her life, she had felt that she belonged there, that she could live with someone who could interact with others without them expecting anything, without them wanting anything. Tiamat was a light that stood before his eyes, making his world a stage where he was under the spotlight and could simply dedicate himself to a simple performance, which was to love. Love. Such a rare yet simple feeling, something that could be felt but at the same time went unnoticed. Naruto did not truly understand its meaning until he was able to experience the true unconditional love he had never obtained. Tiamat wasn't looking for a father, a protector, a lover, or someone to soothe her sorrows. She was only looking for Naruto Uzumaki, the fool who had appeared out of nowhere in their lives and who was only there for being himself, not because he was relevant in any way, not because he was needed for anything, nothing, they had simply appreciated the existence of the being called Naruto Uzumaki. It was a treatment he had never received before, a show of affection he did not understand at first, something he could only categorize as utopian in an almost unreal sense of how he began to see the world. It was all like a sweet dream, and one from which he did not wish to wake up. The relationship that had formed between Tiamat, Kaguya, and him was one that he could not describe at the time with words or any thought. In the end, he was living what he had longed for since he was able to reason. Recognition. A simple life, a quiet interaction, there were no desires or thoughts involved in everything I was seeing, in everything I was witnessing. A life with a woman who loved him, a fool who didn't want to be separated from him, and the daughter of that woman who loved him, who had begun to see him as her father as time went by. She had cried more than once at night in her early years, loneliness was something she carried with her for as long as she could remember. The sight of children playing with their parents in her early years, that memory was one of the many that hadn't left her mind, even after all this time. He was afraid of being alone. It was when he met that demon, Graphia, that he realized that all his life he was just looking for a place to call home. It was when that woman looked at him with intrigue and bewilderment about what she should do. He didn't see that woman for a moment. What he had in front of him was a pane of glass, something fragile that would break with the slightest touch, however delicate it might be. That pane of glass served as a mirror, so that he could see himself reflected in that woman. Graphia had lived her entire life based on what others expected of her, she had lived according to their expectations. It was in that brief time when he met Graphia that he was able to understand himself. He was finally able to understand why Kaguya mocked him, saying that he had less freedom than she did, even with his body bound. He understood why Tiamat, the queen, was afraid that he would choose to follow what Didrag had done, to be consumed by his goal and unable to turn back. Naruto had gone through all those phases, he had been consumed by his goal since he could remember and he was never able to say it for himself. Someone else had to come and show him what he had done, show him what he was doing. That she didn't need to believe what others believed to be someone, that she didn't need to be important to stand out, that she didn't need to have strength to be taken seriously. Without authority, without selfishness, without obligation. Just existing. Simply living. And you want to make me make a choice now? Naruto whispered, looking at the doors. They had shown him freedom, they had shown him what it meant to be able to live, to be able to continue living despite having nothing, that he really didn't need to be someone to be able to live at the expense of something. And now they were acting so hypocritically. Selfishness, we all have that, mate. Who are we to say who can desire and who cannot dream? The desire, Naruto whispered, thinking about Kurama's words. I've been trapped in your body for 1,000 years. It's not a particularly long time, but all I could feel was cold. I couldn't hear, I couldn't see, and I couldn't taste anything, but my mind was intact. It was like an attempt at rest, as if I couldn't fall asleep. You don't need to say that. Shut up, brat. What I mean is that no matter the situation, how blind one is, or how far into the abyss one finds oneself, one never stops dreaming, wanting, or desiring. Is it destiny that orchestrated this symphony? A small laugh escaped Naruto at the fox's comment. Do you want me to play a duet or just a solo? Naruto's question made Kurama laugh. Since when do you listen to destiny? The laughter continued loudly, eventually joined by Naruto as he remembered how he had arrived at this moment. You have refused to die countless times, you have denied the destiny of a species, the destiny of who knows how many worlds, and you doubt your own destiny. Naruto smiled at the words spoken by his friend. It was true, destiny had knocked on his door on more than one occasion only to end up transcending and passing to a point where one could ask who was weaving destiny. The words, "one weaves one's own destiny," were just motivational words, but there's nothing that tells you that you can do it. In the end, destiny is woven. Life is alive. The choices that have been made, those that are about to be made, and those that will be made in the future, all decisions ultimately fall into one's own hands, into one's conscience, and into one's own being. Nobody weaves a final stretch with a thread that only extends as far as the eyes can see, nor is anything woven with a filament that is bound to break at any moment. Life. Decisions. Thoughts and desires. Selfishness. Human. Naruto smiled calmly. He had reached the culmination of the idea that had bothered him for a long time. Freedom only hinders, but how could one live without it? It was not a machine, it was not a relic, it was not a soldier, a leader, or a monster. It was Naruto Uzumaki. His feet, covered by black shoes, echoed loudly on the white porcelain floor. The blond man walked to the beginning of the floor, saw the staircase and the first door, looked at it for a few moments before smiling sideways and walking past it. He raised his left hand and put his fingers inside the wall. The loud sound of the core being fractured rang out, and Naruto smiled excitedly as he began walking forward, taking down the wall that had been in front of him. It was seconds that seemed like minutes with the steps taken by the blonde, each step letting the concentration fall more and more in removing the walls that separated the view of the rooms. Naruto passed through the first door, seeing the look of surprise and the surprise of Graphia when he passed by and continued breaking the wall. He passed by, glancing at Kaguya, who raised an eyebrow when she saw him pass by after lowering hers to end up in front of Tiamat's door, who seemed not to understand his action. The three women walked forward, leaving the rooms and standing in the hallway looking at the wall that had been destroyed, the wall that had been separating them. "Have you lost your mind, Fox?" Kaguya's voice sounded calm but demanding at the same time. It was that small hint of authority that made Naruto smile. Could be. "What are you doing?" Azure was confused by what she was seeing. From what she had thought and what had been agreed upon, the choice would be made by the blonde man so that neither of them would end up doing something they didn't want to do. The moment Tiamat felt the blonde boy walk towards the first room, Graphia's, she felt her world shatter, her being dimmed and fragmented. As it had been for so long that it could no longer be remembered. Her surprise grew when the blonde man didn't enter the room. He didn't go into the woman's room. He walked right past, but the noise of something breaking made her alert. What was happening outside to cause that sound? When the wall facing the front of the hallway fell and she was standing there looking at the blonde boy smiling at her, she didn't know what to do. She turned her head and saw Kaguya and Graphia leaving the room at the same time as her to meet the blonde boy who was smiling from ear to ear as he looked at them. "Do you really think you can be so selfish as to let me decide something like this?" The blonde man's voice sounded almost as if he were about to laugh, as if everything he was seeing was a joke, a great joke he could barely stand to keep from laughing. "What are you talking about?" This time it was Graphia who spoke. She had been in her room waiting for Naruto's answer. The fact that Tiamat and Kaguya had had a similar kind of conversation made the three of them decide to wait and move according to what the blonde had decided. They only wanted his happiness. Pure arrogance and selfishness. "No, it's not just about you, dear rabbit." Naruto pointed at Kaguya, who had raised an eyebrow. "All this time, all this talk about which path to take, do you really think you're the only ones who can be selfish? You're foolish and altruistic. Selfishness doesn't suit you in certain situations, but you can be greedy in others. But I know you, I know very well what you want and I don't want such a stupid answer as, I'll leave any of you behind." Naruto's voice sounded loud, almost as if the previous laughter and joviality had been replaced with anger and fury. "Naruto?" Tiamat asked, noticing the sudden change in the man. "I've been waiting 1,000 years to see you. I've been waiting 1,000 years for this moment to happen. I've waited an eternity to be in a place I could call home, and you want me to put my wishes above that home to separate that home?" Graphia spoke, drawing everyone's attention. "What should I do?" The woman's heartbreak was evident. Tears began to flow from her eyes, her rosy cheeks quickly becoming glistening with the lines of tears that were beginning to fall. "Graphia." Naruto's voice was calm, but he didn't move. He stayed still and waited. It was necessary to listen to what the woman had to say. He couldn't interfere, he couldn't give her the idea, he couldn't let her fall once again into a false support, a support which was more than evident to be generated by the situation. That was why Kaguya didn't reciprocate his feelings last time. That was why she decided to leave and let him think clearly. She had to come to her own decision. Because Naruto knew that he and Graphia were the same, they were similar in their most primal essence. Freedom in living. The choices to make, what one truly desires, the selfishness that was so lacking. A life to live. They were both the same, two coins used for exchange, but not for purchases, they were just simple pieces that had a value that they believed they should have. It was time to wake up. I don't know what to do. Graphia's cry made the two women turn around and see the woman on her knees crying while hugging herself. These memories, these happy memories. What have I really experienced in the end? Graphia forced a smile as she looked at her well-groomed hands, the nail polish perfectly manicured, and most of the minor injuries from her work gone thanks to how she had lived under Naruto's care. What am I supposed to be in the end? The question wasn't directed at anyone in particular. Graphia raised her head and saw the same light that the blonde boy had seen just moments before. You are who you decide to be. Naruto's voice was calm. Graphia moved her eyes and saw the blonde who had said those words with a smile. A maid or a wife? Graphia asked, smiling, a smile that trembled from the lack of emotion in her, a smile meant to contain the emotion she felt. The sadness that was felt. A servant or a wife? Graphia repeated to herself now more forcefully, a wife or a secretary? A whore or a maid? It was a laugh that came at the end of the last sentence. Naruto had lost the smile he'd had until that moment. Tiamat put her hand to her mouth as she looked sadly at Graphia. The emotional breakdown of the platinum-haired woman was evident. But this time, silence was the only response he received. I love my son, I love my life. But why do I feel like everything is a lie? Graphia stood up and looked at her hands again, making a gesture as if trying to grasp something. Sir was never mean to me, he never treated me less than, my son is good and polite, but why can't I be content? Graphia walked up to Kaguya and stood in front of her. Always haughty, you've always given me permission to stand when you hate that those you consider inferior aren't on their knees before you. Graphia looked at Kaguya who raised an eyebrow. Why? Why treat me like this? Why have you've always been like this? She hesitated between walking or not. Graphia bit her lip and sniffed. She tried to wipe her tears with her sleeve, but it didn't matter, the tears kept flowing. It was as if everything she hadn't cried in the 1,000 years she had been without that small fragment of memory was now seen in front of her and with all possible feeling. Still haven't you answered me? Graphia looked at Tiamat, who lowered her head and looked away. You were everything I ever thought I should be, a queen, a mother, and a beloved woman. But even when you were so far above me, why didn't you look down on me? Graphia's footsteps, accompanied by a small cry, reached her until she was in front of the blonde boy who had his eyes closed, but the moment she arrived in front of him, he opened them and they both looked into each other's eyes. Why am I still alive? It was a simple question, a question that shouldn't be difficult for anyone to answer. A joke like, because you haven't died, crossed Naruto's mind, but that was silly. Because I wanted to be selfish that time, Naruto replied, almost as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, even if I hadn't thought about it before. The moment I treated you, the moment I took care of you and managed to save your life, was one of those moments where I could choose between not doing it and doing it, between life and death. So, I only lived because of a whim. Graphia's hands rose and grabbed the blonde man's shirt, squeezing it tightly around his chest. Is that what I've always been? Just a whim given to me by someone? No. Naruto moved a hand and carefully took Graphia's right hand. The woman's eyes were teary, her face somewhat red. Even in such a decadent state, you are still just as beautiful, you are still the same person. Even if you hate yourself for who you are, there will always be those words we shared, that promise we made, and the words that saved me. Graphia thought about it and opened her eyes to it, she understood what he meant. It was that time they talked about life, about their situation in that place and how they were living, the question of whether she could call where she was as her home. Tiamat herself now had tears in her eyes, she understood the double meaning of the blonde man's words. To love yourself as you are, to love yourself for who you are, even with the imperfections you hate so much and can't fix. The scars on her body that she hated so much, the marks that were the symbol of a wasted life, the symbol that she could only stand there, unable to do anything but pray for her own end to come. They didn't matter. A scarred body, a body that had been used and abused, a body that had been mistreated in every possible way in the past in the hope that she would die. No matter what she was on the outside, no matter if she became the most beautiful person or the most arrogant, the kindest or the most selfish. Naruto turned and smiled at Tiamat. That gesture was almost an answer to what the woman had been thinking. It didn't matter who it was. The progenitor of gods. The mother of life. Didrag's wife. The empress of the Dragon Empire. Just like Naruto, she had only been looking for a place where it didn't matter who she was, just like Grafia, who couldn't accept herself as a reality or a possibility. She couldn't see how much he longed for what he called home in the past. You guys are really emotional, aren't you? Kaguya said, causing the three people in front of her to turn and look at her. The surprise was truly great to see how even that woman, someone who had distanced herself from humanity, someone who could never be considered human, from beginning to end, someone who had selfishness but didn't want to. Seeing that person crying while smiling, the sweetest smile they had ever seen, left everyone speechless. Naruto didn't know what to say or do when he saw Kaguya walk over and stand before him. Even when you hated me, even when you detested my species with all your being, when you killed every single one of them, and when you had my life in your hands, you let me live. Kaguya's voice sounded somewhat broken, and Naruto's mouth opened at that. I had never seen such a display of emotions from a woman. Someone who didn't deserve to live, someone who didn't need to keep living, and who was better off dead along with the rest of her race. You gave me a second chance and let me stay by your side. I've seen you laugh and suffer, in your lowest moments and when you thought the world was made for you. Kaguya. You call me goddess even though you hate the term gods. You call me goddess even though you say you can't see other beings as such. You call me goddess in the best and worst of times. Kaguya walked over and raised a hand, placing it on Naruto's cheek. Thank you. That's all I can say. No matter what you decide from now on, no matter if you hate me, kill me, or despise me from this moment forward, I just want you to know. The woman approached and kissed the blonde man, who opened his eyes at that. These 1,000 years we spent together planning, rambling and figuring out what to do, these 1,000 years we shared so clumsily because you were in that sacred gear. These 1,000 years were more than enough to say I love you. Naruto's mouth opened at that gesture. Tears now streamed down Naruto's face. The hand he was holding, Grafia's hand, tightened, and the silver-haired woman on his chest rested her head against him before speaking again. Before, in the citadel, I only wished for one thing, a silly, childish dream, a wish of any woman, to be able to live happily with someone, to be able to be as I wanted, without depending on anyone, without the need for anyone to pressure me. Grafia raised her head and looked at Kaguya, who had taken a step back after her confession. It doesn't matter if you don't choose me, it doesn't matter if I'm cast aside, or if you want to forget me or erase my memories. I just want you to know that the moments I spent with you were the happiest I've ever had in my life. A pair of arms reached out and enveloped the three people. It was Tiamat who hugged the three of them with a smile. Happiness and tears were present on her face, just like the others. I don't need to be an empress, I don't need this perfect body, I don't need anything more than this small, warm fragment you give me. The woman's voice sounded calm. It was the calmest thing Naruto had ever remembered hearing from her. You're the biggest fool I've ever met, even more foolish than Diedreg, but at the same time, that idiocy of yours is what made me fall for you so long ago. It doesn't matter if it's us, if the world turns to ashes, or if everything ends, I just wish I could live to wake up next to you one more day. Naruto didn't know what to say. All reasoning vanished the moment he saw the smiles of those three women who had changed his life, the smiles of each of them as they gave the answer he had feared for so long. An acceptance that she didn't feel she deserved at first. Were they really okay with someone like him? Naruto tried to speak. He saw the three women look at each other at the same time, as if they were silently discussing the final resolution. In the end, you are just like any other human being, no matter how much you wanted to think otherwise, no matter how much you wished to believe otherwise, or no matter how much you try to say that you are unaware of what it is to be selfish, you are a rather greedy and selfish person in the end. Kaguya's comment was followed by a laugh from Tiamat. Do you really think you're not greedy, wanting all three of us for yourself? Tiamat's question made Grafia smile and let out a snort of amusement. So in the end, what we can call home, what we have to look for, is here, she said, raising her hand and placing it on the blonde man's chest, right where his heart was. An acceptance. An order and consolidation to what had been fragmented until now. Naruto smiled before wiping his eyes with his sleeve and looking at the three women who were smiling at him. I am happy to have arrived alive to be with you. You have a lot of nerve to show up here, Kiba said, raising his head and looking at Saji, who had reached the spot where he had been standing until now. Today was Momo's burial, only a couple of people attended, demons and a few other casual guests. The young woman's family was not present, nor were any of her colleagues or friends other than the Citri group at the funeral of that young woman who only sought to smile. She had been erased from everyone's memories. Wasn't that such a cruel fate? To be erased from the minds of those who once called you friend, those who considered you family, the people who cared for you. Wasn't it cruel to take away that trace of a loved one's memory just to cover something up? Genshiro-san, Kiba's voice sounded calm. Like everyone else present, he was dressed in black as he looked at the now closed tomb and the sea tree speaking as they began to leave. Do you really not know what shamelessness is? Saji's voice sounded more than annoyed, for him, who had seen Kiba arrive and Momo die. Seeing the blonde man before him, who called himself the young woman's partner, was almost insulting. Because he was blaming Kiba for the young woman's death. It was he who changed Momo's simplistic mind, who gave him the idea that a peace was just a means for his king to live. It was Kiba who put all those ideas of loyalty into Momo's mind. Sona would have survived whatever was thrown at her, but Momo, who was physically weak, had fallen into the trap of thinking she needed to protect someone who didn't need protecting. In Saji's view, Momo's death was Kiba's fault. I'm here to say hello, not goodbye, because I plan to keep coming back. Kiba's voice sounded calm. His hair, which was usually styled, was now completely down. But what angered Saji was seeing that calm smile on Kiba's face once again. A smile he always saw on the young man's face, something that bothered him deeply, because even now, Kiba never stopped smiling. A loud sound caught everyone's attention. Saji had hit Kiba, who didn't flinch and just watched the blow come and fall on his face. She's dead and you can't show even a little bit of sadness. Kiba was on the ground, he saw as Saji jumped on him and began to punch him in the face. It didn't hurt him. He didn't care either. Kiba was silent, thinking about his conversation with Fried. Even though the man had been responsible for that death, he hadn't condemned him, hadn't killed him, or finished off the mad priest. In his strange way of seeing the world, in the stupidest way possible in which the white-haired man perceived everything, for him it had been a help to Kiba that Momo had died. In Fried's mind that was something that was necessary, something that had to happen to prevent him from hitting rock bottom. But then how could Fried say they were both equal when he didn't let him fall to the bottom? The screams of the Sea-Tree group girls grabbing Saji and separating him made Kiba move one eye and look at the expression of anger and sadness on Saji's face, the crying mixed with anger, the emotions so strong and at the same time weak as they fell on a person. That was something he liked. Emotion. We are equal. Fried's voice seemed to sink deeper and deeper into Kiba's mind. The repeated beeping, similar to the man's laughter, came into his head, as if he were mocking what he was doing, mocking his ineptitude and laziness in the actions of others. Kiba looked at his hand and sat down. Saji was arguing with the other members about his outburst. Kiba raised a hand and brought it to his face, blood was dripping from his forehead and nose. Have you ever thought about wearing a suit every day? You look really amazing in one, Momo's voice echoed in Kiba's mind. Why was he thinking so much about that young woman? That relationship was supposed to be just to pass the time, what he did was just for entertainment. No matter who you are from now on, I'm happy you gave me this opportunity. You'll see, I'll be the best girlfriend you could have asked for. Why did Momo's words keep echoing in his head even though he hadn't taken them seriously at the time? He hadn't even spent enough time with her to say it was something real, nor could he say it was just a whim given his state of mind. Kiba had asked the sage about this once, and he was told that it didn't matter, that it was something that usually happened in youth, that despite being a demon he was still a human, that he didn't have to worry, it was okay to have that display of emotions as he had. He was human. Kiba's eyes opened when he finally understood everything that had happened up to this point, everything that had been called out to him, everything he had been told, it all connected. He was human. He had tried to act like a demon, like a servant, like someone who really wanted something, but in the end it wasn't what he always wanted, it wasn't what he had desired. Revenge, it was always the same, that's what he wanted after falling into the project. He wanted to live under the blood of those who made his life hell in the beginning, but he could never say it for himself. Really? We're equals? Kiba's voice sounded calm as he stood up. He looked at the group that was still arguing and began to walk forward. It didn't matter now what they wanted to do or what they were willing to do. He felt something in his mouth moving out of place. Kiba put his hand in his mouth and pulled out a tooth that had fallen out. The blonde's eyes widened at the sight. He searched with his tongue and could at least be grateful that the fallen tooth wouldn't be visible for now. I'd have to see if I could get another one. You're just leaving like that? Saji called from the background. Kiba simply raised one arm in a farewell gesture while holding his face with the other. Blood was still trickling from his nose, but his smile remained. I'm sorry, I came because I wanted to pay my respects, even though no one who truly loved her is present. I hope you understand why I've come. Kiba's smile never wavered, while Sona's face seemed to sink at that. We know, please don't take it the wrong way, we are all affected by her. Yura stepped forward and bent down, knelt and placed her hands on the ground. Yura-san. Saji's expression was one of genuine confusion. He had expected her to react aggressively, but seeing her like this was something he didn't understand. Saji wasn't the only one who seemed confused. Sona herself didn't understand why Yura had acted so suddenly. Yura's face was pressed against the ground, which hid the sweat dripping from her forehead and the look of horror on her face. She trusted in her group's abilities. But she also knew firsthand that Kiba's ability, not the one he displayed normally, but the one he used when fulfilling the sage's requests, she knew very well that this ability was beyond the strength of the group. A bow of apology, his right arm poised for an apologetic turn. That was what Kiba did in front of them, and that same graceful, apologetic posture was what he used before stepping forward and cutting someone down. The outstretched right hand was a symbol that he was about to draw a weapon and charge forward. Kiba stood still as he watched Yura suddenly beg. He waited a moment before seeing the young woman raise her head in fear. It was quite easy to see the sweat on her face along with the expression of uncertainty she had. She smiled. He liked what he saw. Kiba finished his bow by waving his hand and began to walk away. The Sea-Tree group and others present just stared at him in bewilderment, but the one they looked at most with curiosity was Yura, who sat on the ground and hugged herself. Sona saw the young woman's reaction. She would have to ask what was going on between her and Kiba for such a situation to occur, but more importantly, she had to give Saji a talk about what she had done. A punishment wouldn't be so bad for that act she had committed. She was also affected by what happened, but that didn't mean she was going to go after the person who jumped in headfirst upon receiving a message that Momo was in trouble. Kiba was fast, but for the first time, he felt it. Even if he could move at any speed he wanted. I couldn't get anywhere on time. Kiba turned down a street to see someone he hadn't expected to see in that situation. The young man's eyes widened when he saw Zenobia with her arms crossed and leaning against a wall. You seem quite distracted, you even let me be by your side without having the slightest idea of what's going on. The blue-haired girl's voice made Kiba open his mouth and think about the current situation. Had he really been that out of his mind? I'm sorry if I offended you by not paying attention to you. Kiba's smile and calmness always bothered Zenobia. It wasn't a calmness that showed someone who was truly at peace, it was one that muffled what he was really thinking. Kiba's princely face was probably just a mask to hide the aberrant reality that the young man had. It's not like I'm asking for your attention or anything, Zenovia's voice sounded tired. After that sentence, she sighed as she saw the blonde man in front of her tilt his head in confusion. So? Kiba asked, seeing how Zenovia seemed increasingly interested in him. In her gaze it was more than possible to see how she concentrated on his eyes and then observed every part of his body. I'm curious to see where you'll end up, the blue-haired girl's voice softened. Zenovia clasped her hands and flexed her arms. It's entertaining to watch a beast try to pass itself off as a prince. Kiba's smile widened at that comment. I don't know what you're talking about, Zenovia snorted at that. Someone's thirst for blood is quite easy to sense. Well, in the church they teach us to be able to perceive it from an early age. I know, Kiba replied, making Zenovia nod. I've seen beasts with less bloodlust than yours, demons submerged in madness who only show a fraction of what you showed. I don't know how strong you really are, but it's obvious there's more inside the well than just a frog. You're overthinking it, Kiba's voice was kind. He closed his eyes and made a movement with his hand indicating that they should start walking. I doubt it, but it doesn't matter, I decided to see what would happen after all. Kiba simply bowed his head and looked at the woman who began to walk calmly beside him. If she truly professed that he was nothing but a beast, then why be by his side? He wasn't angry about the company either. Drip. Akino slowly opened her eyes when she felt something wet on her face. She squinted before slowly opening them, shifting her body. It felt heavy. Had she fallen asleep somewhere? He looked as if he had slept for a long time. Oh, you've woken up, Akino acknowledged and looked ahead. Sarah Fall was sitting in front of her with a cup in her hand. So where had the drop of water fallen from on her face? She didn't pay it any mind and didn't take her eyes off the woman in front of her. It was rare to see Sarah Fall dressed in a normal way, so to speak. Although the dress she was wearing was somewhat old-fashioned, it wasn't something that could be called completely out of fashion. What happened? Akino asked, looking around. She was in the clubroom, she could tell, but it was strange that the curtains were closing the windows. Normally Rias didn't like that. Well, it wasn't something that mattered too much. Oh, I had a request. Someone asked me to watch over you while you were waking up. Sarah Fall smiled before setting the cup down on a saucer in her other hand. She gestured toward the exit of the club room. Akino raised an eyebrow at that, but didn't pay it any mind, stood up and started walking towards the exit. It was obvious that she had to leave because they were waiting for her, but why had she fallen asleep? When he extended his hand, he saw something different. Her fingers were thinner, her arms seemed longer, and her nails were manicured differently. She raised her hand and looked at it for a few moments, then took a step back, lifted the sleeves of her clothing, and saw her arms. She glanced down at her legs and stockings. She was wearing her academy dress, but it was more than obvious how much larger her thighs were than before. Instead of heading for the exit, she turned and ran to the bathroom. As she ran, she caught a glimpse of Seraph's calm smile and the small fluttering of a blue bush around her. When she stood in front of the bathroom door, she didn't hesitate to open it and go to the mirror. She stood still, looking at her reflection. Wasn't she? What? Akino's question was directed at no one in particular. She raised her hands and touched her face. Her fingers brushed against her cheeks and lips. She gazed at her eyes, which were different now, and the deep blue of her hair. She looked exactly like the fallen angel he had killed some time ago. The only difference was that she was wearing her academy uniform instead of the woman's outfit. What is this? Akino continued touching her face, moving her hand over her cheek and squeezing it in order to feel the touch, to understand if it was her in the reflection. She felt the prick she gave herself. Akino smiled nervously. Seeing herself in the mirror was almost like watching a video of an imitation, a reflection that tried to imitate her movements but had nothing to do with what she was. It wasn't her face, it wasn't her body. But it was her. Akino took a couple of steps back before falling to the floor when she tripped over the bathroom mat with the back of her shoe, causing her to fall. She looked around once more and found the club's bathroom. It was identical, but now she began to doubt. Was she at the club? She stood up quickly and walked past Seraph, who hadn't moved from the room at all. When she opened the door to the main entrance of the hall, Akino's eyes widened. She saw a huge corridor that seemed to stretch for hundreds of meters. She turned and looked at Seraph, who had picked up the teapot from the table and poured herself another cup of tea. Akino didn't look at her hands. Instead, she took a strand of her hair and examined it closely, the carefully styled blue hair, along with a perfume she didn't recognize. It was like being inside a completely white room. There was nothing strange about it, but it still felt unnatural. Seraph-sama, Akino called to the woman, who turned to look at her with a smile. Yeah. Who am I waiting for? Akino walked slowly to the nearby window and opened the curtain, seeing that there was nothing there. A simple black landscape with nothing but infinity was what lay before her. Oh, Fried wanted to see his angel, so my good doctor helped you a little to make you resemble her. Akino tilted her head and made a puzzled expression. Your angel? She asked Seraph, who just laughed. Who's the doctor? Oh, Seraph's smile faltered for a moment before recovering. The person I care about most in the world. An almost automatic response. I. The door was banged on, causing Akino to turn around. She swallowed hard, but raised her arm and prepared a lightning bolt. Nothing. The door opened and let Fried in, followed by a man in a suit with blonde hair and glasses. Director. Akino's question made the man raise an eyebrow. I am not the sage. The simple answer made Akino back away until she bumped into a table. She saw the vase and the knife, along with an apple beside it. Without hesitation, she picked up the knife. But her expression almost broke when she saw the huge smile the white-haired man gave her as he started walking towards her. Can you really bring her back? The emotion was present, the happiness more than explosive in Fried's tone of voice as he walked until he was in front of Akino, who screamed and did not hesitate to stab the man in the right eye with the knife. There was no further movement, no further sign of pain or discomfort on the part of the former priest. Just a smile that kept growing every second. The raw material was good, but carrying the mind of someone who passed away long ago is not easy. By order of the wise man, I did not bleach it because he told me that would be your job, the man in a suit said as he sat down next to Seraph, who didn't wait before taking a cup and serving the man tea. Seraph-sama, Akino called to the woman who seemed completely absorbed by the presence of the blonde-haired man. Bleach. What do you know about love? Fried's question came with a simple movement as the man removed the knife along with the eye. Blood spilled from the black socket, falling onto Akino, who recoiled at the sight. She didn't have her powers. Love? Akino asked, knowing that she couldn't do anything at the moment, beyond playing along. She didn't know what to do, she was limited, and the man seemed more than happy for her. Of course, you know, a human is someone selfish, someone who desires something so strongly and wants to experience everything. Fried walked until he stood in front of Akino, took the blue strands of hair before smiling. That is something which is obvious. Of course, Fried exclaimed excitedly. The desire for something that floats in human consciousness is something no one can avoid. Why do you think the insane are separated from the rest? Fried smiled before wiping the knife clean and, with a swift movement, plunged it into Akino's hand, pinning it to the wooden table where it had rested. Akino gritted her teeth in pain and instinctively reached out to pull the knife away, but only felt her other hand being pinned to the wall behind her. The woman's eyes widened at that fact. I tried to come back to you, I tried to be in society like everyone else. Fried looked up as if he were waiting for something. When I started to believe that I could be better was when I started to want something more. A smile or sadness wasn't enough. Why limit myself to just seeing a couple of emotions from the person I love? Fried's question wasn't directed at anyone in particular, but Serafal felt a chill run down her spine at those words. I wanted to see everything, I wanted to squeeze it all out, to remove every drop of emotion and every tiny expression from her, but I didn't. I know it's wrong, all of this is incorrect. How could I talk to someone when I have these kinds of thoughts? Fried lowered his head and looked at Akino, but in his eyes she was Kalawarner. I don't understand you. The woman's voice sounded frustrated, but that same frustration seemed to be what Fried wanted. That's right, their agony, their happiness or their sadness, fear and despair, I wanted to see it completely. I know my own emotions, but how do I know those of others? Fried pulled the red ribbon on his clothes and removed the black jacket, leaving only the white shirt. What you describe is no longer human, Akino said, her fury more visible than ever, a fury that fueled Fried's excitement. Reason is what separates us from animals, what you describe is merely the thought of a beast. A beast. Fried reached into his pocket and pulled out a silver dagger, cutting open the woman's white shirt to reveal her chest. Akino looked at Serafal, who was sitting on the lap of the man who had arrived. There was no sign that offered any help in this situation. Kalawarner. I am Akino Himehima. Akino's shout was followed by a jerk of her hand against the table, forcibly pulling out the knife and attempting to use magic. Nothing came out. Kalawarner, Fried repeated again, smiling, every emotion, every little fragment, how could I miss it? Not even the sage understood what I was saying when I spoke of this, but it doesn't matter, if it were up to me I would have lived a lie until the end, letting the doctor leave you blank by bringing that woman back. Akino felt a hand go to her neck and begin to squeeze it tightly. But they gave me the option to see, the option I so desperately wanted. Why deny fate when it's what I've longed for so much? Fried tightened his grip on Akino's neck, watching the red tone shift to a pale blue from lack of air and the desperation in the woman's eyes. Yes, that's what I wanted, every tiny fragment, every small yearning, a curiosity that can't be satisfied without immense selfishness. Fried released Akino, who took a deep breath and tried to keep from coughing, but failed. You know, I was a priest. I know that man is prone to sin and subject to the devil's will, and that's why I hate all of you demons so much. But human nature, wanting to possess what one desires, selfishness, and ambition, Fried kissed the woman, who tried to resist. He pulled away to look at Akino, who was now staring in complete panic. A beast that reasons but can't listen to itself, that would probably be the best way to describe a human, wouldn't it? Haven't you heard anything from Akino since yesterday? Rias asked Kiba, who was sitting in the club room. Kaneko was silently beside him. She mentioned that she had to sort some things out on her own. That was the last I heard from her before she left, Kiba commented thoughtfully. It was obvious that he knew the truth since he was on the sage's side. Rias was the only one completely blind to the strange signs her servants were giving her. Perhaps it was the trust or love she had for them, but her blind faith was something Kiba was taking advantage of. I see, lately he's been doing quite what he wants. It's not that he's bad, but he always leaves a letter or warns me beforehand so I don't worry too much, not to mention the faction meeting that's just around the corner. Where could he have gone? Rias wondered the last part to herself. By the way, I haven't seen Issei-kun for a couple of days either, Rias said, almost tripping at the mention of the brunette. No. The redhead. Let's just say he's no longer fit to attend the academy. Rias looked away. I suppose you all know this since we're classmates, but it seems that, based on what Mr. Beelzebub said, having made a deal with the Red Dragon, the arm Issei-kun lost was only part of it, and what's really happening is a regression. The arm is taking control of Issei-kun's exterior. Rias's voice sounded genuinely worried, distressed, but more because of what she had seen a few days ago than anything else. Although the changes were merely physical at first, it was obvious how those changes began to escalate to a point of no return for the brunette. His body now resembled that of someone close to 30 years old. The brown hair that Issei had once worn was replaced by long red hair and eyes that now shone a crazy green, sharp teeth and a height that almost reached 2 meters. Physically, he was no longer Issei at first, but after a couple of days, Rias began to doubt whether what she saw that night was really something close to Issei or if the brunette had really left completely. Because it was more than obvious that the person he was talking to was nothing more than a dragon, and Issei, as such, could not say that that person was Didrag, because it did not seem that the consciousness of the celestial dragon was manifesting. We'll be receiving new reports on Issei-kun's situation. Apparently, this isn't entirely unusual. History shows that more than one boosted gear user has faded into obscurity, giving way to a new being. But with Issei, if it's not Didrag who's in control, then who is? Kiba asked, intrigued. The sage had mentioned that things were set for Didrag's resurrection. The physical change was almost entirely based on the fuel used, which was called Issei's life expectancy as a demon. It was cruel, truly cruel, considering that at some point, Issei and Naruto had eaten at the same table, joked around, and chatted as if they were lifelong friends. Kiba didn't know if this was a betrayal or something similar, but apparently Mitlet's suicide attempt didn't leave the sage in a good state. Kiba himself did not expect that when it happened, the fact that before all this began, Akeno bothering Mitlet was something he knew was going to happen. Naruto himself told him to let it go because at that point the act would be punished, but Kiba did not understand. How could Issei not see how the little princess was more than blinded by him? The only reason Midelt had pretended to be who she was, pretended to live as she had until now, was because she met the old Issei, an Issei who really cared about her, who became her first friend, and with whom she seemed inseparable. He had witnessed that relationship for a long time, always envying Issei for it. Midelt had never trusted him, despite knowing that if ordered to do so, he would have slit his own throat without a second thought. It was only now that Kiba understood why he had never found favor with Midelt, but had found favor with the sage. Love. The Fall had been more than in love with Issei for a long time. It was a shame that she herself could not be honest with herself, and when everything related to the demons happened, Midlet's insecurity only grew. Now she was staying in the Phoenix-controlled territory in the human world. She had finally agreed to go. Mrs. Phoenix convinced the girl. Now, Midlet is most likely being treated with the utmost respect that can be asked for or even exist. No one saw the fallen angel Midelt as anything other than a free agent of Azazel. She was crowned princess by the Phoenix, giving a fallen angel the highest title of nobility that demons can attain for the first time in history. There was even a treaty in the church symbolizing non-aggression towards her because she was protected by an angel. No one knew which angel had given its approval, but currently the fallen angel Midlet was the most politically important person. The perfect hostage for all three factions, that is, if she weren't also called daughter, more than once in public by the goddess of the ungrateful, the goddess Kaguya. She held the position once occupied by Albion and Didrag in the ranking of the strongest. No one wanted to go head-to-head with someone so unpredictable and who had a monopoly over almost the entire human world. Kiba himself still couldn't believe it. The title of the goddess of the ungrateful became more and more interesting if one learned about the goddess's history. Many called her that because of her few followers, others because her followers didn't thank her, and still more called her that because all her most loyal followers were people who had too much power and ended up being scum in the human eye, but with too much influence in the world for anyone to think of anything. Well, that same influence was what was going to work for what the wise man wanted to do after all. Are you listening to me, Yuto-kun? Rias called to the blonde boy, who blinked and turned his attention back to Rias. I'm sorry, I haven't slept well. The finals started, and with club activities and work for the sage, I haven't studied properly and ended up staying up late. Kiba's smile was silly. What he said wasn't entirely a lie, but it wasn't the truth either. Ah, I know, that idiot just complicates our lives, damn it. Rias kicked the ground comically, but it was more than possible to see how dejected she was. Curious. Kiba thought he wouldn't mind Issei being the way he was now, a reflection of Didrag without memories, but apparently there was more to it than just what he assumed. Boss? Kiba asked as Rias pursed her lips. He's not like he used to be. He was a fool, but a cute fool. Now, seeing him is like, I don't know who I'm looking at. Kiba wanted to laugh at Rias. That was probably the same thought Midlet had when she saw Issei separate from her. In part, he didn't feel bad hearing Rias's concern for Issei, the blonde knew it. Despite how arrogant Rias was, even if she had done reprehensible things or had been in the right place, for everyone, he knew that there was genuine affection and real concern for her servants. Did something happen? Kiba asked, noticing how upset Rias seemed. Rias hesitated for a few moments. Yes. Do you remember Odin's envoy? Kiba nodded in agreement. He had had more than one interaction with Rosweiss during the time she had been present. Odin jokingly suggested she stay at the Red Emperor's house, Issei-kun's house. She went, and, you know Issei isn't the same as he was a few weeks ago. It's not just his mind, his way of seeing things anymore. They both ended up drinking that night. I was planning to go as usual, but Rias didn't continue for a few seconds, raised a hand and squeezed her forearm. That filthy Valkyrie. Even with everything she mentioned, everything she said and exclaimed, it was still obvious what happened that night. I don't even know who Issei is anymore. He doesn't look at me with the same lust as before, but then a strange woman comes along and decides it's time to take her virginity. I wanted to do it. Rias squeezed her hands on her skirt. Did Issei-san and Roswise-san end up having an affair? Kiba's eyes widened. I had heard from the sage that Gidreg, at his lowest point of sanity before the war, had a high libido, one that caused him to disregard the Empress and focus on any dragon he saw, but to hear a story like this just days after the awakening of the celestial dragon. It was impressive. Kiba wanted to whistle in shock, but he held back when he saw Rias start to get depressed, look at the ground, and he could see the young woman's eyes turn red. Are you okay, boss? Kiba walked over and put a hand on Rias's back to help her walk to one of the sofas. It was at that moment that she burst into tears. What happened? Rias began to cry as she grabbed Kiba's shirt, which surprised the blonde boy. Issei-kun was blinded by me, but then, after making that deal with the dragon, everything changed. He's not the same anymore. The only thing left of Issei-kun is his name. I've seen how he behaves, acts, and speaks. Kiba simply placed a hand on Rias's head in a gesture of consolation. No matter how much he wanted to deny what he felt, no matter how much he said it wasn't right, seeing the woman break down and cry in utter sadness at feeling so betrayed was too much for him. It made her day better. Kiba smiled, a smile that was going to comfort Rias. That's what the redhead assumed when she saw how Kiba tried to calm her down. I didn't know that Kiba's smile was directed at a joy in seeing her suffer. Issei-san. Asia knocked on the young man's door. Some time had passed since she had gone to live with Kaneko because of the new construction at Issei's house, changing it into a mansion or something like that. It was impressive. The door that was knocked on a couple of times was opened after a few seconds. Asia almost fell backwards when she saw the person in front of her. That wasn't Issei. Tall, well-dressed, with a clean face and long red hair that had two elegant bangs, a neat ponytail, and green eyes covered by round framed glasses. Oh, Asia-san, it's been a while, Issei said, noticing how the young woman seemed motionless even after being greeted. It was as if she had seen something strange. The results came back yesterday. It seems I'm being mixed up by my sacred gear. From what I've heard, this is quite common in dragon-type sacred gears, so don't worry about my appearance. Issei turned around and left the door open, indicating that Asia could pass. Are you Issei-san? Asia's question made him fall silent instantly. What was his name? Everyone referred to him as Issei Hyodo, but why couldn't he remember that name? Of course, Asia, don't be silly. The sharp-toothed grin made Asia back away once more. Fear gripped the blonde girl before she turned and ran off. In Asia's eyes, seeing that smile that seemed to show absolute enjoyment, but at the same time gave off that air that something was wrong. She couldn't see Issei anywhere in that person. She couldn't see how that person in front of her called himself Issei. Issei reached out, trying to grab Asia, but she had already walked away a moment ago. Issei stood there, his hand outstretched, bewildered. What was he doing wrong that made everyone run away from him? He stood still, staring at the door for a few more seconds before closing it and glancing into the room. There she was again, that Valkyrie. He'd spent the night with her after drinking, and they'd ended up having sex afterward. The woman's scream and regret made him remember something, but what was it? Issei couldn't understand it. When he saw the woman's face before him, he thought he was seeing someone he knew, but at the same time, she didn't resemble him at all. It was like having a constant memory, but at the same time, one whose meaning he knew, but when it wanted to reveal itself, it lost its meaning. Protect. What did it have to protect? Issei looked at his hands. His left hand was a bright red color. There were no scales, but it was almost like seeing an arm made of metal instead of flesh and bone. It was what he did to save Rias. To whom had he given his arm? Issei brought a hand to his head and felt a sharp pain growing, as if something were digging into his brain and wouldn't let him rest. Something was missing, but he couldn't remember what it was. I was hungry. She turned and looked at the number of bags and boxes of food she had eaten just minutes before. It didn't matter when she ate, it didn't matter how much she tried to fill her stomach. It was as if it was never enough. He had ordered meat, lots of meat these last few days. He had ordered so much meat and cooked so much. To the point that he even ended up eating raw meat because he couldn't wait. A small gasp caught his attention. He looked at Rosweiss, who had turned away, and felt as if he had already lived through that scene. Being hungry, but seeing a beautiful woman by his side. What was that feeling? A beep reached Issei's ears as the image of a light blue-haired woman with horns rested on a bed, a beautiful smile present, but he was leaving, he needed to go out. I needed to eat. Glutton. The whisper made the red-haired man clench his teeth and start to stand up once again. He walked over to find his shoes and put them on. The academy, the wise man. The wise man was at the academy. Hadn't Rias told her not to go? I needed to meet Naruto. Why did he need to meet Naruto? Ellipsis. Issei remained silent. Ever since he had learned about the other side of the world, he no longer saw the director in the same way. Perhaps at one time he had called him a friend, and he had been close to Midlet in the same way, but why the sudden urgency to speak with him? It was as if he needed to know if what he was doing was right, something primal. It wasn't a conversation like he would have had with a professor or a teacher. No, what he was looking for was like talking to a counselor. Issei fell to his knees as the ringing in his ears intensified to the blaring of a siren in his head. It was as if he wanted to remember something, but what was it he wanted to remember? He glanced at the bed where Rosweiss was getting up and looked at her for a few moments before forcing a smile. He saw the Valkyrie's worried expression and didn't understand. His hunger vanished instantly. A smile. What did he want to eat? Can. That word seemed to have been engraved in his head out of nowhere. Issei knew it. He needed power. Why did he need power? Domain. He had to dominate everything. He had to consume infinity and awaken from the dream. Issei tried to say something. Rosweiss had put her hands on him and was trying to heal him as best she could with the magic she had. What was that connection? I was looking for something. A queen. Who was he? A song, a sonata to the moon that fell by day and awoke by night. A poem. He needed to protect his queen. Who was their queen? A blurry vision was in her head. She couldn't understand. No one appeared. Wasn't Rias her king? I shouldn't be protecting a demon. Issei couldn't understand what was happening. He was a demon. He shouldn't react that way. Calm. Issei felt his body suddenly release, everything become lighter, as if he were floating. He turned and saw the naked woman who had jumped in to heal him. A queen. Who was he? He swore to protect her. He wasn't there. Dragon. Why did he feel hungry when he thought about a dragon? He wanted meat. Once again, he wanted to eat. He needed power and... No, I didn't. What is all this? It wasn't a question or an exclamation, it was a tone that denoted bewilderment. Issei-san. Issei bowed his head when he heard his name called. He was supposed to be getting appointed. Why didn't I feel attached to it? Issei tried to speak, but his voice changed, the harsh tone from before, the lost look, and the discontent along with the fatigue vanished. He lowered his head, and his expression suddenly went blank, as if there were nothing in his mind. I see. A jovial tone emerged a few seconds later. Issei was smiling as he raised his head once more. Are you feeling better? The Valkyrie's smile was enormous. She truly felt awful about the night she had spent with the Red Emperor. She hadn't known what to do. She simply hadn't expected the man, upon seeing her drinking in his house, to join her. She cursed herself for how easy it was in that state, despite her complaints, her behavior, and her initial attitude. He simply let something like an adventure happen. But in the end, after seeing the Red Emperor in the following days, she began to like him more. She had spoken of them not saying anything, and that this was an aberration, that she was horrible to be with someone who only holds a title. She hadn't expected to hear kind words from the red-haired man in front of her. The Red Emperor was nothing like the reports described. He was the opposite of what one would call a perverted disaster. He had read the reports and was afraid when Odin ordered him to stay at the Red Emperor's house, but it wasn't a bad experience, nor was the man bad company. He just didn't understand. Wasn't the current bearer supposed to be a teenager? When she saw that man with features that clearly indicated he was more than just human, she began to doubt. His education and manners seemed to have been taken from centuries past, but what she couldn't understand was how that first night had happened between them. The tone of voice she used, the constant peaceful gaze, and the air of superiority without being arrogant, that bearing of someone who was on top, returned in an instant. In recent days, much to her dismay and contrary to what she believed about herself, she had indeed seen that expression more than once. Having slept with the Red Emperor several times already, it was all strange, despite the promise to take responsibility, despite affectionately telling him that he didn't need to worry because she was the first. He didn't understand. Wasn't the Grimoire heiress the first? That left her reeling for a while until he explained that there had never been anything between them, so she really had fallen in the Red Emperor's favor. She still felt awful at the fact that it had been so easy for someone to have gotten her into bed. But in the end, she didn't feel awful seeing the person who had just stood up and kissed her. It was curious how he called her queen, or empress, even goddess, out of nowhere. A smile formed in Rosweiss's mind at that. She didn't know if the emperor had become so infatuated with her, but it was clear that he was definitely taking notice of her. Ross, the man's voice sounded deep, sending a small shiver down the back of the platinum-haired woman's neck at that. She had her doubts, her anxieties, and a general dislike for what she was doing. But he continued anyway. Yes, Rosweiss smiled at the nickname the man had given her. She felt good as he suddenly hugged her and looked into her eyes, as if all he needed to see was her. It was strange. Was this what she had read about dragons and how they had something to attract their mates? Could you do me a favor? Issei looked at her with a smile that was a little smaller than before, and eyes that showed absolute pleasure. What would it be? Rosweiss felt something pressing against her stomach as the man pulled her towards him and hugged her tightly. Could you call me Ddraig? He's awake. Kaguya opened one eye as she turned over in bed, looking at Naruto who was awake staring at the ceiling with difficulty as he opened his eyes. Ddraig. The question was a bit obvious, but I wanted to make sure. Yes, he broke my hypnosis, he was the first to break it. It's quite annoying, to be honest. Kaguya's voice sounded irritated. It was a pout that the blonde boy found cute. It wasn't perfect either way, you applied it when you were just learning about magic concepts and their resistances. Can you all be quiet? A half-hearted whisper drifted to the side. It was Tiamat, who was lying on top of the blonde man resting on her chest. The big difference was the two marks on her body, one scar that seemed to divide her in half, running from her shoulder to her hip, and the other that seemed to have been made to sew her head back onto her body. Sorry, it's just that the idiot woke up earlier than expected. Naruto raised a hand and touched the woman's hair. He didn't call Ddraig an idiot to insult him, he called him that because he was happy. Even with what little remained of that dragon's mind, he was still someone who could be recovered. Although he could never have all the memories that the entity once had that was crowned the celestial dragon, I was happy that he was back. I'm really happy that he's back too, but what happened to his holder? I remember that he was someone who was under your grace. Tiamat raised her head and looked the blonde man in the eyes. I didn't know Ddraig, but I heard you two were something in the past. Won't you feel anything about his return? Grafia yawned as she got up from Naruto's left side. She had been sleeping on his left arm and Kaguya on his right. The one who won for that night was Tiamat, who lay on the chest and on top of the blonde. It's something from the past, we even discussed this topic while he was alive. I'm happy for him that he's back, but I'm just worried that he won't be fully recovered when he sees me. Tiamat leaned her head against the blonde man's chest, who smiled. Sadly, there isn't much that Ddraig remembers. His mind was eaten away by gluttony long ago, the desire for power surpassed his understanding, his chanting and proclamation of desire became just a trigger for absolute selfishness. The Ddraig who was once alive died 1,000 years ago, but that doesn't mean that the one who has been reborn is evil. I made the Valkyrie go with him that night, Naruto said, his eyes widening as he looked at Kaguya, who had settled beside him. I hypnotized her to speed things up. Oh, please don't look at me like that. The little Valkyrie enjoyed it much more than you'd think. But getting back to Ddraig, a strong thrill is what we needed. Issei Hyodo was successfully consumed by Ddraig. Midlet is going to hate me, Naruto smiled at the thought. 3 different hands rose to his face and gently cupped it. The blonde looked at the 3 naked women, their bodies still glistening with sweat. What are you doing? You're thinking about unnecessary things again, Grafia said calmly. The time of the age of man is approaching, you don't need to think about unnecessary things right now, Kaguya said with some annoyance, squeezing the blonde's cheek. Naruto laughed a little at that. I'm back, but I don't care how they want to leave the world. We want a kind world, it's what's about to be born. You don't need to believe in the hatred of one when the hatred of all will be born with the peace of many more. Tiamat's voice was calm. You guys really seem to be on the same wavelength out of nowhere, Naruto's comment made the 3 women laugh a little. It's not about being in sync, it's about knowing you. We know how stupid you are. Kaguya began to move her foot and go to the blonde man's crotch. He opened his eyes at that, lowered his eyes, and saw how the woman moved her fingers painted with black nail polish. You're too easy, although it's easy to know what you're thinking when you have a goddess like me by your side. You, Naruto tried to reply, one of Kaguya's hands was supporting his head and the other was on his face. It was my turn when we finished early, Grafia's voice rose, the woman sat down and stood next to Tiamat, pushing half of Kaguya's body who looked at her in surprise. Ah, but I am already here, commented the one in the middle, avoiding being pushed. She had seen how Kaguya tried to gain ground, but was pushed by Grafia. The four of them had sweaty bodies and the marks on their necks and chests were more than evident. They say that when it was me who came up with the idea, obviously I came first, I was the one who woke him up, Kaguya smiled smugly. Naruto watched as the three women argued over something so trivial. 1,000 years ago, he hadn't expected to see this scene. No, back when he traveled the world fighting the Otsutsuki, his only dream was to eat ramen one last time before he died. Now she just wanted to wake up every day and wait for the affection of her companions. There was no status or favorites, no decree of the three, no one was first or last, just a relationship that could be described as, give it all to all. A laugh escaped Naruto, causing the women to stop arguing. They really are incredible. At that moment, Naruto was grateful to have been alive all this time, grateful to have lived through everything and overcome it. If he hadn't continued living, he would never have been able to see this development. There was a place that appreciated him, people who only loved him for who he was, and no one expected anything more from him beyond his presence and person as such. Really? That he was happy. No news of Akeno yet? Rias asked, seeing that the time was approaching. She turned and saw Kiba shaking his head. Kaneko did the same, she glanced at Issei and then looked away when she saw that Valkyrie clinging to Issei's arm. No, she just disappeared, that's all. Even though she said she wanted to sort something out, I didn't think it was anything serious enough for her to vanish, Kiba bowed his head apologetically. I'm sorry, I didn't ask properly, and that's why Akeno isn't here right now. One lie after another. Kiba's life up until now had been like a mask that only reflected the bright side of the spotlight, while the other side had never been seen. What was the difference between his current self and his past self then? That she learned to enjoy what it meant to embrace the other side that is not illuminated. No, there's no need to blame yourself for this, Rias sighed and placed a hand on Kiba's shoulder in a comforting manner. You've had enough to deal with regarding Momo-san, the sage, and your own duties. It's really me who's at fault. Rias clenched her fists as she turned around. She had neglected Akeno so much, she didn't even know what the woman had come to find or what she had come to fix. Kiba, who had been the last person she had spoken to, didn't know anything about it either. Any clues, Kaneko? Rias hadn't turned around, so she didn't see the shock in the white-haired girl at that. Kaneko knew, she knew everything that was going on. But I couldn't say anything. No, her trail follows the same pattern, but it disappears in her bedroom, Kaneko said, trying to make her voice sound as calm as possible so that Rias wouldn't say anything. She was aware of where Akeno had gone and knew that she would not return. The knock on the club door signaled to Rias that it was time. She sighed as she stood and opened the door, seeing Serafal and Grafia walking towards her. Serafal had arrived for today's activity, and Grafia had been in charge of organizing most of the arrangements for the gathering. Today was the meeting of the three factions with the Nordic faction. But why had Odin said he would be late? Rias's curiosity came in the form of a question, but she didn't dwell on it much. A god was someone who, when he had a whim, normally fulfilled it. Furthermore, it allowed more time for everything to be prepared among the three factions. Rias led the way. Rosweiss had gone ahead on Odin's orders and told her to leave the place as he had a job for her, and in the end only her entourage remained, walking calmly to the room that had been prepared for the meeting. It's good to see that my rival, a female voice began to speak, but was cut off instantly. Valley looked at Hyodo Issei, and remained silent. Do we know each other? A huge smile with sharp teeth, impeccable manners, and an eloquent tone, all crowned with a deep but soft voice in the ear. That really wasn't Issei Hyodo anymore. She was curious when Kaguya mentioned that Diedrig had been revived, but seeing that result. Tall, too tall, it was obvious his features were far from human. Valley, who had lost a few centimeters due to her transformation, stood still, staring at the current Red Emperor. It was clear he would pose an even greater challenge than last time. But what was that feeling of discomfort she had next to that man? What does the White Emperor need from us? Rias asked, sounding demanding. Valley regained his smile and continued walking in the opposite direction from where they were walking. Nothing in particular, just curious, and I came to say hello, Valley said, his smile widening at Rias's displeasure. She had planned to meet with Issei before this, but hadn't had the chance. Arthur was quite a nuisance these days. It was more than obvious that Kaguya could turn him into a man again, but she wasn't doing it just for fun, and because of that he. Never mind, he'd fallen for Arthur's stupid chatter after drinking following training. It was his fault, but it was also his fault for not drawing a line and letting the gentleman do whatever he wanted whenever he wanted. It was their mistake from beginning to end. I hope you don't cause any trouble. I heard you were favored by the goddess of the ungrateful. Did she raise you? Rias asked, noticing Valley's face turn to one of annoyance. You could say that now, because of such silly things, she gets upset when I don't call her mother, damn it. Well, I need to take care of something before the meeting. I'll see you there in a few minutes. That's how the White Emperor waved goodbye, leaving the group bewildered. The only one who laughed shortly after was Issei. He didn't know where he felt it coming from, but it didn't matter. He wanted to fight and finish off that woman. He wanted to devour her and gain more power too. 4. Issei's laughter gradually subsided as he tried to remember once more why he needed power. A song, a cry for help, someone smiling, a plea for mercy, who was calling. The sound of the door opening in front of him was as if a different door had opened. He didn't see the people in front of him. Who were the people sitting in those chairs? Shades. Whose? I knew them, I would give everything for them. Who were they? Are you all right, Issei-kun? Rias looked with concern as the brunette stood frozen in the doorway, his mouth agape, staring at the room with the leaders. Issei began, trying to say something. Why did they call him Issei? He wasn't Issei, but he was Issei. Who was Didrag? The Red Glutton. The Emperor. The tide of thoughts in the Red Dragon's head was swirling in all directions. Only Azazel's snap of his fingers brought him back to reality, seeing the leaders once more, all seated and waiting for him to take his seat as well. Why did he feel hatred? I needed to kill. Consume. Eat. Had. Those present saw a small smile form on the face of the current Red Emperor when he introduced himself, but what caught their attention was how he had run his tongue over his lips and swallowed as if he were tasting something. Rias looked at Issei, not understanding that at that moment all that remained of that brunette was a memory in the minds of others. Odin had not appeared at the expected time. He arrived almost 20 minutes late and was with liquor in his hand. He had invited every leader in person in the room to drink, but all refused, all except Issei, who agreed and began to drink with the old man. Ascalon. Ascalon had been given to Issei as a token of gratitude. Rias was pleased by this, but Issei's refusal surprised her. She thought he would be happy to receive something like a legendary grade weapon. A snort and a hint of disgust were all he got when he received the sword. Those present forced smiles. The plan was to fuse the sword to his sacred gear, but Issei flatly refused, saying something like it would taint him and other such comments that no one understood. Valley stood silently, watching the scene unfold before him. Pride and Didrag seemed to have returned to the light as well. A small beep sounded from his pocket and he checked the time. It was time. Almost simultaneously, a large part of the school exploded. Everyone present looked incredibly surprised. Serzek stood up and looked to see who it was. Gabriel and Michael were aware of the human shielding, but the only one who didn't seem to move was Azazel, who remained at the table despite the building's violent tremor. A final explosion erupted before them, causing the window and the exterior part of the building to be blown away, revealing the army of human wizards along with demons and fallen angels. It was a huge group from several factions. What the hell is this? Rias ducked as another explosion whizzed past them. Michael raised a barrier, and subsequent attacks just bounced off. An attack on the leaders, curious, Azazel commented, watching from his seat. After a few seconds, he sighed and stood up. Since the member most at fault should be the one to take charge of solving things. Doesn't that seem strange to you? Gabriel commented, looking at the black sky that had suddenly formed. That barrier doesn't seem to be made of magic. Azazel squinted and saw it. The pattern on the crown of that barrier certainly didn't correspond to anything related to magic, but then what could it be? This has to be a joke. Azazel grinned as he guessed who had erected the barrier. He only knew of one entity that could create a subspace with such ease, or rather, isolate a place and create dimensions at will. Do you know who he is? Serzek asked, looking at the black bar that was slowly beginning to crack. The damn goddess of the ungrateful. That response made everyone present open their eyes as the sound of something like shattering glass was heard. The dome that had covered the academy had been removed. From among the shards of deep black glass that were falling, high in the sky she saw him. Floating as if the sky were his, standing in the air as if it were merely a boundary for any being other than herself. Black boots with trousers, a white cape and shirt. It was something similar to the military uniform of some nation, with the cape and the trench coat, but the hat with a crescent moon on it stood out. The goddess of the ungrateful, the goddess Kaguya, Kaguya Otsutsuki, was looking down on them as if she were seeing nothing but insects. This is not good, Azazel sweated, watching another explosion fall on Michael's barrier. We're all together, I guess you can't beat him. Well, it'll be my turn then, Surzek commented confidently, taking a step forward. Serafal and Grafia were behind him as he started walking forward. Azazel's hand stopping him made him raise an eyebrow. I think there are others who want your attention, Azazel said, pointing to a group of demons who hadn't moved. Traitors, Surzek remarked before sighing. It was the old faction, a real pain in the neck, to say the least. Kaguya-san doesn't seem to be moving yet, so we'd better eliminate the small ones and then concentrate on the big fish. Do you know anything about her? Gabriel asked with genuine curiosity. Can't you see it for yourself? Azazel gestured toward the terrain beyond the academy. Gabriel looked and blinked in confusion. We're not even on Earth right now. An arid terrain, there was no sign of vegetation beyond the same trees that were near the academy, trees that had been brought with them. And the civilians? Michael's question made Rias grimace at the thought. The barrier didn't go up, but luckily it seems they didn't come with us. That was because I asked them to, and in fact, they are still on Earth, a new voice joined in, making everyone turn around. There stood Naruto calmly, but the view was obviously different from normal. A white suit, a kind of coat that reached her knees and went up to the middle of her face, gloves on her hands and black boots. The bearer of the sage. Michael turned and looked at Naruto, who smiled enormously. It wasn't his usual formal and calm smile, nor his peaceful smile or anything like that. It was one of raw emotion and one full of emotion. Ecstasy. Of course they don't remember, they can't yet. Naruto's voice was now soft as he closed the door behind him. How did you get in? Surzek narrowed his eyes. The sage's bearer hadn't been invited, so he couldn't have gotten this far in the first place without being detected. Someone had given him access. I gave him an invitation. The silence was broken when everyone turned around and saw Grafia, who began to walk slowly until she stood next to the sage. What is this, Grafia? Surzek looked intently at his wife. Had the wise man manipulated her into doing that? It was of my own free will. The white-haired woman's voice sounded strong in response to that last demand. Grafia-chan, what's going on? Azazel asked, looking at the woman and the sage's wielder. Having Kaguya out in the sky wasn't good either. So how come we're still on Earth? We are, Naruto answered first, we just moved to a freer place. You don't want to destroy half the continent like you did 1,000 years ago, do you? Can I ask what you're talking about? This time it was Michael who asked. Naruto sighed and looked up. Kaguya was watching him and nodded. The sky turned a deep black and the moon shone a crimson red. A halo-like crown appeared above the heads of everyone present. Issei touched the crown and felt something similar to glass, something that, if squeezed, could break. However, it wasn't necessary when a loud snap of the goddess's fingers, who had been flying, was heard. A snap that seemed to have been made in front of each one of them. Each halo began to fracture, the sky itself fractured for the second time, and the moon turned to shine a deep red before it faded. An eclipse had been developing at the same instant that the blue sky had been resuming its course. It was an eclipse that could not be natural. But it happened, and with the fracturing and subsequent breaking of each halo, the memories that had been sent to sleep by the goddess had returned. Everyone's gaze turned towards the bearer of the wise man. No, that title was not good for the person before them. How could they have forgotten it for so long? The one who had been standing before them was the wise man himself. I remember. A voice broke the silence, a voice that erupted into a huge, uncontrolled laugh. The magical power of one of those present reached its limit. Rias fell to her knees and put her hands on the ground, turned around and saw Issei who was standing with his hands up and a huge smile. I am Didrag. The emotion in the man's voice was such that it made those present stop paying attention to the sage for a brief moment and look at the self-proclaimed Red Emperor. They tried to contain me, they tried to seal me away, but I returned, I'm back. With a swift movement, Michael opened his eyes as he had to move his arms and block an incoming blow from the Red Emperor. A huge laugh erupted from the dragon as he saw his target purse his lips and fly away. The barrier that had lifted the angel had fallen instantly. All these years it was there. I wanted to remember something I wasn't allowed to, but it was always there. Didrag laughed even harder. His arm mutated, the black suit he was wearing changed, now the sleeves were gone, leaving aside the bulge that had formed between flesh, scales and something resembling metal. Claws replaced the tips of his fingers and the man's feet curved to extend into a more reptilian shape. Issei-kun, Rias asked doubtfully. The dragon brought its face closer and smiled. 4 horns suddenly grew on its head, causing the skin to bleed and the blood to spread, staining everything. Rias's face froze when she felt Issei's blood fall on her face, the dragon horns, the bloodlust, the absurd magical power. Welcome back, master. Everyone turned to see Naruto bow, putting one knee on the ground and inclining his head. The faces of those present were incredibly surprised, but Issei's was even more so. Slowly, years and years of his life seeped into his mind, a familiar voice whispering to him. Protect. Now I remembered. The reason why he consumed, the reason why he killed and devoured. The sleep was deep. Diedrag's voice sounded calm as he brought his now clawed hand to his head. His arms had completely mutated, but the white shirt and trousers were still there, only the lower part of the trousers and his shoes had disappeared. All this time we've been manipulated. Gabriel commented with his eyes wide open. He looked at the sky and saw Kaguya flying. The moon, which was now a deep red, turned into a black that covered everything, giving way to an eclipse in total darkness. The Red Dragon, the Red Emperor, had been born after 1,000 years under a red moon that covered the world. You were right in front of us, Surzek said, looking at Naruto who was calmly observing everything. We all remembered the image of the sage, but we could never see it in your face. Isn't it surprising? Kaguya can manipulate reality in many ways. Her race was truly something to be feared. Race? Azazel asked, raising an eyebrow. This was the first time the past of the goddess of the ungrateful had been discussed so freely. Oh, I guess we have time, the bells haven't rung yet anyway. Naruto walked over and sat in one of the empty chairs that had been occupied by the leaders earlier. Are you going to answer questions? Azazel inquired, eliciting a sound of confirmation from Naruto. I wasn't expecting that, so I guess this is the part where you reveal your whole plan and your revenge. Azazel commented, crossing his arms. The faction of mages, the faction of heroes, renegade fallen angels, and the faction of ancient demon kings. Everyone outside waiting for the attack. There's no such thing as that, I already have what I want, revenge. Naruto asked the last part with a smile, something as empty as that isn't necessary. Nobody believed him. Father gave an order to seal you away for a reason, that's why. Your father left along with many others in the Great War. How do you know that his will was the right one? Gabriel frowned at those profane words. Father was the one who carried the truth. Azazel did not argue, everything the old man had done had been for a purpose. What is truth to you? Naruto put his feet up on the table, his boots providing support as he leaned back. The leaders didn't attack him despite the situation. The truth. Gabriel's face showed genuine confusion at that question. What one perceives is correct, Surzek replied, earning applause from Naruto. Well, but that answer leaves a lot of gaps. What if I think that killing is the right thing to do? Then my truth would be that a crime can be committed, although, being you demons, I think that definition of truth fits quite well. Surzek said nothing, he just looked at the blonde man who closed his eyes. The wind began to blow as Kaguya descended from the sky and stood beside the blonde man. I thought you wouldn't bring that horrible outfit of yours, a huff of annoyance sounded from Kaguya. It's a beautiful set, and besides, the symbolism is what matters. What do you consider to be true? Gabriel asked, interrupting the conversation that had begun between the fox and the rabbit. An angel with a question. Naruto's question made Gabriel's eyes widen. Sister. Michael called to her, making the woman nod. It was such a strange situation. The last time they had seen the wise man alive was 1,000 years ago, and they themselves had taken it upon themselves to kill him and take him to Kozuda's. It's not wrong to be curious, but that's not something an angel should possess. In the end, free thinking is only for humans. Silence, Michael spoke forcefully, making everyone turn to look at him. Refrain from continuing to curse God and blaspheme against him. The angel's voice sounded authoritative, the sacred energy had already begun to seep through as a clear threat. Does questioning what your eyes see go against God? Everything was done with a purpose. Wanting to see something where there is nothing is just something humans do because they have doubts about their very existence, but the Lord's path is only one. Michael watched as the blonde man in front of him smiled. Questioning the truth is questioning creation. By believing you are seeing something you cannot believe, you are directly called a heretic because you have seen more than you should, Naruto commented with a hint of laughter in his tone. She had lived through that time, the time of the witch hunts. One of her bears ended up at the stake because she taught her some chakra manipulation for healing. Blindness is caused by the light that illuminates the path, getting lost is obvious, but the end is only one, the glory of eternal truth. Faced with such light, how can a target not fall into darkness in the same way when blinded by such brilliance? Naruto commented, causing Michael to look at him disapprovingly. How have you come back to life? Your body was taken to the deepest part of hell and your soul was separated from your body. Michael extended a hand and a strong light was born in it. A sword of pure light was created. The sword was pointed at the blonde man's neck, but he didn't move. I have been blind for a long time, I must say, but behind the light you so desperately crave, I only found an abyss greater than the one I had been in before. Naruto lowered his feet and stood up, the sword of light at his neck following its path. You claim to have no desire for revenge, but your bloodlust overflows like an ocean. Gabriel took a step forward, standing beside his brother. Why lie to yourself? A person who cannot recognize their own truth cannot even begin to understand its meaning. A laugh erupted from Naruto at the angel's words. Yes, saying I don't want revenge is a lie, but in the end, aren't we all liars? Naruto turned around, and Michael lowered his sword when he saw that his enemy was not yet ready to fight. We all live based on what we want. Of course, our desires and actions are reflected in life, but the only ones who suffer are those who want something. Why is coveting something a sin? Naruto tilted his head and glanced sideways at the two angels. Human greed cannot be measured. Point for Azazel. Naruto turned and pointed at the man who hadn't moved. Azazel and Didraig were the only ones still sitting at the table. You're not human, Surzek remarked, making Naruto smile. Neither do you, but there they are, one of the most greedy and power-hungry beings. Demons are curious, you know. In a certain sense, I can sympathize with the faction of the ancient kings. What defines a good demon from a bad demon? Surzek narrowed his eyes and glanced sideways at Graphia, whose face had been blank since the speech began. Her lack of reaction when the memories of the sage returned meant she knew. She knew what was happening and decided to stay on that man's side, the enemy's side. Someone with greed is judged in a world where desire is everything. Why can't anyone see it? Everyone takes their own definition of good and bad and wants to deliver the justice they believe is the true one, hence why I asked what they believe is the truth. Good deeds are the most normal thing in the world, so why do evil in the first place? Gabriel's question sounded innocent. Man was born with original sin, but that doesn't mean he has to grow up with it. So you're only listening to your side, never the other side that wants to see the world. Why does everyone think they're right about everything? Naruto frowned. Didraig, someone's waiting for you outside. I recommend you go. And Valley, honey, you can fight him later, if you can still move that ass, of course. The last part came out with a pleasant laugh from the blonde man, that was in reference to Valley being the one who had left her legs open for Arthur. I couldn't believe Fried convinced him to watch that damn video he'd filmed of them both. The worst part wasn't that they did it, but that the damn video was hours long. Seeing Valley, who proclaimed himself to be dominant, acting like that was so bizarre. Kaguya's bet that she couldn't turn him into a woman was the best thing he could see, at least he could laugh a little. But at this point, he wondered if Valley and Arthur really professed that, I love you, by shouting it in a real way, or if it was just something that happened in bed. Naruto shook those thoughts out of his head and looked at Kaguya, who was watching everything with interest. I'm going to lose control a little. Naruto's out-of-the-box response made everyone alarmed. I understand. The sound of something growing echoed, like a plant being cut. Everyone saw a third eye appear in the middle of Kaguya's forehead. What the hell? Azazel cut himself off as the air seemed to shatter behind Kaguya. Worlds are so fragile that sometimes I forget the true monster you are, she said, her reaction only a blinking sound. A red sky with no moon, no sun, and nothing beyond red sand stretching for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Where are we? Michael looked at the landscape. The academy had been transported in its entirety. The only thing that changed, so to speak, was everything else. At a funeral. The sound of Naruto moving reached Gabriel, who was the closest, raised her arms and prepared for the impact. The force of the blow sent her flying and completely destroyed the room. Graphia, come here, Surzek called, watching as Naruto smiled before leaping and going straight to the angel who had been sent flying by the blow. I'm sorry. Graphia's tone was soft, almost a whisper, as she looked Surzek in the eyes. The red-haired man stared in astonishment at the woman who didn't extend her hand to him as she always had. Graphia. Freedom. A concept that everyone tries to give meaning to, just like desire and selfishness. I guess I was always a bad person in the end. Graphia's forced smile brought tears to her eyes as she looked at the red-haired man. A black portal appeared behind the white-haired woman. What? Surzek looked at his wife, who moved her right hand to her left and took out the ring she had been wearing. Graphia. Memories and torture, the desire to continue and the desire to stop. The moment I fell into the dragon citadel was the moment I wanted to live, but when I was under your orders back then I wanted to die. Graphia brought her hands to her chest and closed her tear-filled eyes. Aren't I trash? You never hated me or used me, you were never unfair or aggressive, we were happy. Surzek lowered his hand, watching as the black mist enveloped Graphia's body. Gradually, his mood sank as he saw the woman's smile widen. It wasn't a smile of satisfaction or happiness. It was one to avoid crying. I thought a lot in this moment. The explosions in the background made Sirich's hair sway and a bright light covered him for a few seconds. The sage was fighting with the faction leaders. It seems you've had this in mind for a long time. I don't hate you, if that's what you're asking. Then why? Sirzek put a hand to his chest and clenched his teeth. When I look in the mirror, I see two people. Who am I really? My memories, my fragmented memory from 1,000 years ago, generated one me and another me. I don't hate you, but I hate you. I love you, but at the same time, I dislike you. Grafia saw her feet being consumed by Kaguya's portal. The woman was watching her intently. So. I simply wanted something, I always wanted it, I only had one dream back then, when the only light I had in front of me showed me a path I wanted to follow, that light was suddenly cut off and my memory fractured, but now. Now I know what I wanted, I know what I desired, what was missing. You're not a bad person despite your name, Sirzek said, watching the woman open her mouth and smile one last time. That kindness of yours meant I could never hate you, even with what you did to me, with what you did to the place I called home for once in my life. Even so I didn't hate you or hold a grudge, this is a farewell, Sirzek Grimori. There were a few seconds of silence before the portal completely swallowed Grafia, who couldn't hear the man's words. Sirzek stared at the red sky, speechless. Goodbye forever, Grafia Lucifug. Sirzek remained silent for a few more seconds before turning around and seeing Kaguya who was watching all of this. I guess it's my turn to go against you, Sirich's voice sounded tired. No, I'll just be a spectator. The only one who wants to fight is over there, Kaguya said, pointing to the line of explosions and the large number of blasts. I see, is Diedreg one too? There's someone who wants a personal encounter against him, so no, you can join the rest and go try to defeat Naruto. Sirzek raised an eyebrow at Kaguya's confidence. 1,000 years ago the result was a total victory on our side. 1,000 years ago, his body couldn't even stand without fracturing, and now? Kaguya questioned, awaiting Sirich's response. Why do you think he asked me to change dimensions? Diedreg walked until he was outside the academy. He felt it close, something he wanted, desired, and needed. Dragon. Saliva began to gather in his mouth. Issei-kun. Rias was running after him along with Kiba, Asia, and Kaneko. Stop. We don't know who we're up against, and you're acting like nothing's wrong. You should listen to your mistress, said a young man with black hair who was standing there smiling. What the hell do you want, insect? The young man's smile vanished at Diedreg's words. Are you an enemy? The young man puffed out his chest with pride and smiled. You can call me that. There were no second thoughts, no response or anything like that. The ground simply exploded where Diedreg had been standing and now he was standing with his arm outstretched and the upper body of the young man who had appeared was simply reduced to a mass of blood. Rias stood still and her face turned white at what she saw. She recognized the boy who appeared, but she didn't understand what had happened. But Issei had just killed a nobleman without a second thought. Without mercy, without restraint and without holding back, as a fight between dragons should be, a female voice, a calm and serene voice, it has been a long time, father. Diedreg smiled at the woman who was walking slowly toward him. In her hands was a demon's head, she had long, slightly curly brown hair. Rias immediately recognized another noble face. And he also knew that the person who was dead was not exactly weak. The sound of a sword being dragged echoed with every step the woman took. It was a calm walk, barefoot, and a simple white dress was all that woman wore. Azure Sensei. Rias looked in confusion at the woman who appeared before them. I'm not her, but you can call me the Queen of Karma if you wish. Rias's blood ran cold at that mention. The strongest dragon king alive stood before her, and he didn't seem to have good intentions. Oh, father. Diedreg looked up and down at the woman and smiled broadly. I could help you with that title if you wish. The dragon's enormous smile instantly diminished when a beep reached his head along with images he didn't understand. I see, so Naruto was right, you've lost your mind. The woman's tone sounded sad, her blank expression changing to a melancholic one. To think you would even say something like that to your own daughter. You've really sunk low. Diedreg did not speak because of his headache. Images and more images, words and hugs, all of that piled up in her head without her being able to resist. It was as if someone were squeezing her head with a press and crushing her brain. Tiamat. A listless whisper escaped Diedreg's mouth as he raised his head and looked at the woman who was raising her sword. At least you remember your daughter's name. I don't know if that's good or just more pathetic. I've waited so long to see you. I thought of so many things. I thought of forgiving you, of hugging you, even of crying in your arms, but seeing this poor version you've become. Tiamat raised her sword and moved. It was instantaneous, as she went from being in front of the group to being with the sword in the place where Diedrag had been a few moments before. Issei-kun. Rias flew away, but quickly recovered. Tiamat opened her eyes when she saw her sword in the dragon's hand. You talk as if you know me, but I already know you, yet I don't know who you are. I want to cry when I see you, but I can't remember why. Do I want more power because of you? The final question was posed to himself. I see you're stuck in your red glutton phase, Rias said, her mouth agape at the mention. I had heard those stories, many believed it was a myth, but was the Red Emperor the Red Wolverine? Issei-kun, you must back off. The human you're calling for has long since died. Tiamat turned and looked at Rias, who froze. Today I will end Diedrag's story. I waited a long time to see you alive once more. Quite arrogant of you, a king challenging a celestial. The anger in Diedrag's voice was clear. Tiamat opened her eyes and jumped to avoid a blow that practically destroyed everything in its path. Kings are meant to rule, but a celestial like me is meant to be revered. Acknowledge your place in this world, little king. Come and pray, and perhaps I will decide not to kill you. Tiamat stared at the man with a blank expression, devoid of emotion, yet she felt a pang in her chest. Diedrag had done what he did to protect them, sacrificing his sanity so they could live a dignified life. Years ago, Diedrag had succumbed to madness after consuming so many of his brethren and accumulating so much power that it could no longer be contained. She wasn't fighting out of hatred or anything like that against the man before her. No, she came here to end Diedrag's life once and for all, and finally free him from his eternal curse of wanting to consume everything in his path. She didn't come to kill Diedrag, she came to save him, but if that was the only way left for her to give the oldest dragon walking the earth a rest right now, then there was no problem. He was going to give it his all. He had practiced his swordsmanship for 1,000 years, as Naruto had instructed him. This was a fight she wanted, and this was a fight she was going to win. Rias. The named girl turned around and saw Sona's group who had been at the academy at the same time. Sona. She looked at Serafal who was calm behind the group. I'm glad you're okay, I don't know what happened, suddenly everyone came here. Sona looked at Kiba, Asia and Kaneko who were covered in some dust from the explosions a few minutes ago. It was all too sudden. But my brother and the other leaders are fighting against the sage. Rias looked at Sona, who nodded and seemed to relax a little more. We've run into a group of demons. My sister will leave us now. It seems someone strong is approaching, and she's the only one who can go in front. Sona looked at Serafal, who nodded. The person who came was from the faction of the ancient demon kings. Serafal didn't understand, that idiot woman was supposed to just stay on the sidelines until the sage finished. Why did he want to confront her? With a sigh, he spread his wings and prepared to go. Those present watched as Serafal flew away and left them behind. I don't understand any of this. Sona commented with frustration, how come nobody recognized the wise man? A hypnosis spell, she said in the meeting room, the goddess of the ungrateful put a spell on everyone. Rias brought a finger to her teeth and bit it nervously. Did it affect everyone, or is that just an exaggeration? The moon was a catalyst, that's why she liked being called goddess of the moon, she had the damn control of it in the end. Rias heard a continuous beeping. An alarm. Kiba raised his left hand and looked at his watch. Do you think this is the time to lose at that? Saji, who had been near Kiba, approached when he saw him take out his phone and start typing. Oh, I'm sorry, but I was told that Serafal-sama will take longer than expected against Kaguya, so I'm going to speed things up and I'll have to kill them all, Kiba said casually. Saji looked at him without understanding, saw how the blond man had his eyes closed and took out a sword, a saber which appeared in his right hand. Kiba, this isn't the time for jokes. Rias couldn't answer when a sword flew from behind, piercing her back and exiting through her chest. A cut that had gone right through the young man's heart. Kiba-kun. Rias tried to say something else, but the sword that had been in her chest rose up, cutting and opening her chest and coming out over her shoulder. Rias's gurgling was the only sound heard in the place, the almost non-existent wind was what made the sand slowly begin to cover Rias's body. Kiba-san. Sona looked at the smiling knight. Just like that, he had killed Rias, a high-class demon, someone who was under the protection of the current Lucifer, a person who was theoretically a friend and family to Kiba. Rias had died in such a mundane and simple way that it seemed unbelievable. Saji's furious shout interrupted Sona's thoughts. She wanted to scream for him to stop, but the order never came. A simple cut with a rapier that had appeared in Kiba's hand. Saji's jaw fell to the ground without the young man being able to do anything. The lower part with the tongue remained there, making those present look with horror. "Oh, how beautiful, I've been waiting to shut you up." Kiba's voice and words didn't match his usual behavior. They watched as the knight reached into his pocket, pulled out a handkerchief, and wiped the edge of his weapon with it. Saji was on the ground writhing in pain, making noises in an attempt to cover up the pain. Nobody moved. A second and third cut were delivered, sending Saji's arms flying. Sona didn't know what to say. She extended her hand and considered the possibilities, thought of a plan, but they had to reach Kiba. Was Kaneko against them too? It was obvious that Kiba targeted Rias first to prevent him from placing any orders with the pieces. Blood flowed around Sona when she saw the heads of her entourage fall as if they were just more grains of sand in that endless desert. She looked down and saw Tsubaki's head, put a hand to her mouth and tried to hold back the vomit. Vomit that spilled out in the same way. "It's the first time I've seen you with that expression, Yura. I thought you'd have more willpower," Kiba said, looking Yura in the eyes. "You were the one who suspected the most, but that doesn't mean I'd give you special treatment. You were just one more." The words went unanswered by the young woman with blue hair. That was obvious when Kiba held the young woman's head in his hand, raised by her hair. The young woman's body was on the ground where a urine stain was more than visible on her skirt. "Why am I alive?" Sona asked as she tried to maintain her strength and composure. Tears and fear were more than present on the face of the young woman, filled with doubt, who could not even stand up. "Orders from above," Kiba said with a simple movement, causing the blood from his sword to drip onto the ground. He looked at Saji, who was still writhing on the ground. "Was it fun beating me up all this time?" Kiba's shoe fell on Saji's head, who tried to say something, but there was only a movement of saliva and blood where his mouth had been. "Oh, sorry, I forgot you can't talk." Kiba bent down and wiped Saji's cheeks and part of his chin with the same handkerchief he'd used a few moments before. "It hurts, doesn't it? I'm sorry about that. I'm supposed to execute you all quickly, but why not treat myself to a little luxury?" "What did you do to Himehime-san?" Sona swallowed when she saw Kiba turn one of his eyes and look at her. "I didn't touch her, if you're asking. My brother did." Kiba smiled slightly at that name. "Brother?" Sona didn't understand. She looked at Kaneko, who had been keeping her head down the whole time, her hands over her ears, and her eyes closed. It was obvious that she was involved, but not willingly. "Yes, he wanted to make some coffee for Asia-san one more time, but I'm afraid I misjudged it when I beheaded everyone." Kiba sighed and made an apologetic gesture. Up until now, he had displayed all his usual mannerisms, his usual smile, and his usual demeanor. Sona smiled when she finally understood everything. "You were never on our side, were you?" Sona saw Kiba frown. "They always mention that, our side, or allies, they think the world is based only on allies and enemies, but that's okay, it's not a bad way of thinking either. After all, they come from a war, they live for war and are born from greed. Demons are such curious creatures. But humans are more interesting." Kiba stomped hard on Saji's skull, which made a loud cracking sound. The sound of something breaking and then being crushed came. Sona closed her eyes and looked away. "Rias gave you everything. Should I care?" Sona's eyes widened and she looked at Kiba, who still had the same calm expression. "That. Should I care? They're demons, beings with whims, people with desires, or whatever you want to call them." Obviously, Rias was responding to her own desires and instincts. You don't understand because you're not human." Kiba's voice was calm. The young man crossed his arms and closed his eyes. "For us, living and feeling, every little joy, every little hint of sadness, is all fleeting. Do you think extending our lifespan does us any good? Humans are like candles, we shine, but we weren't meant to shine. When you try to prolong the life of a candle, it becomes deformed, losing its original shape. You say you're doing this because demons made you this way." Sona was annoyed, but suddenly felt metal against her neck. Kiba had moved abruptly and placed the sword under her neck. "No, nothing complicated really, I do it because it's fun." "Is this funny?" Sona's anger grew as she watched her entourage, her friends, her family, lying on the ground just because a stronger clown thought it was funny. "Oh, it is hilarious, it's like watching a comedy. I'd been trying so hard to change for Momo-chan lately that I didn't realize I'd neglected what I liked." Kiba made a cut on Sona's arm, who clenched her teeth in pain. Seeing the blood in battle, the enemy humiliated despite their arrogance, seeing them beg and cry, isn't it fun to see the expressions those people will make? Sona opened her mouth, but only a groan of pain came out. "You're sick," Sona commented, watching as Kaneko started walking in another direction. The young woman had had enough, she had seen enough. A black portal engulfed her and pulled her out instantly, almost as if it were mocking the poor little girl, who had seen all of that without knowing that she could leave whenever she wanted. Kiba looked at the scene and then saw Sona, who was holding his arm and had a hateful look. "No, I'm simply a demon." Kiba smiled genuinely. It was a huge, calm smile, one he truly wanted to give. For the first time, she had truly smiled. It felt good. Freedom. Kiba closed his eyes and turned around, leaving Sona on the ground. "Where are you going?" There was a clear effort in the young woman's voice. "I'm done with you all, you can call it indulging a whim," Kiba said, waving goodbye as the nothingness before him began to fracture, creating a portal. "I won't forget this, Kiba Yuto." The anger in Sona's voice was great, but fear came the moment she saw the expression of happiness on the young man's face before her. "I hope you don't. It's a challenge. I will sharpen my blade every day, every second, every minute, every instant. Remember, I will come for your head every day. I hope you understand that. Prepare yourself. The only reason you are alive today is because the sage willed it." Kiba was smiling, his fangs showing in that huge, savage grin. "You are no longer human." "No, I'm not. Perhaps I never was, but it doesn't matter now. I'll cut down supernatural beings all over the world. When I'm done with the last one, I'll go to hell and finish my work. See you, Sona Seatree. I hope the expression you give me that day is as good as the one I received today." "It's not like it was 1,000 years ago, is it?" Naruto jumped, smiling, towards Gabriel, who tried to block another punch from the blonde. The armor, the part of the angel's arms, was completely dented at this point. 7 spears of light grew and flew towards the blonde boy, who dodged the first 5, grabbed the 6th and struck the 7th with the spear he held in his hand. Naruto laughed before preparing to throw the 7th spear, but it began to glow along with the other spears around it. An explosion of light in the shape of a cross was generated instantly. "This doesn't look good. Was it like this 1,000 years ago?" Azazel arrived and placed a hand on Gabriel's back, who watched as the upper part of her armor fell off under the blows. The woman frowned, she was left only with the tunic she wore underneath the armor. "No, it's much, much stronger." Naruto advanced into the smoke, 2 golden eyes watching everything with amusement. The blonde man didn't believe in revenge, as he had mentioned before, but the fact that he could see the annoyance on the faces of those people who had taken everything from him 1,000 years ago was really exciting him. A black sphere with crimson edges shot swiftly in his direction. The blonde man opened his eyes and whistled. Serzek arrived where Michael was and saw how his attack was stopped by the blonde man's right hand. The power instantly began to dissipate and then be consumed as if it were being absorbed. Oh, such unstable energy, so volatile and uncontrolled, chaos in its purest form. Naruto clenched his fist and moved his right hand. What he had wasn't just a simple replacement arm. It was the partial reconstruction of the arm he had used when he fought against the goddess of the Otsutsuki. "Well, that's bad," Serzek said, moving his neck and cracking it in preparation. "I'll go straight ahead, cover me," Michael said as a spear of light formed instead of a sword. The ground beneath the angel exploded, its wings unfurled, and it appeared almost instantly beside Naruto, who flicked his eyes and ducked as he saw the incoming spear thrust. He ducked, then spun around to avoid the falling spear, leapt back, and watched as Serzek, gritting his teeth, discarded his shoulder guards and cloak, prepared to strike the blonde boy with everything he had. He raised his left arm and blocked the blow, but saw Serzek smile. The red-haired man grabbed his arm and wrapped one of his legs around it, surprising Naruto. Gabriel had been preparing. The blow that had knocked the sage out 1,000 years ago. It was time. Azazel launched several spears, preventing his movement. The spears hit the blonde man's feet, and Serzek stood his ground to prevent him from moving. All of this was compounded when Michael arrived with a light sword and went to the blonde man's right side, forcing him to move to avoid the cut. It was at that moment that everything turned gray. The world lost when all of Gabriel's power fell into his fist. All that remained of his superior armor were his gauntlets. There was no time to react, no chance to dodge. Azazel clasped his hands and circles formed around Michael and Serzek. The 3 men had disappeared from where the blonde man was. The ground beneath Gabriel's feet cracked, heat began to emerge, the ground turned to magma as the light touched the ground and she moved. There were no answers, it was as if the ground itself fragmented and burned in a bloody light that consumed everything. Gabriel's fist flashed. 1,000 years ago he had said that striking the sage was like striking a star. That's why he trained, she prepared, and now. He didn't even have to restrain himself because he wasn't in the human world. The impact was made, the explosion was immediate, a barrier grew around them trapping Gabriel and Naruto in the middle of that explosion, an explosion that consumed everything, the wind and the shock wave consumed everything in its path. Less than a second, less than a fraction of a second, less than a simple sound, a flash. No, the speed at which it went was one that had been reached by passing beyond the realm of comprehension. Light. Everything that had been behind the blonde boy, the academy that had been there before, everything that had been behind him was now just a huge red stain. Kaguya was flying high above and watched the power of that angel with interest. That was a good shot. She had sent Kuo Academy to a recreation of Earth, but there was no point in creating an entire world that was going to be destroyed, so Kaguya watched from the sky as the trail of light and destruction from that angel extended for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, easily reaching the fake sea that had been present. Had that blow struck the Earth, it could have completely obliterated Asia and part of Europe. No, Kaguya looked at the sky and saw the hole that had formed. The light had burned everything, possibly even reaching into space in a straight line. A truly terrifying power. Kaguya looked at Azazel, who had fallen to his knees, having created a barrier to contain what he could of the explosion at the point of impact. A futile effort in Kaguya's mind, all it had accomplished was to weaken the strongest of those present. It's not the first time someone's thrown a star about to explode in my face. Gabriel's eyes widened at the voice that sounded in front of her. Her gloves tore and she fell to the ground, exhausted after that blow. The wind blew, revealing the blonde man who was covered in a yellow light. Now all the white contrast turned to black, and the black color turned to gold. But, Gabriel's voice barely came out. Michael warned her that such a blow would leave her vulnerable. But she was confident that such a blow would always be enough to end everything that stood in her way. That was close, I must say, Naruto said, cracking his neck to the side. The cloud that had formed vanished the instant the man's new form was revealed. Impossible, Michael whispered before running and disappearing, grabbing his sister and leaving. You know, I'm not one to tell stories or brag, but 1,000 years ago, I was practically a corpse that refused to die. Naruto raised his right arm, which was completely black despite having entered his state of connection with Kurama's power. What? Azazel asked, looking at the blonde man who was simply clenching his fist as if he were testing his own strength. I fought against something you cannot even begin to understand. You call yourselves gods when there is a limit to your understanding. Naruto took a step and raised his hand. A black sphere formed in his hand, taking the shape of a cane shortly afterwards. Gods are not made, they are born as such, Gabriel said, holding his right arm and breathing deeply. That answer made Naruto laugh. Who creates goddess more than man? Naruto closed his eyes. It only takes one person broken enough to create something beyond human understanding. Now what? Azazel narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Naruto. Are you going to kill us all? The fallen man's eyes went to Kaguya, who was watching everything with boredom, as if it were a movie she had seen several times and already knew the outcome. No, Naruto said, shaking his head and opening his eyes, cross-eyed and staring boredly at the beings before him. I wish to create the age of man. Naruto raised his arms and smiled at that proclamation. Those present did not understand, they looked at him, but they could not understand what the man in front of them was saying. A world that doesn't depend on miracles, that doesn't depend on gods who just sit and watch, on beings who can destroy everything and do whatever they want. I don't want a world in which humans depend on you. What you're saying is a utopia, Michael exclaimed, making Naruto nod. Seraphal appeared right after that in a burst. I took care of the renegades, but I don't know what happened. I was fighting some of them, but they got caught in the middle of Didrag and Tiamat's fight. Is the Queen of Karma here too? Surzek opened his eyes. He is fighting against Didrag. Surzek narrowed his eyes at Seraphal. She was injured and looked tired. What are you talking about with Didrag? Issei-kun is the holder, Seraphal said, opening her mouth when she realized that. The doctor left you more neglected than I thought, Naruto commented, making everyone turn to look at Seraphal, who laughed nervously. Seraphal? Surzek asked, looking at the woman with two pigtails. Well, it's not like I'm betraying them or anything, the young woman nervously fidgeted with her fingers, but I can't attack the wise man. But I wasn't the one who gave him access to anything. Everyone watched in horror as someone they considered trustworthy revealed everything. You, Surzek turned and took the woman by the shoulders, why? It's not like she had a choice in the end, Naruto said, walking near the leaders who assumed a defensive stance. Brainwashing. Michael's question made Naruto smile. You could say that, but I had nothing to do with it. Directly, she was just fulfilling part of a deal she had signed a while ago. You can leave, your sister was escorted out along with the others a while ago. Naruto lied. Only Kiba and Sona were allowed to leave that place. Huh, just like that? Seraphal questioned. Everyone present could only stare in horror at the woman who had abandoned them. Of course, the doctor is waiting for you after all. A shiver ran down Seraphal's spine, but she simply smiled nonetheless. A snap was heard, they turned around and saw Kaguya, who opened a portal next to Seraphal. What's your goal with all this, Age of Man, stuff? Michael supported Gabriel, who was still recovering. To make supernatural beings stop interfering with the human world. Are you planning to start a witch hunt? Azazel asked, making Naruto smile. No, I won't lift a finger against you, but humans will be very curious, the answer was given with an almost laughing tone. Kaguya's laughter was not a good sign for the leaders. You say that, but I see you plan to stay in the human world, Azazel pointed out, watching Naruto smirk. That's pretty hypocritical of you. I don't plan to intervene, nor do I want anything to do with power struggles, I just want to live a simple life with the people I love and that's all. Graphia is on that list, isn't she? Serzek interrupted, speaking forcefully. She came of her own free will, her own judgment and her own decision. I didn't manipulate her to see the best possible outcome or to see only the good, Naruto accused the red-haired devil. I don't hate you, I don't hate anyone if that's what you're asking. That's also a contradictory statement, since you're forbidding us from going to the human world. I will not prohibit them from entering, but humanity's blindness will simply be cured. The eyes of those present widened at that declaration. Kaguya laughed even harder this time. Why do you think I have every human with economic power under my control? The woman's enormous smile was anything but beautiful. It was terrifying. Such a poorly maintained garden full of parasites, the only reason I set aside the immediate conquest of this world was because I spoke to the idiot over there. Is it necessary to call me rabbit? Naruto complained at the woman's words. You're a silly fox, of course it's necessary, but as a fox, you want to hunt those little chicks as much as I do. The woman descended from the skies for the first time and stood beside Naruto, hugging the man from behind. A rather greedy woman as always, Naruto said, pressing his cheek against Kaguya's and looking at the faction leaders present. Is that your grand plan? To create chaos among humans by giving them the go-ahead to realize they're not alone? Is that your plan for peace? Azazel was annoyed by that. Kaguya and Naruto looked at each other and shared a smile. When have I said I wish for peace for all? That's something you can only dream of. My only dream is to live in peace with the people I love, and that's all. The world won't die, I'll make sure of that, but I won't be its protector either. Silence. Nobody said anything, everyone remained silent in response to the words spoken by the blonde man covered in gold. You'll just be another being who abuses their power, Gabriel exclaimed, annoyance in his voice. Father gave us the order to guide the humans in. They haven't done anything like that. Every day, every hour, every minute, every second, someone suffers, someone dies, someone thinks about their life, wouldn't it be better if I were dead? Naruto remarked, taking a step forward to alert everyone. Man's dependence on the unknown has led him astray. They believe death is salvation from their suffering. Why can't they see that life goes on even after it stops? Kaguya carefully wrapped her arms around Naruto's shoulders, as if she might break at any moment. One can decide to end it all. I myself have been there, wanting to free myself from my conscience inside that damn sacred. Was it really good to lock myself away in something that only causes pain to others? I've seen many wielders. The sage's madness isn't something I want to impart, as everyone believes. I've seen children whose minds fry when I awaken them, leaving them like puppets. I've seen men abusing the power I gave them, teenagers wanting to try something new with that power. Naruto, Kaguya tried to calm him. The leaders stared unblinkingly at Naruto, no one could tear their eyes away from the man because of the display he was putting on. But I kept going, I kept moving forward, even when the path was broken I used my own being to continue it, and in the end. I achieved it, I achieved what I had desired, what I had dreamed of, my utopia was created. Naruto raised his hands and looked at them. I only wished to be happy, but I learned something late, there is no such thing as fairness, to have something you have to lose something else, so I decided, I will create the world I desire, but I will not rule it. An empty world for others, dreams are for a reason, dreams, once you wake up it all ends. Azazel stood up and took off his trench coat, I can't let you create such a rotten world. It's there again, why would it be a rotten world? We all want to be happy, everyone can judge and point fingers, but no one wants to take the consequences. Naruto smiled as he watched Serzek keep his shirt, his coat had been torn in the previous exchange. And is that why you plan to make others see what they want to see? It's the same thing you did with Graphia, the comment made Serzek remain silent, you can't say it was different either, They wanted your happiness and for that you crushed that of others. I'm just going to give them the blindness they want and the light they need. Kaguya began to fade into a portal. Naruto flexed his arms and smiled. Come, I will show you what power close to that of a god is like. You're quite good, little one, Didraig smiled as he stopped another sword strike from Tiamat. The woman had blood dripping from her mouth, her neatly styled hair was now a mat of blood and dirt, she had visible bruises on her face and she appeared to be breathing with difficulty. Didraig, on the other hand, was unharmed. She knew there would be some downside, even after training for 1,000 years. Naruto told her that she wasn't at the level of what would be Didraig's peak in life. But this was something I had to do. You think I'm finished? He threw his sword to the ground, and his body instantly mutated. A colossal dragon appeared, its white and blue scales and green eyes visible. Didraig looked at that with a smile. Not bad, little one. In a couple of millennia, you might attain considerable power. Didraig didn't change his demeanor, it was elegant and calm. He looked at the sword on the ground and sneered. A dragon that relies on brute force before mastering technique is just a baby. So you're a huge baby. The tail lash was powerful, the ground and surroundings flew. Didraig was in the air while he watched in surprise as the dragon had moved at such speed despite taking her true form. A powerful blow with one of his paws was delivered against Didraig's body, the blow sent the man to the ground, sparks flying as he was dragged by the impact, Didraig's smile continuing to grow. This was fun. Emotion. I want to fight. It was his turn. Tiamat knew it, as a dragon queen, she had pride. Her dragon form was far superior to many, she had grown to be over 50 meters tall alone. That's why, when she saw the dragon before her, Didraig the Red, change into its true form, she felt as if all her effort had been wasted. A colossal figure that stood hundreds of meters tall. She truly understood now why he called her little. Was there really such a great difference between a king and a celestial dragon? The fire in the dragon's mouth before her began, a beam that looked like liquid magma, but it was a fire that burned everything. He looked at his wing that had been hit. It had been destroyed instantly. A puppy that doesn't behave well with its elders is just. A beam of blue light struck Didraig directly, sending him flying. Tiamat's eyes opened as she turned and saw where the attack came from. Mother. She hadn't transformed, but something was different about her mother. It was obvious from the scar on her neck that she had returned, but there was something more. As if something that had always been missing from the aura that her mother gave off was now present. The original Tiamat, one of the primordial goddesses, a dragon that was the pinnacle of their evolution, Great Red never compared to the true terror that was the entity that was called Tiamat in the past. It's been a long time, dear, his mother said, standing there with her wings open and her eyes fixed on the enormous dragon that was regaining its senses. That was a good hit. There was no anger in Didraig's voice, no annoyance or displeasure, only happiness at a strong attack and the possibility of being able to fight. I see that your mind has truly been eaten away to a point of no return. That's why Naruto mentioned that it wasn't a good idea to bring you back, but I insisted, I wanted to talk to you a little longer. The goddess Tiamat's smile was small, one full of pity. I see you and my chest burns, the emotion of happiness, the calm is annoying but the ecstasy I feel when I see you. Didraig looked at the new figure that appeared, where have I seen you before? Doubt. Who was that woman who smiled sweetly at him? He shouldn't hurt her. He didn't understand. Who was he? They had called him Didraig. Who was Didraig? The Red Glutton. No, it wasn't him, there were others. Can you still reason? The goddess in the air looked at the great dragon who seemed lost from the litter. I see, even if you have a small fragment of what you once were, they are only instincts. Why don't I want to fight you? Didraig's question was one of pure curiosity. Because your wish was to protect me. Protect. Didraig had had those words in his mind for a long time, but he couldn't say them until now. Tiamat closed her eyes and looked away. Kaguya, please. The dragon didn't feel when a black portal opened behind him and a woman grabbed him by the head. A red crown was created above this. The dragon stopped moving, its entire body went still. Moments later, light enveloped the body, leaving only the red-haired man on the ground, a lost look in his green eyes and a look of surprise on his face. Almost instantly he fell to the ground and fainted. Mother. Tiamat approached Azure who hugged her tightly. It's been so long, tears welled up in both women's eyes. What was? Tiamat tried to ask Azure. What happened to that idiot? Azure didn't answer, she bit her lip and closed her eyes tightly. Everything related to his instinct as the Red Wolverine was overridden, Kaguya's voice was calm as she appeared. But then, the Red Dragon Emperor was also ridden back. As long as he remembered you, he wouldn't stop. Even in death, he continued fighting. His only goal was to protect you. That's why he desired power, power he didn't have. Kaguya approached and brushed aside the hair that fell across the red-haired man's face. A complete idiot. I wonder, would our idiot have ended up like this if this had continued? Kaguya looked at her mother, who refused to answer. This is mercy for Diedreg. What he will remember is what he needs to live, but he will never be what he once was, at least I hope so. A dragon who wanted to protect what he loved even after death. I don't know if his will was beautiful or terrifying. Kaguya's comment made Tiamat laugh before she walked over to the man on the ground, who was left wearing only tattered pants. She placed the man's head on her lap and stroked his hair. You've done so much, more than anyone. Azur's tears began to flow. Tiamat also started to cry, looking at the red dragon she had always regarded with both admiration and hatred. You've done well, you can rest from us, we're so useless that we drove you to this. Mother, please. Tiamat was crying, looking at her father's face. She remembered Diedreg's jokes, games, and antics before it all began. She remembered how he would pick her up and lift her onto his shoulders to carry things, and she remembered the times they cooked together and learned to hunt. A person who gave everything for others, but couldn't separate his ultimate desire from what he loved. Diedreg was a hero to many, but especially to both women with sky blue hair. He was a much-loved person. When I wake up, I don't know what it will be like, but I hope I can live well. Kaguya didn't want to see the scene, she had turned away and only glanced sideways from time to time. Diedreg didn't do the right thing, but that didn't mean he was wrong. The dragon that conquered passed through infinity and awoke from its dream. A celestial. Kaguya thought of the word that Naruto had given as a title to Diedreg. He had truly earned the title in a worthy manner. It was time for him to rest from his self-imposed torture. He no longer needed more power, he no longer needed to continue consuming or carrying everyone's anger for a lost cause. Good night, Diedreg. Azur kissed the man on the forehead. When you wake up, you will see a world where you can be happy. Just like everyone else would see that ending, a happy ending for them. A dream ending. It wasn't a fight after Gabriel's blow. It was a fight for survival on the part of the leaders. Michael touched the ground with blood dripping from his chest. Serzek looked to the left at Gabriel motionless and Azazel with his own spears piercing him. He was bleeding profusely and trying to get out of the rock on which he had been hit. The sound of falling stones was heard along with the body of Serzek, who fell to his knees and vomited blood. The damage must have been too great, he couldn't feel his body, his consciousness was fading. Serzek looked at Gabriel, who was motionless, and closed his eyes. She's not dead. Serzek raised his head and saw the blond man. The golden light surrounding him was gone. His suit was torn, and his right arm was now clearly a prosthesis attached above the elbow. That's good. Serzek spat blood and gritted his teeth. He stood up and looked the blond man in the eye. Aren't you going to beg? Naruto asked, seeing the weariness on the man's face. A force of nature, the sage was not a threat they could handle, and he was supposed to become even stronger than this. Pure shit. If you wanted to kill us, Gabriel would have been the first to fall. What do you want? Sirich's question was met with a smile from Naruto. Even in defeat and being outmatched, you don't kneel. Naruto's response made Serzek snort with amusement. Sometimes pride is the last thing some of us have left. A pride that can drive some to madness. Naruto sighed and looked at the leader of hell. Control, more than ever, that humans don't depend on you, that they stop interfering and believing that they are the owners of the world. We never believed that. They do it, giving only what needs to be known, giving only a glimpse of real freedom to the reincarnated, a freedom that is a farce. They are not bad, they are not scum, and that is why I did not end up with any of them, even if I wanted to. They all serve a purpose. And what will our role be? Serzek saw Naruto smile. Not to interfere and to secure my utopia. You say you don't want us to manipulate when you say you want to control everything. Not permanently, only until I resolve everything. Naruto closed his eyes and thought about the time and the changes that had occurred. An alliance to put a real boundary between the supernatural and the human, also you can create your ideal world. Serzek laughed, his legs wobbled, but he refused to fall. You took my wife, and now my people, you're just another one who abuses his power. Maybe so, but I won't be the one giving the orders, nor will I control everything. I just want a space, a field where I can live, a world where those I love are happy and without fear. A rather beautiful dream. Serzek spat blood on the floor. I don't understand why you speak as if we had a choice. Naruto smiled. Pain is the teacher of life, I learned that from someone a long time ago, Naruto said, placing one hand on Sirich's shoulder and extending the other. A world that does not know the truth is destined to fragment into 1,000 lies. Surzek saw the blond man's hand and laughed before taking it. The age of man, huh? That's why we keep walking, why we continue to exist, and it's everyone's desire. We live because we want to see a new day, we live because we want to enjoy life's pleasures. Who can judge the living and the dead? That's why we continue living in this world, to find what motivates us to keep going. Have you heard any news about Kiba? Naruto turned around when he saw Xenovia standing with her arms crossed and a tired look on her face. Oh, I think he went to hell. Again, the frustration was more than evident in the woman's voice. 25 years had passed since the conflict between humans and the supernatural began. Although it was more of a series of smaller skirmishes with massacres on both sides, one side always ended up with the heaviest losses. Cities have now become practically islands where you can only move from within. The procedures for moving, not even to live, just to go to another city, are now enormous. He hasn't gone in almost 2 years, not to be rude, but you have him on a leash everywhere you go, Naruto sighed, looking at the blue-haired woman. Is it my fault? I leave him alone for a minute and he goes off with Freed to kill demons or any supernatural being. Oh, I heard that the protectors of the other beings had both of you on their blacklist, Naruto laughed at that. Do you think it's funny? Our daughter keeps saying she's going to exterminate demons when she grows up. That whole peace agreement is as fake as you paying in kind. So what's that all about? Naruto narrowed his eyes. I have a family to support, it's obvious that. Kaguya has a fucking monopoly on almost any product you can think of, and she's one of your wives. Do you think you or your family are short of money? Xenovia put a hand to her forehead and sighed wearily. She wore a simple suit with a skirt that matched her jacket. The years had accentuated her features, not to mention that her face had matured. She sometimes complains and won't let me use her money, Naruto said, crossing his arms. Graphia. The last time she saw me spending money on ramen, she got angry. Tiamat. At least she lets me, but she's the one whose money I least want to touch, or come on, you can't ask me to talk about this. You're a terrible boss, you have 3 wives and you still go through life begging. It was only once and Midel challenged me, saying I couldn't pass myself off as a good beggar. Xenovia laughed at that memory, she remembered it. The world had changed somewhat, but certain things remained the same. A crack opened behind them both. They were in a huge office. Xenovia was the blonde man's temporary secretary, and she already knew why people quit. It was a shitty job because of having to put up with his boss. Naruto smiled as he watched the 3 women pass through a portal that Kaguya had created. A second portal opened, causing Naruto's eyes to widen. A young woman with white hair, pale skin, and her most distinctive feature, a third eye on her forehead. She was somewhat emotional, a combination of her personality but with Kaguya's appearance. I told you I could do it this time. Naruto smiled slightly as he watched his daughters enter. The eldest had pale blue hair like her mother, just like Tiamat, she was identical to her mother. Was it something related to dragons? Last time we ended up in a desert. Do you want to believe it couldn't happen again? Congratulations, sister. The youngest one had white hair and a normal complexion. She looked similar to Graphia, but with blue eyes that stood out so much against her appearance. Last time Aunt Valley had to pull us out of the dimensional rift. Don't congratulate her, the older one sighed as she saw the 2 younger ones getting excited. Naruto smiled as he watched the trio begin to argue, just like their mothers used to. Each day was an even better day. A perpetual peace that was governed only by his desire. He didn't regret anything. The sound of a sneeze broke the deep silence. Health. Thank you, did I get blood in my nose? Kiba asked, looking at Freed who was looking at his face. Meh, I just see a shitty face. They both burst out laughing at that comment. I'm surprised Xenovia let you go. She didn't do it. How low are you going to fall? Freed's enormous laughter made Kiba sigh. Both men were hunting demons in hell, whoever came nearer had the misfortune of standing before them. She was simply another victim. Won't the Emperor join us later? Freed looked at Kiba, who seemed thoughtful. I think he said he was going to spend the rest of the day with Ross-san. Kiba's response made Freed snort. Can't they just leave already? Not everyone has a doll that moves the way we want. Kiba smiled as he saw Freed snort at that comment. I've given him more freedom over the last 5 years, but he's still not fully Calawarner. I'm surprised that you're so interested in that angel that you've gone to that point. Interesting. They gave me a gift with a fucking immortal body, I can break it however I want and the doctor brings it back, how could I not be interesting? Terrifying, Kiba laughed at what Freed said. I don't know what magic Xenovia did to you to gather nails and hammer them where there were screws. That's not how the saying went. No, it is for you, you damned lunatic. Coming from you, madness is not an accusation. Even the wise men recognize that you're a bit off your rocker. A siren sounded, interrupting both men. They turned around and saw an army of reincarnated humans. Despite the multiple procedures, they were still able to reincarnate humans. But it didn't matter. It was better this way. Living each day doing what made you happy. It was what everyone wanted. End.